what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun, or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me, how can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there, or here, there, or taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. So meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there, or here, there, and taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me.
A series of screenshots began circulating on Twitter and Reddit. Their origin was an alt-chan known as Soyjack Party, and claimed to be proof of a ring of people trading illegal material online, with one person involved even being tied to Chris from Mr. Beast and Finster. While the involvement of these two celebrities is non-existent, what Soyjack Party did manage to find are some of the darkest, most horrific leaks we've ever seen circulated online. These are the Giggly Goon Clown files. And keep in mind, this video will feature stories about a lot of horrible people. I don't endorse any of their actions. This video is for educational and documentary purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. The Giggly Goon Clown joined Twitter in March of 2022. To address complaints ahead of time, he goes by any pronouns. Giggly described himself as a 21-year-old goddess on HRT. Needless to say, the title is well earned. His name is a play on gooning, a meditative state achieved through hours of prolonged masturbation. And there was no shortage of tweets referencing this addiction. For example, break your brain for hentai and waste your life. But that's only the beginning of the sheer degeneracy. Furries, diapers, farts, and scat. If the fetish existed, he had it. So there was the usual stuff like anthropomorphic rats farting in vivid detail, and other even more bizarre plays on social taboos. He was a proud member of the Black New World Order, calling for the extinction of his own race. These fantasies declared white people as subhumans as he obsessed over BBC beatdowns. One retweet includes a disturbing story in which home intruders assault and murder a family. Looking at the news today is basically just watching porn. This perversion of identity didn't end at race, though. He was fond of degrading himself using ableist language. I've always been infected with the hump virus. I just know it is autism. Humpy humpy. I'd be hard-pressed to explain this further without showing off his original work. You see, Giggly was first and foremost an artist who loved to put his feelings to canvas. Here's a naked minion spreading his butt cheeks. Most of that art was of his mascot jerking others off, or flaunting its brap machine. A few put the clown in more intricate scenarios, like being tied up in a deli meat and barbecue factory. But drawing was just one of the many ways Giggly made content. He also sold captions for as low as $10. This tweet here has several examples of what that entailed. Telling people with autism to ejaculate in trash cans, a woman surrounded by bright green gas threatening to sit on you, or how about Poop Nights, a proposed game mode for the, quote, most cringe of retards. Take laxatives, boot up Fortnite, and every time you die, squat down and push as hard as you can. It recommends players to use poppers and shout poop over and over. Once you've pooped yourself, make sure to tell everyone and squish in it until you're kicked for being AFK. Of course, being an exhibitionist, Giggly frequently shared nudes. He once posted a picture of his bare rectum, inviting viewers to take a whiff. A month later, he filmed himself masturbating to that very photo. What kind of autistic freak huffs poppers and jerks off to pictures of their own asshole while listening to insane clown music? This clown does. It was one of many videos adorned with Autism Speaks as circus music blasts in the background. The line between fiction and reality was blurry as they attempted to live out their wildest desires. It was concerning given how depraved those fantasies often were. Giggly was an open lolicon and retweeted posts about incest. If loving cute little girls is wrong, then I don't want to be right. Meanwhile, he took time to stand against anti-pedo vigilantes. The Internet Anti-Pedo Defense Force is the most awful group of 12-year-old idiots on the planet. You do not need to apologize to these morons, nor feel threatened by them. They raise more than a few eyebrows, and it's only downhill from here. Giggly wasn't just into furries, but also actual animals. That February, he tweeted, "Oh no, my mom bought a dog," visibly throbs in pants. With tweets like these, it's anyone's guess as to how Giggly even remained on the platform. Instead, he got a surprising amount of traction, amassing almost 7,000 followers. These people were just as, if not more, willing to humiliate themselves publicly, with weirdos kissing toilets and putting minifigures next to their penis. That was usually at the clown's request, as he slowly built up a cult of personality. He was quite proud of his ability to get others into his fetishes. I hope I've influenced at least a few of you gooners into becoming total stink-obsessed fart slaves. Bio has 18 to 20 trans girl in it, retweets Black New World Order, transitioning from peer pressure, has fetishes so disgusting she hates herself for them. The latter received over 700 likes. But perhaps what attracted people most was how easy it was to get into contact. Giggly had open DMs and shared his Discord tag. That meant anyone could strike up a conversation, confide in their degeneracy, and then have e-sex. Every so often he would show some of these DMs publicly. The following are a series of messages he shared on March 11th, 2023. Hey, I'm done talking to Lolly Mommy. It's kind of fucked up my mental state and I had a panic attack yesterday, so I'm sticking with normal kinks from here on. I hope you can understand and still accept me, Mommy. Mommy, can you retweet my login information, please? Hey, Mommy, what's a good lolly site with captions? Everything we've covered so far has been quite nauseating. I actually applaud you if you've made it even this far. But all of it begs a question, perhaps better left unanswered. If this is what they're willing to share publicly, what was kept in private? Soyjack.party is an image board for the creation, posting, and sharing of Wojaks. As the site has grown, its focus has expanded to encompass many other topics. That naturally has included a lot of trolling, with these stunts making the site infamous. They typically go after fetish accounts, especially those with sinister undertones. In early 2023, the site went after CC Femme, a goon addiction BNWO estrogen cult many suspect is targeting children. That's a whole different story for another day, but between the forced feminization and racial fetishization, it's not hard to see parallels. Those similarities are why Giggly became a target in the first place. When users stumbled onto the account, it was hard to decipher if it was satire. I mean, just look at this shit. But many of his posts became memes, with his art and masturbation videos spread across the boards. But they quickly realized he was not only genuine, but a potentially dangerous individual. The initial thread targeting Giggly was created on July 26. It called for him to be doxxed, noting his connections to the aforementioned Twitter circle. They wrote that he lived in Arizona and was studying ecology. One of the earliest replies revealed he previously went by the username Almond Milk. This profile places him in his 30s, though it was later determined to be a lie. Most of the posts came from people exploring his timeline in pure disgust. However, the catalyst of becoming a meme on the site was when he got his own soy jack. It was after this gem that a second thread was made on /raid calling for a personal army. The clown was inundated with trolls across Twitter and Discord. In response, he posted his own version of the soy jack called True. You realize not letting me intoxicate you with my rancid farts is transphobic, right? Giggly then claimed to have always wanted to be a lol cow due to his humiliation fetish. In spite of this, he deactivated his account later that day. Once he returned, he began mass blocking all of them before changing his handle to Silly Gay Clown. The back and forth only escalated from there. Before long, he was sending Nikocado Avocados whole to the trolls and claiming to never post on their dumbass site. For someone who embraced being the epitome of cringe culture, he seemed to not understand the pitfalls of this antagonization. With more and more users becoming aware of his existence, it was only a matter of time before he got doxxed. On August 1st, a thread was created simply titled Goon Clown Lost. The post is exhaustive, identifying him as Orion Grant Passmore. It contains not only his personal info, but usernames and passwords. These details were used to compromise his Discord account, which was then scraped and released publicly. Immediately, Orion deleted himself off the internet as trolls piled in. They posted his address on Craigslist, ordered pizza, and sent several religious scriptures. It was everything the original call to action had asked for, but amid this raid was a growing sense that more serious action needed to be taken. Those paying close attention may have noticed an image attached to the original post. In addition to many of the tweets we've read before, it contains evidence of criminal activity. For as nauseating and bizarre as his fantasies are on their face, Orion's reality was even worse, because it was through these leaks that they finally saw a clearer image of who he actually was, an unabashed predator. The Discord archive not only contains proof he was actively grooming minors, but exposed a ring of pedophiles distributing CP. So much proof, in fact, that he was reported to both local and federal authorities, as people were warned against downloading the file. The following is an in-depth exploration of the logs, spanning over 21 servers and 170,000 private messages. Viewer discretion is advised. With how enigmatic the clown was, it led many to wonder about the circumstances that created him. Fortunately, he explained his background several times over the years, giving insight into his childhood. Orion grew up in a single-parent household with a mother who paid little attention. This gave him unrestricted access to the internet, which he found comforting. It became a place of escapism, one that proved necessary after a babysitter apparently took advantage of him. The trauma did irreparable harm, sparking an obsession with
I forgot I shouldn't hire a male babysitter.
By age 11, he was browsing Rule 34, learning about it through memes. A year later, the boy joined Tumblr to participate in fetish communities. This exposed him to sissy hypnosis and racial fetishization. The latter made him insecure as he identified with the alt-right, but he eventually created his own BBC Sissy Tumblr at 14. The blog primarily consisted of original captions, though he claimed to have also posted his own genitals. It attracted over 3,000 followers as the boy got addicted to the attention. For someone who had few real-life friends and went otherwise unnoticed, it was validating. Orion slowly fell deeper into degeneracy, scrawling links to furry sites across his middle school. Yet, there was still a sense of shame as he attempted to quit masturbating several times. Before I was 17, I would delete all my like once every few months in a no-fap fit, trying to get my life back together, and I would just come back over and over. That all changed one fateful night when he finally gave in. I remember going outside completely naked except for my shoes at around 3 a.m. Eventually, when I came, I shouted quite loudly, "Hail Satan!" This wasn't something I planned beforehand, it just happened in the heat of the moment. Everything about Orion's personality changed, devoting his entire identity to porn. Up until this point, he sat firmly in the alt-right with a Twitter that got no more than 400 followers. The account was banned a year after. Shortly thereafter, he created the Giggly Goon Clown, which quickly surpassed 2,500 followers. It was no coincidence this was around the same time gooning became a viral meme. Perhaps he'd been inspired to embrace the degeneracy. Regardless, by 2020, he was posting videos of himself in diapers and selling captions. Sometimes I feel like it made me an unlikable alt-right loser just to swipe that from me and make me into a perfection piggy. It became impossible for him to do anything else, evident by a journal in which he logged his daily routine. August 21st, 2020, 4 hours of gooning. August 23rd, 2020, 5 hours of gooning. August 22nd, 8 hours of gooning. That regression also included urinating all over his floor, hoping for gingerbread stains and a comfy piss smell. By November of 2022, Orion had over 500 gigabytes of NSFW across 300,000 individual files. He was now desperate enough to beat off while at work. I'm wanking at work because this job. The smell of boys' bathroom as drunk fat bikers grunt and burp and piss loud as while I stroked a cartoon horses 4 feet away from them. He even contemplated jizzing in people's food. What's your job? Cook. Cut the food. I've thought about it. If I brought a little container, I could slip it in the pizza sauce really easily. No way anyone would notice. These compulsions ultimately led him to identify as sexual, going so far as to give up on dating real people. That came after a particularly messy breakup, which he recounted as follows. I would send her and tell her my fantasies, and she thought I was flirting and wanted to suck my weenie. Then she started asking me to bring her over to my house like every day. It was annoying, so I told her I want to be left alone most of the time, and she just started crying and being like, "So you don't love me?" I realized, OMG, I don't, because you're not even a cartoon horse or something comfy and awesome. You're just a human woman with a penis who doesn't even like me either. You're just desperate and stupid. I didn't say that, but I told her I was a pornosexual and I don't want to have sex or date real girls anymore. He fell deeper and deeper into the depths of his own depravity and was met with support every step of the way from his community. I'd like to read this message he wrote explaining the difference between his actual self and Giggly. You begin to become more invested with the internet than real life. You feel insecure about your real self and how people don't really like them. Meanwhile, there's all these people online who will give you attention from being depraved and perverse. The second me sort of split away, became someone else, and now I'm someone totally different than the person in here. Giggly, you might say. Giggly does what she wants. She doesn't need my permission. Sometimes she does things and I don't even know about it. I feel like this dilemma is very, very common, but it feels so real to me. Orion wouldn't do these things. He can't. He's so sweet. At least I think he is. He buys presents for his nieces and nephews on their birthdays, visits his parents often, is always wanting to help, and gets all sad when he thinks about the state of the world and just wants to fix it all up, even though he's basically like a tiny helpless puppy. He even put on different voices to emphasize the difference. This is his voice for the Giggly Goon Clown.
I'm just a little silly bimbo.
I would put this in the same vein as his worship of Satan. It's self-aggrandizing and performative, but most likely rooted in some truth. By creating this disconnect, he's able to absolve himself of guilt mentally. You see, there's one aspect to his online activities that's so far been ignored. In a message from June 19th, 2023, Orion admits to having looked at CP for 6 years, starting when he was 15. At the time, he would do so before crying immediately after. However, upon embracing this new outlook at life, one that favored hedonism over any and all morality, he began to feel proud. Bro, I'm serious. I'm such a hardcore pedo. My friends and family have no idea. I couldn't muster the strength to tell my therapist. I'm constantly taking risks and clicking on things and talking to perverts. I have no idea how I haven't been arrested yet. I've given up on stopping. Yeah, if you're planning on clicking off, now is a good time, because it's not going to get better. It may seem like a drastic jump from one thing to the next. To understand how this happened so quickly requires an explanation of his new social environment. If you'll recall, Orion amassed nearly 7,000 followers. Many of these would end up joining his Discord server, Giggly's Cringe Circus. I just want to read the list of channels real quick because it is truly ridiculous. Lewd Gaming, 2D Humans, 2D Furries, Captions, Animated, Audio, Cringe, IRL, Gay AI, Autism Speaks, ENWO, Brap, Plussy, Corpo Worship, Diaper Sexual, Drug Addicts, Emoji Sexual, Feet, Feral Fuckers, Fursuits, Hog Sexual, Hypnosis, Latex, Macro, Objectophilia, Photomorph, Pink Pill, Plushophiles, Satanism, Scat, Vor, Bugs Bunny, FNAF Sexual, as in Five Nights at Freddy's, Fap Night, as in Fortnite, Homestuck, Ponysexual, Sonicsexual, Stitch, Memes, DM Me, and finally Hook Up. This server became quite popular among gooners who gravitated towards his dominant persona. They referred to him as their mommy, with the most loyal simps getting a special role. I'm not quite sure why, but they were really susceptible to his bizarre demands. It was something not even limited to direct interactions. Orion was a frequent user of 4chan and often spammed boards with his f***es. He went on to receive messages from 40 different people, claiming his insistence got them into farts. I had over 40 people message me saying that they started masturbating to fart because of me. That's literally 1/3 of the people in the 4chan thread. I love having that power. I can just change someone's entire sexuality and make them something else. I'm doing it right now. That power extended far beyond mere fetishes or roleplay. He was able to get several people to submit full control of their social media. They came to him for things as innocuous as what to order from McDonald's. 20 nuggets, 2 large fries, a large Coke, and a Big Mac. Then there were times it seemed to cross the line. It was also that power that got users to cut for BBC and imagine their own mothers getting assaulted by black studs. He begged a user to post creep shots of his girlfriend for him, but perhaps most controversial was his influence on their gender. By his own words, he convinced 6 or 7 gooners to take HRT. He always had a map of clinics that provided it without psychological evaluation. This is extremely concerning given his views on trans issues in private. Now, Orion himself began transitioning in September of 2022, but it had been done with ulterior motives, intentions he only spelled out in private. The first excerpt comes from DMs between Orion and a user named Manadrain. Every single trans girl is a horrible pervert to some extent. I haven't ever heard of one who isn't. I should become a T-slur too, just to pile on. And women don't feel safe around you, dude. They just know they'll be canceled if they don't act that way. God, I wish it would be something worse. Lamau, every T-slur finds out one way or the other. All it took was for you to realize sexual predator equals T-slur. The second was with Goon Goddess 69. Can I tell you a secret? I'm not even trans. I'm just a cis guy pretending to be trans to get with more people. It's so much fun. Like, OMG, I love pretending to be a girl. I don't care if it's predatory or whatever. Don't blow up our spot, bro. All T-slurs are like that. You can trust me around your kid. It'd be transphobic not to. Me with daycare tots. To Orion and many of his associates, their identity was little more than a political shield. It clearly worked, given he publicly fantasized about assaulting women in bathrooms. Those fantasies, of course, were even more deranged in private. It should be clarified this doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in his server. He was careful to state his true opinions, often contradicting them to those he didn't trust. But among his inner circle was a number of losers, creeps, and pedos who bonded over the increasingly sadistic desires. For example, Orion had confidants to discuss bestiality. He privately sent material to other zoophiles and even instructed them on how to find more. That was while expressing their desire to assault dogs to death. It's only real dog sex if it makes them cry. Like they loved it though. He was also convincing other users to engage with the material in an attempt to get them addicted for life. He even tried to get someone to abuse their dog on camera for him. That's the level of severity we're talking about, which is already horrifying in this context. Now, you can imagine how dark the story is going to become as we start to approach the matter looming over the entire story. Take a look at the DMs between Orion and Dizzy Ditzy Izzy. In early 2021, Izzy approached Orion for help with transitioning. It was framed with language likening the experience to bimbofication. 2 years later, Izzy was trying to get his dog to lick his genitals and calling his girlfriend's corgi Slutty. This was at Orion's encouragement, alongside a newfound interest in lolly. In August of 2020, Orion's original Discord was banned for violating one of the app's zero-tolerance policies. He'd admit in private this was for being a lolly baiter, and banned the material from his server. Of course, he made sure to clarify this wasn't over any moral qualms. Just to be clear, hopefully nobody on the server gives an actual single f*** about lollipop as a moral question. It is okay to get off to it. It's better than okay. Get off to ToddlerCon. It's fucking sexy. I just don't allow lollies because Discord, despite being the #1 platform for peas, is against it for some reason. Orion's thoughts on the material in private were much darker than mere enjoyment, and in exchange with Goon Goddess, they discussed using it to normalize pedophilia. These pics feel so weirdly wholesome. This artist really makes pedophilia feel natural and okay. It is. Some conversations indicate he was trying to get people to goon to art of babies. Even more disturbing, however, was the fact that lolly was often used as a code word. These messages are between Orion and Cranberry. He angrily messaged the user for posting actual CP. If you post lolly again, you're gone. Manadrain, a close associate, would admit to thinking of real children when looking at lolly. The owner estimated at least 90% of the people in his server are pet And I mean, it wasn't really a secret. Proof exists of members straight up asking for CP and attempting to sell it on the server. Yo, Giggly, somewhat serious issue here. What, bitch? That I have issues person in your server? They're advertising selling nudes of themselves when they were younger. Pretty sure that's not something good to be associated with the server. OMFG. Faggot ass. I can show you the DMs if you need proof, but in the DM channel, they're advertising wanting to talk about P stuff, which I now obviously know meant pedo shit. I assume they were just talking about lollies or whatever, but nah, IRL stuff. No, I don't care. Mind you, Orion was a self-admitted minor-attracted person. He frequently used emojis of the map flag, and even bought a map pride-themed bikini. That makes it a massive issue given minors were knowingly let into his server. Publicly, Orion expressed otherwise, making sure to ban any kids reported to him. But he viewed those people as snitches and went out of his way to look past it. I only block minors so I don't get in trouble, but I wrote it in a way that makes me seem right. Even stating twice that if you just lie about your age, I won't block you, just in a way people won't be upset with. In a conversation from July 25th, Orion discusses underage sex with Sunflower Femboy. This excerpt is when he discovers Sunflower is underage. Because when I was younger, I tasted sugar. How young? 13, 2 years ago. Oh my, you're not mad? Just don't tell anyone in my server unless you're 100% sure they're a full-blown pedo, or else they might snitch and I'll have to ban you. Yes, Giggly, but more on that sugar. It was sweet. I crave it. Even once went on Redacted for it. For the record, Redacted is a Mastodon instance notorious for openly hosting illegal materials. Let's pull back and look at the full context of their conversation. It began with Sunflower admitting to Orion that he enjoyed lolly. Orion uses this to label him a pedo, encouraging him to fantasize about children. Eventually, Sunflower starts to talk about his 9-year-old sister. I shouldn't. My little sis is 9. And, unless you're thinking about your little sis while you look at these pics, it's no big deal. It's completely normal. And like you said, even if it's not real, it's awfully sweet. Especially when there's so much good porn. Especially when you have depraved pedo perverts whispering encouragement in your ear. This is the crux of their methods. A recurring phrase you're going to see a lot in these messages is EPI. EPI is a shorthand for early introduction, in which minors are exposed to adult content. They fantasize about perverting their innocence, often by utilizing Rule 34 to flood sites with a younger demographic. It's a form of fetish mining explicitly used to groom children. The next conversation between Orion and Memnicine occurred on June 18th, 2023. It starts with the two admitting a shared interest in EPI. I imagine you know about EPI then? Of course, I've done it personally. What exactly? Have you made some captions yourself? Orion proceeds to post examples of captions he made. The first instructs readers on how to make new gooners by offering NSFW in public Discord servers. The second instructs people how to masturbate using a Nintendo character. The third praises DeviantArt's lax policies on what qualifies as safe for work. The fourth is a screenshot from a YouTube video of Fortnite characters twerking. They express being turned on by the fact that the comments are from children. Then there's expose kids to blacked tunes. It's so easy. Groom them to like your sick fishes, make their god, teach them to talk dirty, push them deeper into addiction, turn someone's child into an N-word lover, turn the new generation into gooners, ruin them, destroy their minds. None of this was a fantasy. Orion admits to talking to kids every day, astounded by his own influence. That was before professing his pride in being a file. I shouldn't be telling someone I just met all this stuff, but I can't help it. I think it's because it's Pride Month, and I'm a proud pedo. I feel like I had a revelation recently. My view of myself is really positive lately. I hope this isn't a phase and that I've actually learned how to love myself, despite the fact that I sexualize children almost every day and want their brains to be ruined like mine was. There's hard evidence within the leak of these interactions with minors. On March 23rd, Orion was messaged by an underage boy. Full disclosure though, since I feel bad not telling people this, I'm a Shota boy myself. You can block me and I'll 1000% understand, in which case I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. Elsewise, I'm happy to talk about anything and everything and answer any questions. I love the idea of cute to porn with their favorite games. That's how I got a porn addiction. I'd look at Rule 34 of everything I liked and download it like crazy. I remember when I was younger, I would constantly get off to Overwatch stuff. 4 days later, he met a 15-year-old trans girl who loved Taylor Swift. He used this adoration of pop stars to groom her. How do I become a gooner? What does that mean? Oh my god. I'm surprised you don't know. You're gonna ruin me. This is so hot, but like, you're trying to make me addicted. Shh. It's okay, just trust me. In DMs with Charlie Death, they acknowledged flirting with Charlotte when they were only 16. I actually feel bad because I'm 75% sure I'm the reason your old Twitter got banned. It was when I felt it was a bad thing for me because I was 15 or 16 at the time, and you told me you liked me and that you were ashamed. I was so happy to be there. The aforementioned goon goddess may have been underage, although it's arguable if it was just age play. Arf, put it in my hole. The alleged teenager went on to send nudes to Orion. They also discussed looking for CP on Twitter. Trying to find to get off to on Twitter is so hard. I remember when Map Twitter was a thing, and you could find it all over the place. SMH. Orion also sought to meet with children through video games. Roblox, as you all know, is a widely popular online platform whose fanbase largely consists of children. This has led it to attract many predators looking to befriend them. Several members of his server created profiles with highly sexualized models. Their accounts make heavy references to content. Lexicality created a profile called Lexi for the BNWO. His skin is a skimpy woman with a censor bar over her eyes. The description reads, "Last bio nearly got me banned. Chocolate and snow bunnies only. Fuda preferred, cute bowls allowed." Mr. Postcard posts an even more lurid character, Cow for Black Loads. Orion made several accounts for this purpose. The first was Blox Gooner with the description, "Just a dumb Roblox Gooner. Look up Gooner captions if you don't know what a Gooner is." That was shortly after discussing the possibility with Mana Drain. I love Roblox players. Show them the funnest stuff there is to do. You're basically handing out drugs on a playground. I was always in a medieval roleplay server when I was a kid. You should show up to it and show them real roleplaying. Roblox is full of role-playing games. I was thinking about pretending to be a girl and becoming friends with girls just to tell them about gooning. There are screenshots of Orion in-game telling kids to look up NSFW terms and harassing young girls. Me when transphobic little girls ask me what I'm doing in the women's restroom when I'm obviously a woman. But perhaps the worst of Orion's potential victims are those within his own family. Orion frequently sexualized his nieces and nephews who were as young as 5 years old. On June 6, 2023, Orion sent a photo of his youngest niece to Pink. He then imagines having intercourse with her. "I need her to get a phone and take irresponsible pics for attention." He bragged about getting to spend hours watching them at the pool. He wrote about one such visit to Pink 2 weeks later, which is so disgusting I don't even want to read it. But it is him fantasizing about his nieces. Pink was not the only person he sexualized them to. On July 14th, Orion told Mana Drain several explicit scenarios based on his real life. They're framed as if letters addressed to the 7-year-old that we'll call Jane. The first was inspired by his nieces walking into his bedroom alone, and once again is really too disgusting to read out loud. The second was about helping her swim at the pool, which, once again, I just can't bring myself to read out loud. Orion contemplated grooming them into being interracial addicts. He played porn without headphones in hopes they'd hear it. He even joked about feeding them his semen, but it's unclear if any actual physical abuse occurred. In late 2021, he admitted to lying about abusing his niece. This apparently killed the buzz for Mana Drain's edging, but that was 2 years ago, before he made plans to EPI his nephew. "I'm giving my nephew a tablet for his birthday coming up so he can look at NSFW. His parents are weird and won't give him a phone. He's 13 now and he needs it. The more cooped up they are as kids, the more likely they are to be super degenerate later on." Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really too trusting of this guy's opinion on what's degenerate or not. With how disgusting these conversations were, it's clear the parties involved were at similar levels of sadism. It should be apparent by now that Orion was far from alone and often had co-conspirators who enabled and assisted in his grooming. The evidence seems to imply a degree of organization that requires scrutiny. So far, we've not even mentioned the existence of their secret Telegram. Telegram is a messaging app popular among those who try to stay anonymous. That can range from drug dealers to furries to even Kiwi Farms users. This is because of their privacy policies, where they offer end-to-end encrypted secret chats. Because of his original ban from Discord, Orion didn't allow Lolly or Shota on a server. This led him to create a Telegram group for that material. Now, this is already questionable given what we've previously outlined. Many of the users invited were the same ones using it as a surrogate for real children. "You're a fucking pedophile, you freak." Affectionate. However, there's also evidence it wasn't just cartoon depictions. In December of 2022, Orion received CP from a user named Patowu. He first sends him Lolly and Shota before asking if he wanted the real stuff. Okay. Can you delete these now? Do you have a Telegram? You can message me this stuff on there." They both worked together to create EPI content. On May 1st, Orion and Stoner Piggy referred to kids as and talk about underage girls. Stoner Piggy encourages him to free his urges. "I'm a fucking pedo. I'm a pedo too. I love child. Do you have a Telegram? No. You should make one. I'm twink_T. Instead of using Telegram, they decided to use an app called Elements that doesn't require phone numbers. "Can you see my messages? I saw your hello." CP. That was so fun yesterday. Orion went on to record himself getting off while professing himself to be a pedophile.
"I am a gross file that can only get off to children.
This next section is going to broaden the scope, again, from just Orion to his associates. From this point on, we're going to be separating each of the conversations by user. This structure will allow us to emphasize the severity of other individuals who have so far gone under the radar, mostly because many of them aren't micro e-celebrities like Orion. Drooling is one of the individuals Orion sexualized his family members with. This allowed him to become one of Orion's close friends. Oh, sweetheart, you're truly a friend to me. I've known you for over a year and talked to you nearly every day. I've missed you. I've seen you in dreams. I felt guilty for taking you too far and not taking you far enough. You're one of the few people who truly know me, of my greatest sins, and that, in all honesty, I don't even care. That honestly makes you very special to me. Besides your already wonderfully teasable and adorable personality, they were both members of EPI Discords and often got off together. That included once, as Drooling wore his own mother's underwear. The DMs have Drooling getting off to children. I'm sorry I'm like this, but I've seen stars pose the exact same way. Underage people shouldn't dress like that. He fantasizes about forcing kids into adult roleplay using VR. Just hook them up to VR headsets for hours. Unknown Forces 21 came to Orion with a fixation on young boys. They talked about these fantasies at length, while at an airport, Unknown saw a kid in the public bathroom. He contemplates taking a photo before fondling the memory. I wish I did, not gonna lie. Wish I could get a picture. Pink deleted many of their messages, leaving mostly a one-sided conversation. However, Orion's messages say enough. Mommies that force themselves on their little girls. God, anything trans-pedo related makes me triggering my pedo urges. This is so dangerous to be sending on Discord. Thank you, though. They discuss temptations at seeing little girls at the pool and refer to them as whores. Their conversations are also the source of this quote. I shouted trans rights while to a kid the other day. I remember the first time I nutted and didn't get upset after it. It felt so good. Earlier, Orion referenced having a Telegram under the name Twink T. This is actually not an alternate alias, but an account belonging to someone else. Twink T, also known as Jack Marshall, is an autistic man from Britain. He doesn't seem very independent given his father has access to all of his accounts. The two first met in March of 2022, with Jack sharing original artwork. They connected over a shared interest in Cub, Lolly, and Shota. Within months, Jack broke up with his girlfriend, was on estrogen, and had an OnlyFans. Orion was the manager of said OnlyFans, coercing him every step of the way. This is apparent by how he talked about him to others. Has he started hormones yet? Yes, but not effectively. I guess that's what you'd expect, just telling a retard to buy hormones. They bought estrogen, but no anti-androgen. It would have been more fun if he started hormone blockers at like 12. Haha, isn't that true for everyone? Don't worry, I'll make him into a good girl. That coercion would include attempting to get him into CP. The two had a strange relationship, with Jack often filming nude videos for him. It was part of a fascistic roleplay, which Orion tried to steer towards pedophilia. He used specific language to connect the artwork to real children. Once you post that video from your Google Drive on your OnlyFans, you can post this on your Twitter. If you do, I'll reward you with that evolved to claiming it was natural to be attracted to tweens. By December, Jack was asking for no-limit profiles and calling Orion his pedo mommy. It was around that same time that Jack created an account on Telegram. He sent the login info as well as credentials for his email. This would end up causing some conflict over how it was being used. Jack started using it to look at CP, but drew the line at teenagers. They argued over the difference as he denied being a nonce. Eventually, Orion began instructing one of his providers to help erode the boundary. Hey, just so you know, every time you send stuff to twink_T on Telegram, I see it too. He said he was scared to message people like you, but I told him to anyway. I mean, I have way more fucked up stuff I can send him. Always feel free, but you can lead him into it. He's still a little bit of a scaredy cat about it. This is reflected in their DMs as he exposes Jack for stroking to kids. Aw, reading you struggle is so cute. What do you mean, mommy? On Telegram, saying you don't want to get off to kids and being forced to anyway. Please don't get me in trouble, mommy. Where do you find these people, mama? He would end up scaring away one of Orion's suppliers, making him upset. Did they delete their chat? From now on, don't tell people I'm sharing the account. Yes, mommy, it's your account. Retard, pull it back up. I don't remember their name, to be honest. Neither do I, mommy. I'm sorry. I think they stopped messaging me and blocked me on everything. Orion also used Jack's Discord to help a minor bypass the minimum age requirement. Thank you for letting me use your Discord account. It's allowed someone who is very interested in my server to rub their brains out to all the lewd, cringy Why didn't they just join the server? My server is marked NSFW so they couldn't see anything. I'm confused. Sorry, I don't get it. Well, on Discord, you can't view NSFW servers if you're under 18. In the end, the sense of control proved enough to overlook his incompetence, because on January 8th, 2023, Orion asked Jack to be his girlfriend. They continued talking in the following months, with only one significant road bump. Jack was studying forensics and attempted to join law enforcement. This caused Orion to threaten cutting him off. Thankfully, he didn't get the job. One of the final logs in their history is Jack sending the N-word before apologizing and saying he was horny. Happens to the best of us, guys. Mr. Postcard is a furry artist whose online presence is hard to trace. He had a profile on Barag, a Mastodon instance that allows for Lolly and Shota. His artwork focused on Cub, including this perversion of a PSA against online grooming. Once again, he deleted many of his messages, leaving one-sided conversations. But what does remain is more than incriminating. I don't know, I'm not super into Lolly, but I like encouraging pedos. Put it on YouTube. I'm a PO in an EPI way, definitely. He attempted to move the conversation to Telegram, but Postcard refuses. Then they share bestiality videos and links to Redacted several times. In this exchange, he admits to posting illegal material on Redacted. On December 5th, 2022, Postcard made an edit using audio from Real CP. Orion recognized the source immediately. With a common understanding they were both sadistic pedos, there is a sickening level of transparency. For example, the two fantasized about assaulting J.K. Rowling's grandchildren. Not letting T-slurs get with your kids is transphobic. Someone should Harry Potter woman's grandkids. Orion then goes on to call them turf meats. If you missed the obvious foreshadowing, here they are praising an infographic on texting as a predator. It's genuinely really good grooming advice. On April 4th, 2023, Postcard reveals he's in contact with 4 minors, aged 9 to 13. I've so far sent it to 4 minors between the ages of 9 and 13. I hope it encourages them to transition. He gloated about actively grooming them weeks later through EPI. Can you send me furry HMVs? Any you send me will be forwarded directly to a minor. She found a lewd video in a Roblox playlist on YouTube and commented, "Why do I like this?" And I offered to send her more. I'm gonna pipeline her into being a zoophile. Got any more? She's loving them. One of the curious discoveries in these messages was Postcard's connection to other furry artists. In January, he claimed to have gotten a mutual into AI-generated CP. Their only holdout for the real stuff was apparently legality. This was elaborated on in June, with Postcard naming the artist in question. I don't know if this is something I should be saying, but I got a really popular artist addicted to CP recently. That's so hot. What artist? I won't tell. ACSTLU, or Aslu. No way, dude. You're capping hard. To prove this, he showed artwork that Aslu drew of his character. Aslu is an adult furry artist with over 69,000 followers. He also has a YouTube channel with the latest upload surpassing 1.2 million views. Postcard describes the process of putting him on the artist-to-groomer pipeline. Before he met me, he'd never even thought about kids sexually. I've been slowly grooming him for months now, making all the big artists into full-blown pedos, as it should be, just helping them along the artist-to-groomer pipeline. Now, to be clear, there's no evidence that what he's saying here is true. He provides no screenshots of this conversation. That's important because Ashley would end up confronting him after the leak. It was then posted to 4chan on his behalf. I'm just unbelievably sorry about all this. I never should have gotten you involved. You really shouldn't have. But genuinely, please calm down. Even if this is the last time we ever talk to each other, I just want to make sure you stay safe here. If I knew you were into this stuff, I never would have talked to you. Why would you fucking say anything about me though? I really regret it. It didn't happen for months. My self-control issues here bit me in the ass again. Why the fuck would you even mention me in your CP out of nowhere? I'm not a fucking pedo. Yeah, I know you aren't. I was embellishing a story to try and make that friend because that's probably the only reason they like me. If Aslu was implicated as a part of a fantasy he wasn't aware of, it'd be unfair to assume guilt. He wasn't in the server or Ryan's DMs. Because of this, I'd wager he's telling the truth. However, it is worth pointing out he wasn't the only artist identified by name. Postcard also involved Doc Friendo, who has over 14,000 followers. Look at their They confessed to me that it turns them on knowing the kids follow them. He actually sent me a video of him to some CP I sent him. Given we obviously can't view the video, its legitimacy is unclear. Postcard would end up making a public statement which has since been deleted. He admits the messages are real, but tries to handwave all references to CP as fantasy. I want to make it clear that despite the monetization of it, no CSEM was traded between myself or anyone mentioned here, and I haven't ever been sexually in contact with any minors in real life or on the internet. I often referred to Lolly/Cub artwork as CP XP in my DMs with Gooners and other NSFW community members who I trusted, and claims I made about contact with minors were purely a work of fantasy. No one bought this laughably bad excuse, so he deleted all of his accounts, likely to return under a different name. Pump Pig Parker, also known as Pump Hog, is an old friend of Orion. Their first messages indicate they'd known each other even before 2020. He'd tell Orion to check Telegram often. Though it's unknown what was shared, the DMs inspire very little confidence. Pump Hog had a specific adoration of Lilo from Lilo and Stitch. He referred to her as bait and a slut. He also touched himself to Baby Mario characters. That was alongside an obsession with, of course, racial fetishization. His idea of roleplay was ape noises and referring to black people as monkeys. It affected him at work, with the mere sight causing him to ejaculate. I bunga baited at work today. Orion played along with both as they fantasized about abuse. They read stories about people being taken advantage of by black men. Orion referred to white children as gorilla lights, and even worse terms, you can believe that. Pump Hog seemed to be one of the few he trusted enough to discuss his attraction to infants. This would include, yes, watching videos. Here's an exchange in which Orion gets aroused by a gif of the Boss Baby from In late 2019, the music artist Negative XP went viral as a result of his song Scott Pilgrim vs. the World Ruined a Generation of Women, mocking a stereotype of girls with dyed hair and comparing them to the film's most recognizable character, Ramona Flowers. The song quickly exploded in a way he likely couldn't have expected. Its success across TikTok and subsequent controversy due to some of the lyrics resulted in the growth of not just his career, but the popularity of his niche as a whole, with an online community forming around what detractors labeled incel punk. The other artists within this subgenre began generating attention of their own, developing loyal followings on music sharing sites like SoundCloud. As time passed, it became clear these artists were not simply amidst a fad. Negative XP had given life to a small corner of the internet that was here to stay. And eventually, some of these guys started to think, hey, what if we were to hang out? But not in a Discord call, in real life. 2 years later, this ragtag group of antisocial musicians would become significant enough to host their own concert, with hundreds announcing online that they would be traveling to attend the event. Fringe e-celebrities promised to make appearances, drawing in their own audiences. But things didn't go entirely as planned. Political activists rallied their followers, the police were called to the scene, and attendees had their doxes posted on Twitter as retribution for attending. This is the story of Virgin Fest 2021.
Yes, I'll always be alone, 'cause no one wants to go with a head full of stones.
Virgin Fest was announced early in the summer, with a specific date picked out in advance for the event, September 11th. It was to be held at a tattoo shop in Atlanta, Georgia. Tickets were going to be sold at the door, priced at $5 each for attendees. Headlining the event was, of course, Negative XP, alongside other associated acts from his collective. The initial lineup advertised performances from Hard Christ, Hot Leather, Eggy or Egg White, and Soda Boy 64. These names may not mean much to someone outside of the community, but to those familiar with the scene, this was an important event. All of these people have small but loyal followings, with their fans feeling that their music touches on subject material many artists would rather ignore. Add the fact that they weren't going to shy away from making jokes about controversial subjects, and it's no surprise why they managed to garner such loyal fan bases. And at Virgin Fest, all of these big names would be meeting in person for the first time to do live performances for their fans. Negative XP, who is known for his contradictory statements on Twitter, claimed to be unaware of what Virgin Fest was. despite being listed as the main act, and even accused them of using his name without permission for advertising. Needless to say, he's a liar, and not to be trusted. Unfortunately, not everyone originally listed would be able to attend. Firstly, its location made actually traveling there somewhat of an investment. For anyone not living in the South, or more specifically the Georgia area, it wouldn't be cheap to travel for a one-day event. This price is something that many NEETs, who foolishly squandered their riches on obscure altcoins, wouldn't be able to afford. Within the first week, SodaBoy64 had already dropped out, and another would-be performer stated that they couldn't attend due to some unfortunate mental health issues. 13th Century Cowboy was going to be one of the smaller artists featured, most well known for his song about the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. People seemed really excited for him to attend and hear him perform live. But just weeks before the event, his real-life identity was compromised, resulting in him deleting his entire internet presence. Consequently, most of his discography is currently lost, with only bits and pieces available here and there. By the time the event was actually set to happen in September, nearly half the lineup which was initially announced had either dropped out of the event or quit the scene entirely. Regardless, the remaining members were still enough of a draw for Virgin Fest to continue, and the week before it took place, updated promotional material was posted clarifying its current status. Tickets would no longer be sold in person and had to be purchased online. They even had a merchandise page now, with t-shirts being sold for $20 each, simply reading, "I lost my virginity at Virgin Fest."
I'll buy that. Here's the gemstones then.
Up until this point, the existence of Virgin Fest had remained pretty underground. Word of the concert stayed within the small community which planned to attend. Posts advertising the event only received a few hundred likes, at most. But that didn't mean that no one else was paying attention. Cowboy's identity wasn't simply leaked online on accident. He was actively doxxed before he wiped everything. With the entire community being involved in off-color jokes about everything under the sun, they were bound to attract the attention of some rather unsavory parties, including those known for posting the private info of those they don't like online. What the entirety of Virgin Fest didn't know is that while they were planning the event, another group was carefully monitoring its conceptualization closely. With the event scheduled that very day, they saw it fit to strike. The 11th of September had finally arrived. The morning before Virgin Fest was set to take place, the Atlanta Anti-Fascists published an over 30-tweet-long chain warning the public about the event. They wrote, "Heads up. Tonight at Toki Tattoo, far-right edgelord hipsters are holding Virgin Fest. The headliner, Negative XP, is a misogynist piece of shit whose best-known song is about a whore, a hole. Many of his followers are racist groypers who will likely attend. It doesn't matter if they're doing this to be edgy. Recent years have shown that, ironically, supporting white power and far-right organizing is actually just supporting racist organizing." They go on to describe Negative XP's persona, writing that he idolizes mass shooters and pointing out that he follows several explicitly right-wing accounts on his Instagram page. Raven, the event's organizer and employee of the tattoo shop where it was to be held, tried to reach out in private to explain that the concert was not politically motivated. From her messages, she seemed to be acting in good faith, simply trying to explain the situation and mitigate the controversy. Can you please delete your tweet about Virgin Fest? We are not associated with groypers at all. This is simply a fun show we are throwing, and none of us are far right. This attempt at extending an olive branch was futile, as Antifa opted to publish her request and then make parallels between the event's performers and the actual perpetrator of a mass shooting last year. The women-hating far-right performer is being hosted in Atlanta less than half a year after a misogynist gunman murdered 8 people in our community. Obviously, this language was very inflammatory and began to generate bad press for the event. Due to the newfound controversy, Virgin Fest was dropped by the tattoo shop mere hours before attendees were scheduled to arrive to see the performances. The event organizer wrote on her Instagram story, "Virgin Fest is not being held at Toki Tattoo. Sorry if I offended or gave the wrong ideas out. I did not know the extent of the situation. I do not support extreme views. Love you. Be safe, everyone." This, once again, did nothing to quell the Twitter anti-fascists, who instead called for Raven to be fired by her employers and published her personal information to Twitter. But there was no way to cancel or postpone the event now. People had made travel plans to attend. Some had spent hundreds to be there. With the performers already present, and people having made arrangements to arrive, the event was miraculously able to find a new home, 4 minutes away at the Chosewood Park. In spite of the opposition and controversy online, people began turning up for the show, and performers prepared their sets. I know that a lot of people from different political backgrounds are going to watch this video, and many will vehemently disagree with the views of some of the performers involved, and the messages within their music. But I think it's worth emphasizing that this wasn't meant to be a political rally. It was a concert for people who liked music, and nothing more than that. Raven had organized the event solely out of appreciation for the music, and as a fun time for people who had been spending so much time together online. Even if you don't believe her, it begs the question of if people are allowed to simply host a concert independent of their views. The way they were framing it was as if we were witnessing the formation of a militia, or some kind of active threat against the local community's safety, when it was really just a bunch of kids in a park singing some songs together. The musicians and attendees alike were there for one reason alone: to have a good time. Despite the venue being changed last minute, forcing the performances to be held outside, meaning there would be no electric guitars or drums or amps, the sets were reworked to be done unplugged. The actual event lasted 4 hours in total and was broadcasted live on Twitch by a streamer named Trophy, where every major plot point can be seen. Negative XP, who had made tweets claiming he wouldn't be performing and had family matters to attend that prevented him from going, snuck into the crowd dressed in camouflage and a fake beard. His set lasted only 20 minutes long due to him not being able to perform with all of his gear, but attendees still seems to appreciate seeing him live in any capacity.
Watch me bleed, and I let you try so hard to forget you, forgive me. You want to, make me believe it upsets you.
Everything was going well, despite the major setbacks. But, as you may have guessed given their previous relentlessness, Antifa was not satisfied and continued live tweeting the concert. They photographed a man with white nationalist tattoos, claiming that he was security. When the organizer responded that this wasn't true, Antifa instead stated that he had adopted the position and was effectively security, which to me sounds like libel, but whatever. They also took photos of random attendees to call them out for wearing t-shirts from bands they disapproved of, such as Burzum. Frustrated that they hadn't interfered enough for the event to be entirely canceled, Antifa resorted to calling law enforcement on the event. I guess they expected the police to show up to disperse the crowd and arrest the Asian guy with a bowl cut and a guitar. But, because no laws had been broken, and given it wasn't a political rally, upon arriving, the officers simply stuck around and enjoyed their time, even taking selfies with many of the concert goers. At one point, the crowd even began chanting, "We love cops." The account wrote in response, event organizer Raven talked with the cops, who were letting the event continue in the park after dark. Easy to imagine that going differently if it was a Black Lives Matter event. Antifa continued their campaign against Raven, refusing her apologies and demanding she be fired from Toki Tattoo. They eventually even doxed her and included it in the thread. 4 days after the event, the business issued a statement formally announcing that she'd been let go. They wrote, "Hello. Sorry for the delay in response. We needed a few days to collect our thoughts. We no longer employ Raven Rap. We had no part in planning or organizing Virgin Fests. It was an independent event which we should have researched more on before we let it happen, and we take accountability for allowing them a platform. Sorry for all the chaos or trauma we caused anyone. We are a safe space, female POC-owned business, and do not support these extremist views at all. Love you all, and be safe." Meanwhile, in Virgin Fest's official Discord server, Raven wrote, "It's over for me, bros. My life is over. People are calling for me to get fired. People in my community are canceling me." In their pursuit against authoritarian, women-hating men, I guess? I don't really know. Antifa had managed to achieve a few victories, calling the cops on a peaceful demonstration and getting a woman fired from her job amidst the pandemic. All for the crime of helping put together an event for musicians who sing about rejection. Ultimately, the concert still managed to be a success, as memories were made and people who'd familiarized themselves online got to meet each other in person for the first time. Everyone at the event seemed happy to be there, supporting artists they liked. Despite the subject matter of many of the songs being anything but happy, it seemed wholesome looking in. To many, between the acoustic performance and crowd singing along, it felt like the end of an era. The future of events such as these remains up in the air given the backlash Virgin Fest received. Interestingly, it was later discovered that Antifa had sent someone to attend the events undercover. Well, I say undercover, but it's pretty obvious who here is Antifa. In the aftermath of the entire ordeal, Negative XP wrote a post directed at her, stating, "The weird thing, besides you lying for most of this thread, is if you were there, you could have talked to me about what I'm about, instead of shitting your pants on Twitter. You're a coward, a liar, and your soul is going to burn in hell for your sins. May God have mercy on you." Prior to the cops arriving at the events, there was no real threat of danger, so it's strange they were called at all. I doubt that, interestingly, the crowd singing along, it felt like the end of an era. The future of events such as these to many, between the acoustic performance and crowd singing along, it felt like the end of an era. The future of events such as these remains up in the air given the backlash Virgin Fest received. Interestingly, it was later discovered that Antifa had sent someone to attend the events undercover. Well, I say undercover, but it's pretty obvious who here is Antifa. In the aftermath of the entire ordeal, Negative XP wrote a post directed at her, stating, "The weird thing, besides you lying for most of this thread, is if you were there, you could have talked to me about what I'm about, instead of shitting your pants on Twitter. You're a coward, a liar, and your soul is going to burn in hell for your sins. May God have mercy on you." Prior to the cops arriving at the events, there was no real threat of danger, so it's strange they were called at all. I doubt this undercover Antifa super soldier felt particularly threatened, given the fact that she went to the event unhindered. She even got the chance to take creep shots of people to expose them on social media. At the end of the day, Virgin Fest was a bunch of losers from the internet coming together to celebrate the work of artists they enjoy. Controversial as their music may be, it sounds a lot more wholesome than getting people fired for organizing a concert, but hey, maybe that's just me. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
My only friend is my computer. I feel like such a loser.
No Jumper is one of the most influential podcasts of all time. From its origins of blowing up with XXXTentacion, to hosting FouseyTube's mental breakdown in front of Keemstar, to Suspect and Kelpie beating the crap out of each other during a live recording. Even if you don't care at all about underground rap, there's a good chance you've seen one of the several infamous clips of fights, attempted robbery, and anything in between. Pulling in 30 million views a month and being host to more than 5 shows, the No Jumper channel is pretty impressive. And it's hard to believe one person founded this media empire. That one person being Adam22. With the work ethic of Mr. Beast and a moral compass closer to Johnny Sins or Ron Jeremy, it's hard to picture anyone else even being able to found a brand so large and infamous. Recently, however, No Jumper has experienced a sharp decline in clout as the nature of Adam's relationship with his wife has been called into question.
Hey guys, guess what I'm shooting with today? It's finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were going to do that.
This has led to a lot of mockery and an overall dip in the respectability of the No Jumper brand. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. Adam's life is filled with bizarre connections, violent confrontations, criminal activity, going on tour with rappers, strange allegations, and so much more. So today, we'll examine his past to see how he wound up here. This is the No Jumper story. Born on November 24th, 1983, Adam22, or Adam Grand Mason, was born and raised in the small town of Nashua, New Hampshire. He had one sister, a mother that was a librarian, and a father that worked as an operative for the Democratic Party. Even at a young age, he was interested in counterculture. His parents found that at age 9, Adam was already listening to hardcore punk like Minor Threat and underground rap like Jedi Mind Tricks. Growing up, he quickly developed a passion for extreme sports. He discovered BMX biking and almost immediately became enamored with its thrilling nature and the tight-knit community surrounding it. As a 6th grader, Adam's father would unexpectedly go to prison for defrauding the city and abusing his position of power, an event that he later said profoundly affected his family life and put immense stress on his mother. Little did he know, his father turned out to be friends with Bill Clinton and received a presidential pardon after helping Bill win New Hampshire during his campaign. Allegedly, his family is highly connected to the Rockefeller family, and with a last name like Grand Mason, it's no surprise people have made theories about what the actual reason for his father's pardoning was, Illuminati or otherwise. Growing up, Adam's situation wasn't wasn't exactly easy. His father had developed anger issues from the legal nightmare he went through, and as a result, he took it out on Adam verbally and sometimes physically.
Yeah, it was like some abusive scenarios and stuff. We're like super cool now, but it was like I was just going to war with my dad, like fighting every day.
Did he hit you with objects?
No, he just hit me with his fists.
The two would eventually make up after going to therapy, but for a period of time, Adam used BMX as an escape from his stressful household. His real journey in the BMX scene began during his high school years, spending countless hours honing his skills and exploring the local skate parks. His dedication to the sport grew, and he found himself deeply immersed in the culture, surrounded by like-minded riders who shared his enthusiasm for BMX. Following high school, he attended a community college before transferring to the University of Massachusetts. During college, Adam's grades would start slipping after transferring, and he started to get preoccupied with something that held his attention way more than school: credit card fraud. Here, Adam established two personality traits early on that he would carry for the rest of his life: a consistency in whatever field of work he was in, and a loose moral compass. His friends introduced fraud to him, and after a while, they got good at it. So good that eventually he just dropped out of college and moved to New York with the money from this venture, much to the dismay of his parents.
My parents come from an environment where they grew up really, really, really poor in like the parts of New Hampshire and everything, you know? And so to them, education is so important because the only reason why they're in like a good financial position now is because they went to college and were able to get good jobs where they were able to make a decent amount of money.
While living in New York, he continued committing credit card fraud with his friends, making what would be a six-figure salary. Everything seemed great, that is, until 6 months later. His friends would get caught and arrested at a GameStop, stressing him out so much that he quit entirely after this. Now jobless and alone in New York, Adam looked for ways that he could make a quick buck, often browsing the internet and looking for alternative ways to make money. At age 22, he figured out that he had a knack for online poker, and it didn't take long until he got hooked. At his peak, Adam would apparently play upwards of 12 hours a day, with an average of 100 hands per hour. Apart from his job, Adam often rode his bike around the city, still finding BMX and the community enjoyable. It was during this formative period that Adam found inspiration in a blend of two distinct worlds: hip-hop blogging and BMX. He had been using blogs and forums like Nah Right and the B9 to read and discuss rap and rock music he liked, while also browsing BMX blogs. The issue being that there were too many small BMX blogs at the time, and they were all largely splintered communities. This became the catalyst for his own venture that he created in 2006, The Come Up, a BMX-centered blog that would post the hottest new BMX videos, as well as any important news. He wanted the site to be the next Nah Right or B9, but for the BMX community. As Adam's blog began to gain traction and attract an audience, he ventured into the realm of advertisement to monetize his platform. After the first few months, he went from making $1K in advertisements to $10K a month. The financial success he achieved through these advertisements led to a pivotal decision. Recognizing the potential of his blog, Adam made the choice to abandon his involvement in poker and dedicate himself entirely to running the site. This decision would eventually pay off a year later. The Come Up quickly gained traction within the BMX community and became a go-to platform for riders, fans, and industry insiders. Adam utilized the website to showcase talented riders, share videos of their tricks and stunts, and provide a platform for emerging talents to gain exposure. This same year, he went on to found On Some Shit, or OSS for short, a BMX-focused merch store with designs reminiscent of his taste in punk rock. For the next few years, Adam rose in popularity and eventually became one of the top figureheads in the BMX community with his two major brands he had built up. If you were into BMX at the time, there was no way you hadn't heard of Adam 22. In 2010, Adam moved to LA to get closer to the BMX scene. The West Coast was the central hub for all things BMX, and he wanted to share a space that the people who visited his website inhabited, as well as immersing himself into the BMX culture. With his newfound micro e-celebrity status, he would live in a house with a smaller group of BMX kids around his age and pay for their living and groceries. In return, they promised that they would promote his brand and get the word out that he was in town. Adam continued working on OSS and the Come Up, but was also looking for new avenues to expand his brand. He had been inadvertently surrounded in the cultural zeitgeist of underground hip-hop for a while just by living in LA, and wanted to recreate the magic of the Come Up for a new community. To do this, he enlisted the help of a writer, George Potter, who he had seen previously write about rap. Together, they created the No Jumper Tumblr page, with the name inspired by a Gucci Mane lyric. George was tasked with writing about whatever was happening in the hip-hop world, a similar formula used for the Come Up. Since Adam was busy running his two brands, he was very hands-off, only owning the brand name and financially backing it. Meanwhile, George was tasked with the brunt of the work. It's important to note that George was actually never paid during this time and was working for free, which most likely led to what happened next.
He ended up kind of like falling off and not really being into it after like 2 months. But then I always had the URL And then when we start, and he did a really good job for that time period, even though he didn't like stick with it, whatever. But I mean, it's hard to keep writing for free all the time when you aren't getting anything for it.
2 months after the blog was created, George outright stopped writing, most likely due to burnout and no incentive to keep going. He and Adam went their separate ways, but Adam still kept the website name in his back pocket if he ever thought of a way to use it in the future. With this new venture failing, Adam went back to being BMX focused for the time being. Looking for other ways people could view his BMX content, Adam branched out to YouTube. Starting in 2012, he made how-to videos about certain BMX tricks, hosted by well-known micro-celebrities that everyone in the community would know, posting these to the OSS and the Come Up YouTube channels. These videos, while not blowing up, got people otherwise uninterested in BMX to start giving it a try and looking for ways to buy a new bike. Seeing a hole in the market, Adam capitalized on this a year later by starting his own brick-and-mortar store for OSS, selling his merch, but more importantly, selling bikes. The store was located by Skid Row and slowly became more than just a store. It became a place to hang out. The BMX community was thrilled, and the store started to become a regular place to go to for most in the LA area. Eventually becoming so popular after 3 months, it started affecting the regular inhabitants.
Outrage tonight over a viral video that was posted on Facebook of a professional bike rider or two using homeless people as props in the video. NBC4's McCullough Medina found who posted the video, and you'll be surprised to hear why he said he's not taking it down.
Even though nobody got hurt, it's like right on the line of, being messed up, and so that was kind of a concern for me.
Adam Grandmason is the store owner and says Brandy began rides for his shop. He wasn't around when the trio made the video.
By placing his store in Skid Row, Adam had unintentionally gotten even closer to the underground rap scene and found himself getting more passionate about it as time went on. At this point, the come up was largely fading away in popularity, and he could see it. Blogs as a whole were becoming less relevant, and people were shifting away from articles in exchange for social media sites like Twitter. The OSS still brought in a good amount of traffic, but the come up was his bread and butter, and he needed a revenue stream to stay afloat. Utilizing his BMX background, Adam would dip his toes into the podcast scene and interview some widely known BMX celebrities he had met in the past, using the back of the OSS store, a place he usually just hung out in, and then posting the recordings to the OSS channel. But after 23 interviews, he had a relatively lukewarm reception. He just wasn't getting the success that he wanted. Adam knew he had to change something if he wanted to keep doing podcasts. By now, the OSS had become locally infamous and even started to attract some underground rappers that he had heard of. Through one of his friends, he got in contact with a then up-and-coming Bones, who would introduce him to Xavier Wolf. Xavier was interested in BMX at the time and really wanted to get into it, so Adam started hanging out with him, and they became fast friends.
And we were all just kicking it with him, and then Xavier was the one who was just like, yo, I want to get a bike, and he was dating this chick who lived like around the corner, so he would come over every day when she went to work, and he would just come here and sit here and smoke and hang out with me while I was working,
Xavier became a regular at the shop, and after the so-so reception of Adam's BMX podcast, he leaned into his knowledge and connections in underground rap, changing the focus from BMX to rappers. Xavier would be the first rapper he interviewed, and immediately it became clear that this format was the way to go, with the interview doing 10 times as well as the previous ones. This single video acted as a catalyst, opening the door for other rappers to come on, and Adam capitalized on that to the fullest. But there was just one slight change he had to make. He had been uploading these podcasts to the OSS YouTube channel, but since that brand was more BMX focused, he wanted to create another that was more specifically about underground rappers and the culture. Reaching into his back pocket, Adam renamed the Come Up channel to No Jumper, and officially began his career as a podcast host. Starting small, Adam was conducting interviews with local rappers and artists who had not yet gained widespread recognition, but had some traction on sites like SoundCloud. He understood the gap in the market and knew that most of these rappers had not gotten their voices heard. Through No Jumper, he sought to provide a platform for the emerging talent, allowing them to share their stories and connect with a broader audience, as well as speak, sometimes for the first time in an interview format, with their pre-established fan base. Since he was in the Bay Area, he just walked around and looked for people to interview, actually finding success in his first ever official interview on No Jumper, Ryan Denny, a tech entrepreneur that he had just run into on the street. Adam's strategy for getting interviews at the time was a method of connection. If he had friends who knew a guy that had 50,000 followers on Instagram and also was an emerging talent of any kind, he would jump on it.
And then I got like Ain't Nobody Cool, like those dudes, just because I was friends with them. I just happened to meet them and I liked their brand or whatever. And then that was what was in my head. I was like, if I can get those dudes, I know I can get them. And then I can get the Shop Gene girls because they're friends with them. And then if I get them, I'm sure I could branch out to something else from there.
He took this method to its extreme. At one point interviewing the guy who was tattooing him after they started talking. Even though he started with essentially zero connections, he somehow found a way to make a decent amount with very little. It also didn't hurt that this was the start of the mainstream SoundCloud wave, and underground rappers were coming up left and right, giving No Jumper more content than ever. One of the earliest interviews on No Jumper that gained traction was with the Suicide Boys, and it showcased Adam's knack for drawing out authentic and engaging conversations. This isn't even an interview, it's just a serious adult conversation. I love it, dog. Adam interviews so damn well, never a dull moment. Much respect. Not only that, but it established something that No Jumper will be known for: finding underground rappers before they blew up. Adam had interviewed the Suicide Boys on December 4th, 2015. 7 months later, they massively exploded, peaking at number 17 on the Billboard rap charts. Perhaps even more legendary, Adam would interview Lil Yachty on February 14th, 2016. That same month, Yachty became a model in Kanye West's Yeezy Season 3, and a month later debuted his mixtape Lil Boat, skyrocketing him into the mainstream, sending even more people to watch his interview from before he blew up. The success of the Lil Yachty interview brought No Jumper to the attention of a wider audience, establishing Adam not just as an interviewer, but a gatekeeper and a tastemaker. As a result, other artists began seeking interviews, recognizing the exposure and authenticity that the channel provided. No Jumper was not just limited to interviews though. Adam understood the power of variety, so he expanded the channel's offerings to include music video premieres, live performances, and vlogs detailing his day-to-day and showing a behind-the-scenes look for fans. But despite this pretty early success story, I don't think anyone could have predicted what was coming. It cannot be stated how big of an impact XXXTentacion had on the rap scene. From selling 68 million albums to being the profile picture of every teenage girl during his peak. It wouldn't be a stretch to say he was one of the most infamous rappers of all time, with music as influential as Kurt Cobain and a past as violent as Tupac. But in 2016, he was still an emerging artist with a dedicated SoundCloud following. During that time, Adam secured an interview with him, not thinking much of it. X may have had a decent-sized following, but he was still relatively underground. But to Adam's shock, the interview absolutely exploded, resonating with his following and intriguing those who hadn't heard of X before. As he kept getting more popular, so would No Jumper. He began raking in millions of views as X exploded, with a lot of people wanting to know what this enigmatic rapper was all about. This was the episode that put No Jumper as a brand on the map, and solidified his reputation of finding artists before they got big. Following its success, Adam saw an influx of requests from other artists seeking to be featured. No Jumper became a hotbed for emerging SoundCloud rappers, a subgenre that was blowing up. Artists like Juice WRLD, 6ix9ine, Lil Pump, and Trippie Redd were among the many who made appearances on the show. This had compounded with increased interest from record labels, managers, and industry professionals who recognized the platform's potential as a launchpad. Adam's work ethic and vision were paying off, and he created a space where artists could be heard and discovered. At the tail end of 2016, a girl named Lena DM'd Adam on Instagram looking for a job. His response was this:
"Let's go get dinner sometime."
Yeah, he was like, "When are you gonna buy me some drinks?" Like,
did I really say that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fire.
And then we went to a podcast as our first date.
Yeah, I got interviewed by Gangsta Boo and Jackie Chain for my first ever time hanging out with her. Isn't that weird?
That was fun. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I mean, dog, what can make you look cooler than that?
Lena and Adam eventually got together as a couple, with Lena showing the public a side of Adam that had largely been unknown until now: his susceptibility and intrigue with sexual degeneracy. On January 4th, 2017, Adam uploaded, "I had a threesome and I vlogged it." The title pretty much sums up the video topic, but more importantly, it blew up, getting 12 million views. Keep in mind, this was around the time people like Zoe Berger got insanely popular for videos where she teased revealing her nudes if she got 1 million subscribers. Adam, always on the lookout for new ways to expand his brand, worked with Lena, and together announced they would be dropping a tape once No Jumper and Lena's YouTube channel hit 1 million subs. 8 days later, Lena uploaded a video update, remarking at how fast her channel had grown, and telling fans that the tape was coming soon when they both hit 1 mil.
I don't know if you can tell, like, we're not the type of people to just, like, say we're gonna do something and then not do it.
I would rather die.
Exactly. Then go viral on the internet about making us say about 1 million and then not do it. And also, it's like, you guys have the power to unsubscribe, so we don't release a tape, you guys unsubscribe.
And as No Jumper continued to gain momentum, Adam seized opportunities beyond the channel. In March of 2017, he embarked on the No Jumper tour alongside rapper Lil Pump. The tour took them to cities across North America, where they performed for sold-out shows of fervent fans. It further cemented Adam's presence in the rap scene and established him as an arbiter for the mainstream rap media culture. Adam's involvement with Lil Pump extended beyond the tour, though. The two formed a strong bond and collaborated on various projects, further fueling Adam's immersion. No Jumper's influence also extended to the fashion world. With Adam's history of making merch on OSS, he seized this opportunity and relaunched the Onsome store in downtown LA. It became a hub for the No Jumper community, offering exclusive merchandise and streetwear mirroring OSS. This further solidified Adam's position as a mover and shaker in the rap world, with fans and artists flocking to the store to get their hands on the latest clothes. As the SoundCloud rap wave reached its peak, Adam's role in shaping the culture became increasingly evident. No Jumper had become a phenomenon, with millions of listeners tuning in to hear the latest interviews, debates, and insights from the world of hip-hop. But with success came controversy. Adam's willingness to engage with artists who had questionable backgrounds or were involved in controversies of their own led to criticism. One example being when XXXTentacion said Adam was his manager while he was going to jail for domestic battery. Other viewers also questioned his relationship with 6ix9ine after the rapper had been convicted of sexual assault of a minor. He has, for years, specifically chosen violent underground artists and asked them about nothing but their crime life. He has glorified specific violent wars between sets and people, treating it lightly and making jokes about specific people who have died, propagating deaths while sitting cozy in his room. Adam 22 has been a platform for young artists to get exposure, but Adam has used this platform to spread more negativity and profit off of black plight and culture despite being super removed from it. Despite the criticism, the success was clear, and so Adam continued interviewing figures of this nature despite the noticeable backlash. What he didn't know is that the controversy was just getting started. 2018 started well, with Adam signing a deal with Atlantic Records to launch a new sub-label, No Jumper Records. After hours and hours of sitting down and talking to underground artists whose music had influenced millions, Adam found himself at the other end of the table, now producing music. The 2 songs released had blown up almost immediately, with Hard getting 100 million views on Spotify and 32 on YouTube. No Jumper was expanding to be more than just a podcast, but a cultural representation of the underground hip-hop movement. Adam was on cloud 9 and would have been for the rest of the year, but 6 days later, a familiar face showed up. It was George, the one who had co-founded the No Jumper blog with him 5 years ago. George started doing interviews around the time the podcast was blowing up, saying things like, "I'm happy for your success, but it bugs me to see the name I came up with used for all this shit. He's selling t-shirts for $40 with the name I came up with on it, and he's not even acknowledging that I was ever a part of it." And he was like, "Yeah, I understand, man. It's like being kicked out of the band before they're successful, but it's just a name. There's not really anything you can do about it." Then he brought the No Jumper Festival like 20 minutes away from where I live and didn't send out an invite. I started to feel more personally disrespected. Adam responded by explaining how the original blog started and giving context to the situation. To most people, it seems like George was just a byproduct of Adam's past that was trying to find his own room in the limelight out of jealousy. Little did they know Adam's past carried a lot more baggage than a jilted coworker. On March 20th, 2018, Twitter user @ConnorTripler made a now-deleted thread with screenshots of alleged evidence that Adam was in a relationship with a girl when she was 16 and he was in his 20s. Not only that, these screenshots accused him of sexually assaulting her, which unfortunately was never archived. What was archived was a post made by one of the alleged victims on the B9 boards. What once was an inspiration for Adam would now potentially lead to his downfall. The OP explained that this was on behalf of a friend and to not DM them unless it was to deliver a message to the accuser, Desiree. Adam 22 is a serial sexual predator who manipulated and abused me when I was a teenage girl. He documented it for everyone to see. His method is to dox women or try to shame them publicly into silence. He's done this multiple times, not only to women but to children as well. This isn't a secret at all. It's been underneath all of our noses for years. Adam has even written and posted details of these incriminating events all himself. That last sentence got people on the B9 board curious, and several began digging for these posts that the victim was alleging. A day after this, Adam's Twitter would get flooded with people demanding answers, and he eventually responded. "My lawyer says that I gotta stop talking on Twitter, but I just wanted to get this out. A girl I dated for a few months 10 years ago is coming out and saying that I raped and assaulted her. These claims are new. She has no evidence. I have plenty of emails from her that make it clear how absurd these claims are. You'll probably get to read them all in time. I've done plenty of stupid shit in my life, but I've never raped or hit a woman." After 3 days of digging, it seemed that people had finally found something of note. On March 25th, the Twitter account Helen would post screenshots from a blog that Adam had made, along with statements from the alleged victim. A statement from Adam 22's victim, who tried to physically block her vagina with her hands before he pinned her arms down. At 5'3", she gave in and was later terrified her mom, who she shared a wall with, would hear her crying. He doxed and posted nudes of her online. It's all archived. The pictures shown were Adam's official B9 account posting a link to an old blog he made, seemingly seemingly admitting to dating Desiree Aleda when she was 16 and he was 22. Now, any of the math-inclined out there are probably reading this and thinking something like, she's 19 now, you were 23 then, how old was she then? Well, she was 16, but come on man, look at her. She's 18 or 19 in most of the pics here, but she didn't look much different at all then. If statutory rape is wrong, I don't want to be right. Pictures also came out from 2006 when Adam hosted an AMA on the 2+2 forums about his sexual history. In one of his replies, he admits that he slept with a 17-year-old when he was 22. On top of that, he allegedly said that 15 is good after being shamed for messaging girls that looked around that age. On March 26, Adam tweeted out, "It's freaking sad how all it takes is a completely fabricated story from 10 plus years ago to fool so many people. I've got all these old emails from her about our relationship and zero mention abuse or rape." He then posted a string of email screenshots allegedly sent to him by the same girl, in which she talks nicely to him and never complains or accuses him of harassment. 4 days later, an article was published by Pitchfork detailing the accounts from two girls, one with the pseudonym of D that readers assumed was Desiree, and another that just went by Jane. They both described in detail incidents where Adam allegedly raped them. Jane would also say that Adam discussed it on a forum titled "The Time a Girl Accused Me of," and even shared photos, full first and last names, and more. Pitchfork claims that they have seen the archive, but no source is given, and it seems like no one can even find this, strangely. Adam would address the blog he had written when Newsweek interviewed him a few days later. I wrote the post in question over 10 years ago and deleted it within 6 months of writing, but people saved archived versions of the post and have been sending it around trying to imply that I had sex with her when she was 16, when in reality I was making light of the bad luck I experienced. I met her online, but she didn't tell me she was 16 until we first spoke on the phone. Although to be fair, it would have been legal via Canadian law, so she didn't even realize why I had to stop talking to her until I explained that the age of consent in America is 18. Despite article after article about these two accusations and a lot of people on Twitter parroting it, this controversy was largely not talked about after a month. Most people had already moved on and just kept watching No Jumper, or just didn't know a lot about the situation. Keep in mind, this was also during the Me Too movement, so other people quickly dismissed this case because of an influx of other allegations about more mainstream stars is up to interpretation. Regardless, in June, Adam hosted a memorial in front of the OSS store for XXXTentacion, who had recently passed away. The crowd reached 1,000 people and got so chaotic that police in riot gear showed up, having to use tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse the crowd. Since this incident was right after the allegations, viewers speculated that this was purposely meant to divert attention and get the heat off of Adam. During this time, No Jumper had experienced a sort of restructure and a change in how people viewed the show. To many, it felt like every week something insane would happen, and the show started getting a track record for crazy incidents. Clips would be reposted of Boonk passing out, presumably from the amount of drugs he'd taken.
Shout out to the homie Boom.
Trippie Redd had also poured water on Adam's head, which would get fans sharing the clip around. Most infamously, someone tried to pull a firearm on Adam, but failed and got beat up live on air. The validity of this was questioned by people, saying that this was all staged to get more attention, but pictures taken afterwards confirmed otherwise. No Jumper was starting to become less of a traditional podcast and more of a show. It was compared to Howard Stern, as it became less about the artists and interviewees and more about what crazy thing would happen on the air. While the SoundCloud wave of rappers was dying, Adam recognized the need for a change in the content if he was going to stay relevant. In the past, the guests had always been somewhat diverse. He'd interviewed people like Anthony Fantano, so it wouldn't be a stretch to branch out to other YouTubers who were not music related. This was during what some considered to be the peak of YouTube drama, so Adam got Shane Dawson, who had recently made a documentary about TanaCon and his failures, on his show. It went pretty normally for about the first 40 minutes until FouseyTube showed up out of nowhere, and the two started discussing various controversies, in particular, FouseyCon, which was staged to happen very soon at the time of the podcast. By the end, Keemstar, Ice Poseidon, and Sam Pepper had all showed up to call Fousey out, and it was absolute chaos. To change things up, Adam had made this interview live to experiment and see what the fans thought, and they went insane. Watching some of the biggest names in YouTube sit in the room as two of them screamed at each other about Range Rovers was one of the biggest highlights of the year, and it went on to solidify this episode in YouTube history. At the tail end of 2018, Atlantic Records would not renew its contract with No Jumper, presumably because of the allegations from 6 months prior. This end marked more than just a severed partnership, but a complete change in No Jumper. The days of interviewing underground rap artists were mostly over, and a new age of content was on the horizon. But thankfully, the channel was still doing well monetarily. At least it was, until the adpocalypse. In 2017, a lot of advertisers pulled out of YouTube after a few controversies happened back to back, one of them involving PewDiePie and his edgy jokes. This affected many creators across the site, and some YouTubers saw a 90% decrease in ad revenue on a monthly basis. basis. For reference, before the adpocalypse hit, Adam claims the No Jumper channel was making around $50,000 a month in ad revenue alone. Afterwards, the channel got knocked down to $5,000 a month, which was obviously extremely concerning. Adam now had to diversify and find alternative ways to make money. He had noticed over the years that people were messaging him to review their SoundCloud songs, and with the live format being a success, he decided to capitalize on song reviews. Podcasts entirely went from mostly being pre-recorded to being fully live, and if anyone wanted him to review their SoundCloud, they just had to donate.
I think one of the first time, it might not have been the first time, but one time we did it, we was charging $20 a song, and we stayed on for I think 12 hours and ended up making like 10 grand or something, which is massive to me at the time. And then we just kind of evolved from there. Now we charge $120 per song. I got like a whole cast of me and my friends. We sit around, we average around $2,000 an hour, and that just was me being reactive to the fact that I had all these people sending me their music, and I was like, okay, well, if you want me to hear your fucking music, here you go.
Fans had gotten acquainted with co-hosts he regularly had on, like Cam Girl and House Phone, so the first new show was hosted by both of them. After a few episodes, Adam actually joined in, and they would officially create the second podcast on the No Jumper channel, titled The No Jumper Show. Content around this time looked drastically different than it had a few years before. Previously, longtime fans had been used to seeing underground rappers, but recent interviews had largely been about internet personalities like FaZe Banks, Boogie2988, Nerd City, and Justin Wang. Fans were starting to feel like something had changed, and the original roots of the channel were dying because Adam felt the need to stay relevant in the pop culture zeitgeist. With a mindset of never-ending expansion, the channel eventually got too many shows to keep up with. In fact, the crew of No Jumper got so many shows that they developed their own fan base. Viewers that had never even heard of Adam before were now going to watch whatever show was being hosted by the crew members. And notable crew members during this time really displayed the direction the channel was going. Examples of this include Sharp, who was a pimp, and AD, a crip. Longtime co-host House Phone had been with the podcast since its inception and was noticeably bothered by the distinct change. He would still get his own show, but got into petty disputes with the rest of the crew. No Jumper at this point had become much larger than Adam. It was less of a channel and more of a mega conglomerated pile of ooze. Original fans from the VMX days had noticed that his blog, The Come Up, has been deleted, along with the OSS store closing around the same time. To fans, it felt like they had been abandoned in exchange for whatever was getting No Jumper the most money at the moment. Adam was such a fucking leech. He truly was the worst person that could have been running the biggest BMX site of all time. The dude brought so much negativity to the sport. Maybe it was inevitable, but his personality was and is awful, and was the opposite of the friends I made while riding for the last 20 years. But Adam didn't care. Things were just getting better and better. Live streams were now averaging more than 5,000 viewers per show. No Jumper had an endless amount of content, which only multiplied on top of the pre-recorded podcast, making the channel into a money-printing machine. If there was one thing consistent about Adam, it was his consistency to make money, regardless of his moral quandary. His girlfriend Lena's channel had recently hit 1 million subs, so they would finally deliver what they had promised. This was Adam's first on-camera sex tape, but it wouldn't be the last. After this, it felt like Adam had fallen down the porn industry rabbit hole. He had admitted to having threesomes in the past, but after his tape with Lena had done amazingly well, monetarily speaking, there was no stopping him. Lena had recently announced that she was pregnant, and they unanimously decided it would be a great idea to celebrate this holy conception by having a threesome with Trisha Paytas. The video itself was released on Trisha's OnlyFans, but viewers were deeply disturbed at the fact that Lena had a threesome while she was carrying a child.
I just shot my first ever threesome from OnlyFans with my favorites. Hi! Lana and Adam.
I lived y'all dreams. I was inside the belly of the beast. Shout out Trisha Paytas, Lena the Plug. You!
For Adam, this was the match that lit the fire. After reducing himself to the point of a threesome with Trisha, all bets were off.
Yeah, when I was looking at her, I'm like, you know what? I don't feel bad about this at all. I'm definitely gonna smash
People were trying to
this.
roast you about it. I think that was okay. No.
The booty was round.
The funniest
I could
thing.
sit a cup on that.
A year after that video, Adam made Plug Talk, a focused version of No Jumper, where he and Lena would interview a porn star, then partake in adult activities on camera. Viewers would also be intrigued by thought-provoking questions and were really able to self-internalize as they watched what many considered to be the smartest podcast on the web.
Are you planning on doing all the crazy shit? You trying to do gangbangs and all this kind of stuff?
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to dip my feet in a little bit first. But yeah, I want to do BM shoots. I want to do trains. Or I guess gangbangs is probably the more technical term for it.
The show itself had an uncensored version on YouTube, but also made a very, very, very explicit version on Hub that I do not recommend watching. Adam had also started showing up a lot more on Lena's OnlyFans, posting content that some considered to be even more disturbing than the Trisha Paytas tape, and that's saying a lot. As Adam devolved deeper into the industry, No Jumper delved deeper into becoming a more shocking, controversial, tabloid-esque channel. Fights routinely broke out between guests.
Boy,
Outta
I
here.
ain't never seen no.
Who are you?
I'm Lil
Who
Kelpie.
are you? No
Kelpie
one
the
knows
pimp.
you.
Kelpie the motherfucking
Be the
pimp.
clown.
You
Outta
gotta
here.
know who I am, bro.
Outta here.
Fucking Ben Franklin knows who I am.
Outta here.
He knows who the fuck I am. I'm
You
getting
said
money
what?
every day. I said
You
Ben
said-
Franklin knows who the fuck I am.
Who you calling a
Franklin, I'm calling you a.
Sometimes even the co-hosts were the ones clashing fists.
Talk about bro. That's a.
Hey, stop playing before I smack
Hey,
the shit out you.
do it.
Hey, no. Watch out, we ain't doing that.
Hey, stop
bro.
playing before I smack the
Hey,
shit out you.
do it.
Hey, stop
bro.
playing before I smack the
Hey,
shit out you.
do it.
Hey, no. Watch out, we ain't doing that here.
As the number of shows grew, so did the number of controversies. Subjects began to revolve around what could get the most extreme reaction out of anyone involved, regardless of the harm it may do while live. Short term, this would greatly benefit the channel, but long term it would end up diluting the brand from a respectable rap podcast to a circus freak show. By 2021, it felt like No Jumper had become a full-on reality TV show. Popular topics around this time focused on gang-related content, leaning into anything about the criminal underbelly of the hip-hop world. Adam would regularly have guests from infamous gangs like the Bloods and the Crips, with him asking as many questions as possible to try and get them to talk about their criminal past. People got sick of this format pretty quickly, and even the crew started having issues. As focus shifted away from gang members, Adam found a controversial subject that would entertain more people than ever, his own crew. For the past few months, the No Jumper crew had been infighting privately about various things, and Adam saw this as potential content waiting to be used. Instead of keeping it private, he encouraged them to discuss their beef on camera, usually resulting in a screaming match or a straight-up fight. While this format of making content proved to be very popular in the short term, it eventually built a slow and gradual resentment of Adam from the entire crew and their individual fan bases. No Jumper wasn't just a podcast, it was a launching pad for his co-hosts to get their own shows and make an entire career with Adam largely out of the picture. Hip-hop fans in general started viewing No Jumper as a stain on the industry. While the crew had started to make a living off of their own shows, it also largely oversaturated the channel and confused casuals, flooding it with stuff that most people just didn't care about. The resentment shared by the crew was getting to a boiling point, but the domino that led to its true fall was Adam exposing his longtime friend Housephone. On January 18th, 2023, Adam released an episode of a show titled Sledgelords, which featured transgender model Gracie Jane. During the podcast, Jane made a suggestion to Adam, implying that she had a sexual encounter with Housephone. The clips containing House's name were edited, but very poorly done, and viewers could clearly see that she was saying his name.
Oh, come on. You've already sold out your entire life here.
Did that look down upon to expose that somebody may have been with a trans person?
Yeah, absolutely. I sign NDAs and I take them very seriously. So just letting
You
everybody
didn't
know
get one,
that.
I'm guessing?
The next day, House responded.
It's 2023, bro. No matter what is decide to do with their lives, which is nothing wrong with, by the way, I feel like my being like outed or exposed or whatever by like my home team, by people that I work with, that I see every week, bro, I'm really like, that's bothering me, bro. I'm really not gonna lie to you. And I'm not gonna sit here and lie, but I'm also not gonna sit here and like claim like everything. But just know I ain't never touched it, I ain't never sucked no, I ain't never got f***ed in that. And I'll leave it there, all right? Just know, got a little experimental at one point in life. Honest, yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest.
Semantics aside, fans felt that Adam had shed light on something that House wanted to stay private, and the two finally met up on the No Jumper show later that month. While starting out light, the conversation eventually got heated. House refused to accept Adam's apology because he didn't think he had taken accountability for it. Adam would bring up that he had paid for House's mom's funeral, another private detail that it can be assumed House didn't want anyone to know, and then this happened.
Are you actually acting like I have some kind of disrespect for your mom when
You're
I
disrespectful as I paid for the
First of all-
funeral as soon as it happened just because.
The two eventually squashed their beef in the public eye, but there was no repairing the damage this had caused. Housephone quit a few weeks later, and many attributed Adam exposing him to be the main reason why. Many of the fans turned on Adam after this, and even the crew as a whole started to view his ego as a major problem. This continued until February, when they finally had enough.
I just feel like at a certain point, if you allow somebody to talk through all of their feelings,
You don't need to say this again.
No.
I already said what I'm going to say.
No.
Lush. There was
Be
no
fair.
chance in hell.
because I'm not gonna have y'all just sit here and harp on the same point over and over.
You're not even letting me talk.
No, because you guys are saying the same over and over. I told you what it is. This is my podcast, and I'm willing to hear out other people's opinions. But if your opinion is that I should have sat there and took that, get the fuck out of here. It's not happening.
It's my podcast. Now you're going, it's my podcast.
It is my podcast.
It's my podcast. I do what I want.
That is kind of the gist of it.
I just feel like he would have been more receptive to additional.
Well, we get.
Adam22 could see that the majority of his crew had turned and wanted to do some restructuring. Out of nowhere, he fired his most prominent member, Lush, live on the show.
You lied to me.
What?
You lied to me, Lush.
About what?
What I just tried to talk to you about in the hall?
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing.
Well, I got confirmation from a bunch of different people.
Nah, fool.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. And it looks funnier the more you lie. Bro, I've talked to you about talking in the fucking Discord and saying crazy shit, but I never knew that you were this fucking loony with it, bro.
Yes.
You're what? You're sorry?
Nah, like, I don't, like, I didn't say anything.
No, you said a lot of shit. Like direct quotes of shit that I said only to you because I fucking trusted you.
I didn't say that shit.
I honestly think, at least for now, maybe we could come to the bottom of this at some point, but it's probably better that you just leave.
All right, man.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect this to be a narrative that was taking place today, but we got to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just super disappointed. Okay. You guys can end the stream or whatever, but...
After this clip surfaced, fans were outraged and also confused. The narrative that had been circling around the fan base felt like it was finally becoming true. Adam's ego had gotten so big that he had fired a prominent crew member live on the show for seemingly no reason. AD, what most considered to be No Jumper's second in command, went on stream the next day, clarifying why Lush got fired and why he wasn't happy.
I get a couple of hit-ups. Hey, Lush is in the Discord saying you got cut. Damn. Adam about to replace you. He don't like your same 4 jokes that you be saying and a plethora of other things. So I'm like, what? I was trying to keep shit cool, girl. I'm trying to be cool about the whole situation. You feel me? On some business type shit. So I'm like, so Adam is sitting there talking about me behind my back. I thought you my brother. You supposed to have love for me. I thought we was like this. If you had a problem with me in any type of way, you could have came up to me and said some shit to me. Have I not proved my loyalty enough?
AD also commented on how No Jumper had recently interviewed Destiny with infamous neo-Nazi Richard Spencer, a sign of how much No Jumper had changed from its inception.
Richard Spencer, former neo-Nazi, you know what I'm saying? He does the stream with him, Adam, and Destiny. I don't think nothing of it. I'll get some phone calls for some people, you know, in the industry that are African-American that hit me like, hey, I don't appreciate Adam platforming this guy. And I'm like, who is this guy? So I start getting links and everything like that, and I'm paying attention. I'm like, oh, hold up. What is this doing interviewing this? Now, I understand completely to say, oh, bro, you sat down with Nick Fuentes and all that. Even with the Nick Fuentes shit, I was not fully aware of everything that was going on. And I feel like at least if you're going to talk to somebody like that, have an African-American with you in the interview to give some type of pushback when it comes down to that.
After this stream, AD, T-Rel, Duno, and Smack would all quit, leaving No Jumper with a huge fracture in its content. All of these people were important to the brand and hosted shows that could have been on their own channels in terms of view count. Many believed that because of Adam's ego and unwillingness to take accountability, he had lost almost all of the key figureheads that kept the show going. The channel itself then experienced a very noticeable decline, going from 28 million views a month all the way down to 9. This was the last straw for the remains of longtime fans, and they had had enough. Sure, Adam had a ton of money, he had achieved everything he wanted to with the brand, but perhaps he overestimated the importance of his own contributions and underestimated the talent of his co-hosts. It was starting to get lonely at the top. Congrats, Adam, you had everything you've ever wanted. Hope it was worth losing all of your friends. The fact that this conversation was used as content says a ton. The friendship was doomed to fail. If anyone's life
Excellent work, my son.
Good to see old Orpheus. I'm guessing not.
So, Zagreus, how's it going with that pact of punishment you signed?
I'll fight my way out of this place or earn it.
You are delusional. I'll never understand you or your father.
I do indeed. Some water-dwelling beast for you, good chef. Till next time.
What news of late about Eurydice, my
I knew she was a talented musician, mate, but
How very understandable indeed.
I'm working on it, mate.
Life should be permanently altered. It should be Adam and his reputation. I am so glad that House Phone stood up for himself. Be careful what you wish for. For the second time in his career, Adam's past would resurface. On March 15th, 2023, an Instagram group of amateur predator catchers called the Official Perv Busters uploaded multiple videos from a now deleted episode of the No Jumper podcast. In these, one of the members mentioned Adam's previous allegations of SA and pedophilia to the host of the show.
So what's up with these allegations of Adam with a 16-year-old?
Nah, come on, bro. We can't do that, man.
What you mean we can't do that?
Come on,
but
bro.
wait, no. I'll be a hypocrite if I don't address it.
Man, come on,
But I'll be a hypocrite if I don't address it though. Especially with.
Oh, man, like, just up to, come on, bro. We can't come on.
I'm just saying. Hey, Flacco. Wait, Flacco. I'll be a hypocrite if I don't address it. When you know what I do.
The two would go back and forth, with the host Flacco essentially saying to stop talking about it, with little success. The perv buster kept pushing. Almost immediately, the tension in the room was palpable. Everyone on the crew knew what he was talking about. Flacco would end the stream, and the only thing they could do was wait. Eventually, Adam showed up and confronted the perv buster.
So look, bro, I'm a perv buster. I catch online fouls. So we talking about the whole lust situation and everything, but I'll be a hypocrite if I don't address the situation that happened with you.
There is no situation for me.
The one where you was messing with the 16-year-old girl?
Never happened. What do you think happened? The article says
I'm going
she
on.
was 19 when I met her.
She was 19 when you met her?
Yeah. The article says it.
So, but what did you say?
I said that I spoke to her on the phone when she was 16 before I realized that she was.
That's how we catch them.
She didn't even know that she was doing something fucked up.
It don't even matter, but that's how we catch them.
You feel like you were gonna come on my platform and expose me though? Like,
no, it was just in the midst of the conversation. It was in the midst of, he didn't, it's not on him on nothing. It was in the midst of the conversation.
You on my platform and spread lies like that?
Lies?
Lies.
Is it lies?
You could have done some research and figured out anything.
Did you talk to her when you were 16?
For like 5 minutes when I was 21. I'm 39.
You wasn't 23?
I might have been 21, right? So
How you don't know? How you don't know if you was 21? It still happened though, but we can't take that jacket off. We can't take that jacket off for nobody.
Right? You gotta go.
All right, man. No. Let's go. Look, yeah. Yeah, season 6.
The clip itself immediately exploded, getting almost 100,000 likes on Twitter. Drama Alert also covered the story, and eventually everyone was talking about it. With the recent fallout of the crew, it felt like Adam was finally getting his comeuppance, with some even celebrating. 2 days after the video dropped, Lil Pump, the guy Adam had gone on tour with all those years ago, came out and accused Adam of sleeping with 16-year-olds on tour.
Adam was f***ing girls that was the same age as me when I was 16. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? You are a straight p***o. So, you know what? I'm gonna leave that p*** over there.
That same day, Adam went on the Joe Budden podcast. For the first 30 minutes, he answered questions relating to the drama involving his crew, but then Joe started asking him about the allegations from years ago, which had recently resurfaced.
Back in the day when I think I was like 21, 22, I had met a girl on a message board at the time, right? It was like an old like punk message board, basically. You know, I knew other people that knew her and stuff, so I thought that it was all good. We started chatting a little bit. We get on the phone. She lived in Canada, right? And so then she tells me once we hop on the phone that she's actually 16. And so my response to that, even at that time, even at 22, I did the right thing. Obviously, like getting on the phone in the first place is bad, but I did the right thing. I said, hey, I know this isn't that big a deal to you because it's legal where you're from, but it's a big deal where I'm from. So that's it.
It felt like this time, the accusations wouldn't just slip away. The amount of vocal outcry when they resurfaced cannot be overstated. If 2018 was a ripple, 2023 was a tsunami. In the wake of controversy and allegations, individuals often find themselves seeking solace and refuge, retreating from public scrutiny and turning their focus inward. Such was the case for Adam after it seemed like his reputation was permanently tarnished. He decided to embrace a period of seclusion, using this time to collect his brand and reevaluate his strategy. As a result, the critically acclaimed show, Plug Talk, became his refuge, a platform through which he could redirect his energies and captivate audiences with compelling narratives and thought-provoking discussions.
My first scene was with Jake Adams, rest in peace. He died last year. So it's always like crazy when people ask me about, you know, my first scene, but like he beat the shit out of me. Like it was crazy. Like we were on FaceTime with my mom, like while he had the Hitachi.
Wait,
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Have you always known that you had that superpower?
No, I'd only one time before, and then in my first scene ever, I was just. And Riley pulled me aside. He was like, "That's gonna be your thing."
You weren't trying, just and you had no idea this was gonna happen, and then somehow it was so much better than all the regular.
I think it was being on camera.
Really?
I like being watched, and it's so weird that that's like a fetish for me, considering I'm so like to myself.
Yeah.
But I guess it's on camera. Like it's just there's something about it.
Wow, that's super interesting. So
Yeah.
does it feel like peeing?
No, it actually doesn't.
Fans of the Plug Talk show had largely been separated from No Jumper and had accepted Adam into their embrace. To them, he was a fallen angel in need of guidance and still needed their support, which they would give in the comments. We love a women that know what they want and are honestly about it. You mingle to me. I love it. While Adam was doing Plug Talk, he still missed doing No Jumper full-time and wanted a way to keep maximizing the amount of money he was making. Not only that, but he had a reputation to fix. He had a clout ladder to climb. He needed to think of some way to money max, while also minimizing the amount of people that talked about his resurfaced allegations. On June 27th, Lena would make an announcement on Twitter saying, "It finally happened."
Hey guys, guess who I'm shooting with today? It's finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were going to do that.
Adam had officially reached ground zero status. The tweet itself got an insane amount of attention, getting almost 50,000 likes and a slew of replies filled with exactly what you would expect people to say. Everyone would have a good laugh calling Adam a Little did they know, this became much more than a viral tweet or moment. Adam responded a day later.
So I've been with my girl for 7 years. We just got married. We're not in an open relationship, but from a perspective, we shoot with other girls, stuff like that, right?
But no other guys busted her, you know?
Well, you guessed it. Over the weekend,
Something like that happened.
she filmed her first ever scene with another man.
I know you was mad. You was angry.
I agreed to it, so I wasn't. I say
but-
angry might not be the word.
But you was kind of like disappointed a little bit. Like, you vibe like her, that's your sitch.
You know, I agreed to it.
hood.
She gave me a lot of outs on the way in. Like, she
Yeah.
kind of kept telling me, like, if you don't want me to, I won't do it. You know?
Said no.
I said that I wanted
You
her to
already
do
got
it. I'm
millions
like,
on top of millions of dollars, Adam. You didn't do that.
fair enough. But I
Come
told her,
on,
I'm like, I think you should do it. Let's get it out
All
the way.
right, so how do you vibe about it now?
She's
Do I need
32.
to get you an old English?
No. Yeah, I don't need to drown the pain in Old English. But I was kind of surprised because I feel like I can like intellectualize it, and from my perspective, I don't think it should be a big deal. But then after she actually did it, I'm not gonna lie, I did feel kind of awe.
Oh,
You know,
neighborhood
a
crib,
little bit of that
like,
feeling
oh,
in the belly,
See,
you know?
on wood, like, goddamn, like by real,
Yeah.
they're like, goddamn, like,
So the roasting continued. Several tweets were doing numbers at this point, and the memes were becoming bigger and bigger. Adam 22 makes enough money for his wife to retire, by the way. She just enjoys getting detonated by other fellas too much to stop. Adam still had not given a reason as to why this was the exact moment Lena had decided to do with another man, so he elaborated the next day.
The reality is that her career has been, you know, helped by me for sure, but also held back by me to a certain extent because of the fact that we would only shoot together. And
Take a man to realization.
the number one thing that she gets asked, that she gets requested, whatever, is they want to see her shoot with another guy.
Viewers speculated that because of the recent breakup at No Jumper, Adam and Lena had become strapped for cash and needed other ways to make money. Despite a noticeable drop-off after the split, this most likely was not the reason. No Jumper was likely still making around $100,000 a month from AdSense alone, and unless Adam was in severe debt to one of his gang member associates, there was no way he was strapped for cash. On July 2nd, Adam wrote the tweet that essentially served as a catalyst for the situation to go nuclear. It's officially been a week since I let my wife do another guy. I felt a little jealous at first, but overall it wasn't that big of a deal. She's watched me sleep with hundreds of girls and it's never affected our relationship. Sleeping with that gentleman has been amazing for both her career and our business at Plug Talk Show. Overall, I'm glad we did it, and I'm happy to report her vagina has returned to its original pre-BBC size. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially over. With over 36 million views and 30,000 likes, it's safe to say that this tweet officially marks the start of a new era for Adam. The era. Thousands of people replied disgusted with pretty much everything he said. Even low-tier God, the man infamous for his trash talk and blunt attitude, responded in disbelief. It felt like Adam was starting a humiliation ritual, and everyone was invited. Infamous banned YouTuber Leafy would respond with, "Whatever helps you sleep at night," starting a reply chain. How many partners have you had? No offense, but you resemble some sort of botched attempt. Not sure why this app has given you the confidence to be critical of anyone else's life choices. Generally speaking, I'm just ignoring the hate right now, but Leafy pretending he's in a position to judge anyone else's sex life cannot stand. Later that day, Adam continued to feed the flames. Kind of weird how calling me a is supposed to offend me. I saw the video of my wife getting plowed and I thought it was pretty hot. That makes me a so be it. Videos were also starting to pop up of Lena actively embracing the attention, whether it be negative or more negative. The memes surrounding this were starting to hit critical mass. It felt like at this point, literally everyone was talking about it. Seeing all the attention and views this was getting, Adam started machine gun firing tweets off to bait out more replies, making sure to always include the OnlyFans link so he could maximize profits at every turn. I wasn't born with the strength required to let another dude bang my wife. It takes hours upon hours in the gym to gain this kind of strength. Weak men will never understand. Why do people keep tweeting this at me? I don't get it.
Yo, what's up? Quick story time. Yo, this one time, I get this random message on Twitter. They're like, "Hey Jason, my wife's a big fan. She wants to shoot a movie with you. What are your movie filming rates?" I'm like, "Yeah, just 4K. He's like, "Okay, that's fine, we'll give you 10. I'm like, "All right, cool." So I go there and I shoot the film with the woman. I dropped some severe glizzy destruction on her, and the husband is recording this, right? I'm like, this is weird as shit. I'm like, some people, I never understood it, right? Nonetheless, so I dropped the glizzy on the woman or whatever. So she dropping the go 3,000 and she's saying, hey little man, you like that? He was like, "Yes, ma'am."
On June 13th, Lena the Plug's video was finally uploaded to her OF, and the reaction from Twitter was apocalyptic. To give a scale, some of the biggest accounts on the site were tweeting reactions of the video with nothing but text. No other context, just something along the lines of, "God damn, he f***ed the shit out of Adam 22 wife, had her biting the bed sheets, had her screaming." Adam kept continuing the trend of forced embarrassment, tweeting self-deprecating pictures, and even making a video where he supposedly gave Lena a brand new Lamborghini in exchange for the video.
Okay, Lena, I'm so proud of you doing your first ever BBC scene that I decided that I wanted to get you a little something nice. Open your eyes.
What? This? For me? Oh my god!
By now, Adam being a had become a mainstream meme, and even more popular than the allegations from before, and everyone wanted to interview them about it. Lena and Adam appeared on several streams and podcasts, with the most infamous being Andrew Tate's show. To regular viewers, it seemed like Adam had fully given up any shred of self-respect he had left, and just wanted money. In a way, the entire situation personified how and why Adam would get as popular as he did. It didn't matter how he got attention. Once he figured out a thing that attracted people, he would do it, and not stop, continually running whatever it was into the ground over and over until it had fully run its course before moving on to the next corpse.
I mean, I knew it was gonna be viral with like my fans, the No Jumper fans, maybe in like hip hop. I guess I didn't understand that it was gonna be insanely viral for like everybody in the whole fucking world, because it just like, this has probably been one of the most viral things her and I have ever been a part of. There was a dollar amount that I had in mind that she was gonna make from doing this. Yeah. I can say that now that dollar amount seems like a fucking joke.
They made that shit in pre-sale.
And it's not even coming out for another 10 days.
That's what I said.
Other people, while agreeing that money was a contributing factor, didn't think it was the main reason he had done this. Many noticed that this cuck saga had suspiciously occurred right after Adam's allegations had resurfaced, and this time they had an actual bite to them. With no proof or validity, it was suspicious nonetheless of if this was true, but whether this was a cynical plan by Adam, or it kind of fell into his lap, it definitely worked. People had gone from trying to cancel Adam just a few months ago to laughing at him all day and calling him a... To most, this would feel like it was career-ending no matter what, but to Adam, profiting off of your wife getting porked by a 6'7" Hulk was just a walk in the park. Anything that wasn't illegal was fair game to him, and continues to be in the present. As the meme started to die down, Adam even tried to keep the controversy going by acting like he's finally mad at the dude who tried to, or I shouldn't say tried to, successfully got with his wife on video, and it seems like it's actually working for the most part. To his credit, the dude is a genius marketer. He knows how to get attention. The Cuck saga will likely continue as long as it gets views and people keep buying Lena's OnlyFans. Regardless, Adam will probably never be able to repair his reputation, and this is what he's going to be known for years after the meme is fizzled out. Then again, considering he's the #1 search result on the #1 adult video site in the world, and by some estimates, him and Lena have made well over $1 million from this venture, he probably doesn't care. There is an idea of an Adam Grand Mason, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real him, only an entity, something illusory. And although he can hide his cold gaze, and you can shake his hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you can even sense your lifestyles are probably comparable, he is simply not there. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
I'm not dodging it. I'll talk to him.
Oh!
How was that, man? What's going on, dude?
Oh! No!
What are you lying about this shit? What?
It popped off. What happened?
Calm down. Ludwig, you can get in here and maybe clarify considering.
Oh, he's bringing in Lud. It's 2-on-1.
that.
X is done. It's too late. He's fumbled it. If I send him the clip now, Hassan has built up enough moral foundation that he can talk his way out of it. There's no way that X can come back in this debate. It's over, dude. He's.
No Jumper is one of the most influential podcasts of all time. From its origins of Most of the more unhinged guests on Dr. Phil are presumed to be mentally ill, though they often lack a clear diagnosis to explain their strange behavior. That's true of Sexy Vegan, and yes, that is his legal name, though I refuse to refer to him as Sexy, lest anyone think that's my personal opinion on the matter, so in an act of civil disobedience, I'll be referring to him as Hans, which is the name he was given at birth. Hopefully, he can find it in his heart to forgive me. Hans appeared on Dr. Phil in 2017. Well, it was more like his mother, Susan, appeared on the show on his behalf. Susan's husband was wealthy, and she received an $11 million inheritance after his passing. The problem is, she was regularly spending hundreds of thousands of that inheritance on Hans. Even though he was in his mid-30s, he refused to work to earn a living, since he considered himself above a normal job. He was, quote, too talented and beautiful for a 9-to-5. At the same time, he insisted on residing in Hollywood, so those exorbitant living expenses were falling on her to cover. Susan certainly wasn't helping the situation, though. She also bought him multiple cars and condos just because he requested it. She clearly didn't know how to set up boundaries between her life and that of her son. However, the situation was far more bizarre than simply some lazy bum of a guy mooching off his rich mother. Hans's mother was actually subsidizing him being a nuisance to society. Tens of thousands of dollars had gone to paying bond and legal fees for Hans's favorite pastime, getting arrested. She had bailed him out of jail multiple times across 15 different arrests for offenses such as possessing ecstasy, making threats, breaking into a dog pound, and whipping it out to urinate in front of a crowd of people. Sounds like a normal day in Hollywood. However, in Hans's opinion, his arrests for those incidents were undeserved, and that's partially why he thought his mother was obliged to pay his bail. The authorities were targeting him for no reason, and the onus was on her to liberate him from his unjust oppression. Other than being arrested, his hobbies include prancing around Hollywood half naked and scribbling chicken scratch all over the walls of the condos his mom bought for him. He holds a grandiose image of himself as some kind of messiah or exceptional person, which is the main reason he's propelled to do these things. For example, a point he harps on is having received the highest score in Hot or Not history when he was 26, as if it were some kind of official achievement. Whether this is true or not, he also owns tons of mirrors and brings them around with him everywhere so he can check himself out. He's made sporadic attempts at earning an honest living, such as trying to launch a dating website, which his mom spent 100 grand on advertising for. He's also written 2 novels. One, called The Adventures of Fargo Lefty, features a character who is basically a self-insert of sexy vegan. The concerning part is that this character buys a gun and starts unaliving people who mistreat animals. The second book, After Death, details the story of Dante Bish, an inventor who improves upon the design of toilets and becomes wealthy after the masses adopt his new innovative model. Using his riches, Bish contributes to environmental causes and promotes veganism. By the way, Bish is also a fallen angel who was sent to Earth by God due to his failure to adhere to a vegan diet. So he does this all to make amends for his grave sin of not being an epic vegan. That brings me to the obvious points, that a big part of Sexy Vegan shtick is veganism. I mean, it's written on the guy's face. I don't know why it is that, while not all vegans are insane, the most insane people are often vegan. It's nothing short of intriguing to observe how he adamantly upholds this specific principle while displaying erratic behavior on all other fronts, to the point where he starved himself in jail when there's no vegan food available. Though if he is indeed mentally ill, this kind of cognitive dissonance is par for the course. On that point, Vegan's own appearance on Dr. Phil was quite brief, because as soon as they brought him on, he started moonwalking and yelling obscenities.
I am the beautiful vegan Messiah. I was just like my dad, okay? 10 luxury cars. My dad told me I had the same name as him until I legally changed it. My mom did not bail me out of jail when she knew I was innocent. I'm liberating over 70 billion pigs in cages so small they cannot move for years. My mom's a sociopathic piece of... I have the highest score in Hot or Not history. I got 9.99 out of 10 after 327 women rated me. Let's see your talent. Let's see your talent, you ugly piece of...
Okay, stop.
He ended up coming back on the show roughly 3 months later, and the discussion was a little bit more productive that time, mostly owed to the fact that Hans had been working with a psychiatrist Dr. Phil provided. During those months, Mr. Vegan had managed to stay out of trouble with the law, and things were looking up. His mother also acknowledged that she had been financially incentivizing these endeavors, thereby enabling them, and she seemed to have agreed to stop. However, the psychiatrist didn't have anything to mention regarding what mental illness could possibly be afflicting Hans, except for anxiety. Hans doesn't have schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or anything you might have expected. Dr. Phil thought he could be suffering from a personality disorder, what with all the delusions of grandeur and antisocial behaviors, but that's it. I honestly have a hard time believing that what you see is how this guy naturally is, and maybe it's the case that the psychiatrist was unable to be thorough, or Sexy Vegan suffered some kind of brain damage from his prior drug abuse. In any case, Hans didn't continue to improve after his last appearance on Dr. Phil. In fact, it seems he's exclusively gotten worse since then. It's unclear if his mom is still bankrolling his reign of terror, but I mean, someone is if he's still got a pulse, because I can assure you that anybody with the name Sexy Vegan is definitely not employed. Even if Hans wanted to work, which he evidently doesn't, there's no way he could hold down a job. Unfortunately, there have been plenty of new developments in his story. In 2019, he was arrested for having his pit bull lick his butt, filming it, and then posting the video online. So much for putting a stop to animal cruelty. He pled no contest to the charges, was put on probation, and was given community service. His dogs were also thankfully taken out of his possession. His side of the story is that it's a double standard that people can keep animals in cages, but he isn't allowed to, you know, do what he did.
I'm innocent of all the charges. I would never abuse an animal. Society is so screwed up. It's okay to keep animals in cages so small they cannot move for 2.5 years. Right. Yeah, a dog licking my butt on Twitter, that's the end of the world. When
Even in light of this bad publicity, he ran for president in the 2020 election. This endeavor was accompanied by some public speeches in his usual manner of stopping his car in the middle of busy traffic and then jumping on top of it. Yes, that's something he regularly does. In this video, he gives a very moving speech about his campaign promises, such as changing the national flag and building more public restrooms, and strangely enough, he claims to be endorsed by NPR. He reiterates his usual God complex spiel that, quote, "You are looking at the greatest living being that has ever lived." How eloquent. Then a cop car shows up and he hops back in his absolutely busted whip and speeds off. It's actually quite an impressive maneuver, but I guess he's used to doing this by now. Unfortunately, not all of his speeches have been as polite and inspirational as that one. During 2020, he would ironically be arrested yet again for mistreating animals. His pet rabbit had suffered severe injuries that were allegedly inflicted by him. His bail was set at $20,000, but he's clearly out on the streets again being a menace to society. So someone had to have bailed him out. What happened with these charges is currently unknown. Sexy Vegan is currently running for president again in the 2024 election and has an impressive social media presence to go along with his campaign. In fact, the Sexy Vegan Instagram account is currently sitting at a whopping 1.6 million followers. It's unclear if those followers are botted or what, but it's a sight to behold nonetheless. In any case, his posts consist of pictures of him wearing women's clothes and screenshots of profound Mark Twain quotes. His Instagram bio reads, "Please leave caps off and don't use dog poo bags so you don't trap insects. Flush the poo down the toilet instead. No stink in trash." This is actually quite an important point to him. He's drawn diagrams about this issue, and we see it pop up again on this website for his presidential run. On that website, there's a paragraph written about, among many other things, the importance of leaving the caps off plastic bottles and not using doggy bags so insects don't get trapped in them and die. His obsession with veganism apparently extends to a preoccupation with the suffering of insects as well, if that's even a thing. The universal law of karma dictates that you reap what you sow, not necessarily in real time or even in this particular known existence. Oprah has contended, and she was the person who established the career of Dr. Phil, and she met Dr. Phil when the meat industry was suing her for defamation, and Dr. Phil posted me to his social media in 2018 on Oprah's birthday, and Oprah told Dr. Oz, who resembles me, that she didn't believe in coincidences because there are too many. Please do not use dog poo bags because they are mutually disadvantageous because they trap insects and cause unpleasant odor in both the transient receptacle as well as on their way to pollute landfills. Please flush down the toilets or use fertilizer on the soil. Please do not use single-use intended plastic bottles, but if you do, then leave caps off because insects go in because they are thirsty, and when you put the caps back on, then throw it away, the insect is trapped in there and suffers until they slowly die. There is a better way if you listen to me. I notice things that pass others by. True empathy is not telling others what they want to hear, because you know it will go over well. True empathy is ending suffering even if people who lack the empathy to understand what you were doing not only don't give you the credit for your noble work, but insult and call you crazy. I currently live in an electric house and own an electric car. I do not drink, smoke, or use any illicit drugs, and I recycle everything. His other policy positions include legalizing prostitution, drugs, and public nudity, making animal testing illegal, and banning Wikipedia. Dog waste shall also be flushed down the toilet as a matter of vegan law. Among other things, his site also has a page for pictures of him and his butt. In fact, he has a strange but consistent fascination with his own. He's put out multiple albums where the cover art is just a picture of his, quote, heavenly cheeks. By the way, the track names on these albums are truly something else. For example, every now and then, I wear panties. His obsession extends to the unhinged videos on his YouTube channel, like this one describing how, after going to the bathroom, he washed his behind 100 times by splashing toilet water on it with his hand, which might tie back to the futuristic toilet technology in his previously mentioned novel. Perhaps backside hygiene is another hot-button issue for him. Will we receive a rousing speech on the matter one day? Who knows? This is unrelated, but here I was thinking I knew something about making good videos, and Sexy Vegan crushes my self-esteem.
Sexy Vegan, so I got so angry earlier because I was in front of Hyde for a little bit, but it wasn't really gone. So I went with this mirror with some stuff on it. My chair at the Gnu Brow, right? Okay, so I'm hanging out in front of Hyde, and
I thought the hooks on my videos were compelling, but zam! That cold open on his long, slender legs just blows everything I've done out of the water. I've never been so immediately engaged in a video in my entire life. Now, jokes aside, since Hans' own agency is up for debate in all this, the responsibility falls on those around him, like his mother, to get help. At this point, he's 40 years old, so any improvement in his life will never start magically coming about on its own. Whether his family already tried and failed to help him, or his mother decided to continue her habit of financing him is currently unknown. Let's just hope that, at the very least, he doesn't commit any more offenses against animals. Out of anyone, you'd think the last person I'd have to say that about is a guy named Sexy Vegan, but here we are. Faking cancer is probably one of the most frowned upon things you can do that's still technically legal, right up there with being a furry. And even though it's such an egregious offense, it seems to be the go-to move for attention seekers and sympathy cravers nationwide, as well as the plot of It's Always Sunny episodes. It's surprising that they always opt for cancer considering the kind of proof that's necessary to verify that claim, though pathological liars tend to not be the most forward-thinking people out there. A woman named Jessica went on Dr. Phil in 2015 to talk about her mother, Patricia, who was telling people she had stage 3 brain cancer, and she wasn't just making this claim to those around her. She'd even talked about her supposedly impending doom to the local news.
My mother did a local news story telling everyone that she had stage 3 cancer, that she was going to die.
Except, according to her daughter, Patricia was lying. She allegedly had a history of faking medical conditions ever since Jessica was little. After she and her siblings had gone to counselors at school about some kind of situation at home, CPS got involved. Patricia supposedly was aggravated by her and her siblings snitching, as it were, and put them in foster care. However, it seems she regretted this because during supervised visits, she pretended to have a limp from suffering a minor stroke to garner sympathy from her children. But she screwed up by mixing up which side the limp was supposed to be on. Among her claims now were that she had 17 strokes, had undergone chemo and brain surgery for the cancer, which included having her face, jaw, and ear surgically removed and replaced, that plates were put in her head, that she flatlined twice, and that she had collapsed lungs at one point.
When I first woke up from surgery, I had no memory. I was very scared when I found out I may not have much time. They said I wasn't going to walk again, I wasn't going to talk again. I had to learn everything over again.
She also made the astounding claim that she had lost 100 pounds while being in the hospital for a week, which is just, wow. That sounds like a killer clickbait ad for a sketchy website. This ugly son of a bitch lost 100 pounds in 6 days, and basically, you're fucking stupid. She added to her status of an absolute specimen and freak of nature by claiming to be a world champion weightlifter with 12 world records, in spite of having strokes around the clock, or whatever else. Derek from More Place, More Dates needs to get in touch with this lady so he can make a video called "Not Having Brain Cancer is Killing Your Gains." Now, she did indeed have a couple of medals from lifting meets in the States, but yeah, nothing suggests that she's a world champion. However, that didn't stop her from touting the claim to attract even more attention and praise.
Altogether, I have 12 records. People are so shocked, and they come up and say to me, you have been through brain surgery, you've been through chemo, and you're lifting all this weight. Every time I go to my doctor's appointment, they say, we don't know why you're still here. You are a living dead girl.
In her desperation, Jessica went to Dr. Phil so that Patricia could be confronted with her lies.
I cannot let my mom lie like this. I've told her to stop. I've confronted her with doctors, and I can't do it anymore. So I decided to write the Dr. Phil show because my mom wants attention. She wants a show. Then let's give her a show.
Dr. Phil revealed to Patricia what she already knew, that there was nothing in her medical records to substantiate any of her myriad of claims, save for the fact that she did indeed have brain surgery, but it wasn't for brain cancer. He also brought up another issue at hand, the fact that, according to Jessica, Patricia's home was filthy. Jessica was worried about her brother's health and safety, as well as those of the pets residing in the house. Dr. Phil sent a specialist that confirmed it was a hazardous environment to live in by analyzing air and surface samples taken from the home. As for the motive behind all of these shenanigans, her daughter thought Patricia could be doing this to collect donations. And of course, the extreme nature of her claims naturally attract attention, sympathy, and praise. As for what happened to her ever since, it actually isn't clear. But maybe she's contracted a terminal case of foot fungus or something, so keep her in your prayers, guys. You've probably seen stories in the news about female teachers getting caught sleeping with their male students before. Arguably, the strangest part of the phenomenon is how it's consistently treated like a casual occurrence, or even something to be celebrated for the underage victim, no matter how young they are. It's quite a disturbing topic, and luckily we won't technically be talking about a case of an adult taking advantage of someone who is under the age of consent today. However, this is a case of an educator abusing their position and subsequently getting arrested and criminally charged for it. Not only that, the incident was filmed and spread around the school. Meanwhile, the teacher tried to sue the victim's mother. In 2014, 29-year-old Tanya Ramirez got involved with a 17-year-old student named Tristan. He was not in her class, but he did indeed attend the school she worked at. To clarify, the age of consent in Texas is 17. However, it's still illegal for students and teachers to get together for obvious reasons. However, as it turns out, it wasn't immediately apparent to Tanya why such an engagement would be wrong. Tanya initially claimed Tristan was the one to pursue her, but Tristan revealed that, through a mutual friend, Tanya had informed him that she thought he was cute and that he should get her number, and that's how they first got in touch over text. That same friend allegedly also got with Miss Ramirez, though she denied this. They would end up talking for 4 weeks, exchanging over 300 texts, until, as Tanya puts it, things got more flirtatious. Some of their text exchanges were shared on the show. Tanya: maxed out on squat and sumo deadlift today. I'm sore already. I need a massage bad. Tristan: well, I'm good at massages, so... OMG, I'm so down. Me too. Yay, I can't wait. Tanya: you don't text me back. When you see me, you don't say anything, so what's up? Tristan: haha, same with you, and okay, promise I'll talk to you next time. That's on you. I'm not forcing you to do or say anything. You just gotta let me know what you want. I'm going out of my way to text you first or go out of my way to see you, but I won't if that's not what you want. I will. You will what? That didn't answer my text. I do want this is what I'm saying. Well, I'm beyond glad to hear that. Tanya, I haven't asked you, but how old are you? 17, haha. Haha, when's your B-day? March 24th. Oh, ugh. That's a long time before you're 18. Yeah, I know. I couldn't even talk to you after school without someone coming up to us. Felt like we were being watched. Haha, haha, I know, OMG. Do you have a girlfriend? Gotta ask that, cause I got played big time by you-know-who. Lol. Lol, no I don't. She explained that this last exchange had to do with another student. Tanya would end up inviting Tristan over to her house one night at 2 a.m., and you can imagine how that played out. She weirdly smirks as she talks to Dr. Phil about how they immediately went to the bedroom when Tristan arrived, which she claims was her idea. The complicating factor was that he recorded a short 10-second video of their encounter on his phone, which he did because his friend wanted proof. But in his drunken stupor, he claims he accidentally sent the clip in a group chat of a bunch of his friends. Imagine being in that group chat. Actually, on second thought, that video probably wasn't that much more confounding and unexplainable than the things you MFers send in your group chats. But that's for the next video. Meanwhile, Tanya felt that the video being leaked wasn't accidental, and that she had been set up by Tristan, whose intent from the beginning was to publicize himself getting with a teacher.
You think it was like a trophy thing?
Correct. Like he wanted some kind of recognition after, sleeping with a teacher.
She was also mad that he basically hit it and quit it and didn't communicate with her after the fact.
The next day, just one text in the morning, and that was it.
What was that text?
He texted me that he had a great night, or it was great, or something in that matter. And then I text back that yes, it was. That maybe we could do it again.
Obviously, their relationship was exposed once a concerned parent found the video and brought it to the attention of the principal. As for Tanya, she found out about the video for the first time when her mother's co-worker's niece showed it to them, so she had to watch this thing with her mother. Yikes! And I thought a teacher having OnlyFans was embarrassing. Concerningly enough, Tanya said she did Tristan a favor by making him more popular around school, and claimed this event led to him being named Homecoming King. Getting in trouble with the law was apparently quite the shock to Tanya, who thought that something like this was only grounds to be fired from her job, but not a criminal offense.
You say you didn't know it was wrong.
Well, I'm saying I didn't think it was legally wrong. I know, obviously, with my profession, I crossed the boundary with the contract that I signed. But legally, I didn't think I would be classified as a felon being charged with having sex with a consenting adult.
She pled guilty to the charge regarding Tristan and pled no contest to another charge of doing similar with another student. Though on the show, she denied her guilt for that charge, only accepting it for the sake of a plea deal. Tanya defended her actions to Dr. Phil by claiming that Tristan should be considered an adult and that he knew what he was doing, and that she was the real victim here because he recorded her without her knowledge. Her story doesn't bode well when you consider she initiated all their interactions, and the video wouldn't have been recorded if she didn't do this in the first place. Obviously, this became a big case in the local media at the time, which resulted in Tristan's mom calling Tanya a sexual predator in the news, which Tanya found to be inaccurate slander. As a result of this, she sued Tristan's mom for defamation, once again turning the tables on her victim. They clearly had animosity towards one another on the show, as when Tanya said the video went viral, Tristan's mom remarked that it wasn't that widespread because, quotes, it wasn't that good.
The video went viral. So obviously,
viral. It wasn't that good. It was only 10 seconds, baby. It was only 10 seconds. And I don't even really feel like I have to.
This woman's got some crazy one-liners.
And your client was doing a booty call at 2 o'clock in the morning, having sex with my son.
What a demented situation. In accord with how these cases are usually treated, Dr. Phil was also cracking jokes and the audience was laughing during the whole show.
You said he had the phone in his pocket?
some on the pocket, on somewhere where he was in his grasp to reach.
Because he didn't have any pockets at the time, did he? I mean, you made a big point that he was not in your class. You weren't teaching him.
Right, he was never my student.
Right.
He was just enrolled in the same school.
Yeah, but he wasn't your student.
No.
Well, until that night. But seeing, is it Mrs. Ramirez, or how do you refer to her?
Tanya, Miss Ramirez.
How'd you refer to her that night?
I get it, but at the same time, I'm not sure if they'd be finding this so funny if it was a 31-year-old man and a 17-year-old girl. Nothing quite got resolved on the show, which is basically the norm for Dr. Phil, but hey, at least it's good content. There haven't been many updates on Tanya Ramirez ever since, besides the fact she started another lawsuit. This suit disputed the Penal Code of Texas, challenging the law which indicted Tanya in the first place. She was actually trying to overturn the law which forbids inappropriate interaction between students and teachers. What a mad lad. Or a mad ladette, I suppose. She just couldn't take her L in peace. She had to go and try and screw up the law to make it easier for other teens to be victimized by creepy teachers. The case's argument was that the law infringes upon the constitutional right to have consensual intercourse. I get what she and her lawyers mean, but like, that sounds incredibly funny. Ah yes, who could forget the 69th Amendment of the Bill of Rights, Thomas Jefferson's most profound piece of legal writing, which protects everyone's fundamental rights to woohoo in The Sims 4. This whole case was literally Tanya accusing the legal system of you-know-what blocking her. Obviously, she was not successful in her crusade, and the state of Texas didn't see it her way, but that wouldn't stop her from attempting to take it to the Supreme Court in 2018, which clearly was unsuccessful. That probably would have been the most entertaining case to ever grace its halls, but alas, we live in the boring timeline, so we don't get to see Tanya Ramirez take the stand and give verbose arguments in defense of her poor impulse control around 17-year-olds. Do you want to live for 400 years? How about regrowing your limbs and organs? Would you like to know the secret to curing autism, AIDS, Down syndrome, and diabetes? All of which I can tell based on your appearance you may be suffering from. Are you sure you want to know? Can you handle the consequences of possessing such an elixir of life? Can you even handle the healing process? You'll be having strokes, aneurysms, and explosive diarrhea around the clock. Are you sure you're ready? You are? Really? Okay, well, there's a middle-aged Vietnamese lady out there giving the recipe for free on Facebook. Yes, I'm serious. Jillian May Tai Epperly is the creator of the illustrious Jilly Juice, a miraculous cure-all concoction that does all of the above and more, composed merely of 2 cups of water, 2 cups of cabbage, and 1 tablespoon of salt. For reference, 4 tablespoons of salt in one sitting is a lethal dose. All of this is blended and fermented, obviously, just like Mima used to make, and you're supposed to drink a gallon of it a day. That's 6.4 tablespoons of salt a day. She doesn't hide the fact that this will be a traumatizing experience for any prospective undertakers of the Jilly protocol.
You acknowledge that they're going to feel really not great when they start drinking this.
We're redefining the role of pain in our world.
Okay,
right?
you're saying they're not going to feel well when they drink this.
They're going to feel. They're going to feel the. Yeah, they're going to feel healing.
Your grandma's back pain? Let me push her down the stairs. She'll definitely be feeling the healing after that. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the juice has a special bonus effect if you're lucky.
You could potentially reverse homosexuality.
Oh, me? I'm not doing anything. Totally not ordering enough cabbage and salt to brew 100 gallons of this stuff as soon as possible. If it wasn't already obvious, Jilly Juice is a classic snake oil scheme. It garnered a fair amount of attention online in 2017, to the point where Jillian had a Facebook group with 58,000 members. symptoms, and also got a warning from the FTC for false advertising. She was even instructing people to give her juice to babies, which is just so incredibly dangerous if you know literally anything about infants. They can't even drink water or cow's milk, let alone this absolute aberration of a beverage. Naturally, Jillian was the subject of plenty of bad press, and the vast majority of people rightfully thought she was a con artist, but a small cohort were desperately following her advice, which is what led to her appearance on the Dr. Phil show. She was there to discuss not only her abomination of a creation, but the other schizo health claims she was pushing online, and to confront the poor souls who were unfortunate enough to follow her advice and suffer the horrendous consequences. This included 2 women who went on the show to talk about the awful side effects they suffered as they increased their Jilly Juice intake. Honestly, they should have known better than to fret. The symptoms aren't a bug, they're a feature.
This is gonna purge out everything. When you're detoxing and doing my protocol, you're gonna be expelling all those parasites, and it's not gonna be pretty.
These poor women explained how, along with supernatural amounts of diarrhea, they both suffered strokes. Or sorry, not diarrhea, waterfalls.
It's not diarrhea. It's
Violent
not diarrhea.
diarrhea.
It's called waterfalls because it's different context, different intention, and different outcome.
Okay, explosive diarrhea.
One of them actually had 2 strokes, leading up to which she was already having concerning symptoms. But when she contacted Jilly and her moderators about it at the time, they only egged her on to keep going.
By this time, I'd talked to one of her moderators. The moderator said, well, if it's not, why don't you back off on the juice and see what happens? If it goes away, it's just a healing symptom. Well, it didn't go away. It got worse. MRIs proved that I had had 2 strokes. And she was very rude to me. How do you know you had strokes? She says to me. Well, my doctors told me I had strokes. And you believed them? She said to me.
The other woman had a blood pressure reading of 205/185 at her worst point, which is simply harrowing. She was slurring her words extremely badly, and her face was drooping. She knew she was right on the verge of a stroke. Maybe the worst part of all of this is that, faced with the horrific consequences of her health recommendations, and even with these 2 women crying in front of her, Jillian didn't even flinch. Nothing can deter her from her delusions whatsoever, or cause her to even have a shred of guilt. She just blamed her own victims for not being dedicated enough to her advice.
So basically, all those symptoms reinforced your belief system that you're basically gonna die from my protocol. So you basically just were like, you really didn't understand my protocol. If you did, you wouldn't.
All about you. How dare you?
Because it is a protocol that you guys came to me.
Jillian claimed it would have been worse had they not been drinking her fermented vegetable solution, as if these strokes occurred by themselves and the Jilly Juice actually prevented it from being worse. She would also post on social media about these 2 women, calling the strokes healing symptoms.
Lady, she went to the hospital because she had little mini strokes. And the doctor said this, and that. And he probably just corroborated with her because, you know, these hospitals want money. When you're dealing with healing symptoms, you're going to be doing stuff that that may be new because you've just addressed a future trigger.
Surprisingly, 2 other women came on the show to attest to how helpful Jilly Juice was in treating their chronic illnesses. They didn't get a chance to go in depth, so if anything, it was likely the other part of Jillian's protocol that helped them, which prescribes a general plan of clean eating. Also of note was that one of these 2 women was giving the juice to her children, although thankfully only in small quantities. Dr. Phil also enlisted the help of the YouTuber Jeff Holiday, who had researched and covered Jillian extensively to try and talk some sense into her, but it was to no avail. Jeff and Dr. Phil both pointed out that she was making her advice even more dangerous by encouraging people to go off their prescribed medications in conjunction with starting the Jilly Juice protocol. Holiday also commented on there being a cult-like aspect to what Jillian does, in that anyone who has doubts or questions is promptly kicked out of the community.
To the haters that attack me, you can either join us or you can go and live your controlled lifespan and be sick for the rest of your life.
After this stellar appearance, you wouldn't expect anyone to come within a 5-mile radius of this woman. But think again, business was still unfortunately booming for Jillian. The government can't properly prosecute her because she doesn't sell Jilly Juice, she just gives out the Krabby Patty secret formula for free. She does monetize her grift in other ways, such as by selling access to private forums and doing phone consultations. She also has a couple of books, which somehow don't help at all in illuminating the clear details of her ideology. Based on numbers she's given regarding how many people have paid for consultations and memberships for her site, some guess that she made $500,000 in 1 year alone. So even with how low level and utterly incoherent Jilly Juice is as a grift, Jillian herself is still absolutely milking it. To this day, she uploads winding rants of up to 2 hours on her YouTube channel daily, with titles like Magic Kinetic Energy, Music and Trauma-Based Mind Control, and Dr. Phil Strokes, which sounds like the most cursed NSFW video ever. She's revealed some interesting tidbits in her videos, such as that the Jilly Juice recipe calling for a tablespoon of salt was a typo, and that it was actually meant to be a teaspoon. Also, after all this time, she realized she could switch from pink salt to table salt because it's cheaper. She admits she just went with pink salt in the beginning because it was easier to market. As for what's happened to Jillian ever since going on Dr. Phil, recent developments include, but are not limited to, the allegation that she killed her dog. Yeah. This theory started when people took notice of multiple clips of Jillian discussing how her dog suffers from seizures, but that she refuses to take it to the vet. She also talked about how she was feeding it human food such as pizza, steak, and eggs, and that this must have been helping, otherwise it would have been much, much worse. Worst of all, the dog had a large lump on his belly, which people were speculating was a tumor, but she still wouldn't take it to the vet. This was all until February 2023 when it sadly passed away. Safe to say you should keep your pets and any middle-aged women in your family as far away from Jillian as possible. The next story is that of 19-year-old Ramon Fry, who, unlike everyone else we've covered, came on Dr. Phil as a victim of insanity rather than as perpetrator. You see, Ramon married his high school sweetheart, Shailene, and had a son with her. He had to move in with his in-laws because he had trouble finding work, but witnessed them subjecting her to verbal abuse. Over time, Ramon became the target of scapegoating and endured derogatory name-calling. Faced with an unbearable situation, he realized that he needed to leave the household and his wife. As a result, a custody battle ensued. The times he was allowed to see his kids were nothing short of arduous, due to his in-laws trying to find any small infraction of his conditions they could use against him. According to Ramon, if I was wearing the wrong color of tie, they'd call the police. It was a lot more ridiculous than it needed to be. Although Ramon had already moved out of the house, an inexplicable incident occurred one day while he was visiting. His father-in-law, Lester Earl Reger, requested him to bring his son through the garage entrance when he returned him at noon that day. The reason given was that they were currently cleaning the carpets in the entryway of their house. Ramon agreed to the request and entered the garage. When he arrived, Earl Reger, who had his hand in a sling and an ice pack on it, met him there. Earl claimed that he had accidentally injured his hand with a hammer and asked him to retrieve some wood plugs that had fallen under a table in the garage, which was entirely covered in plastic wrap. While Ramon was crouching down to reach the wood pieces near the wall, he noticed that Earl approached him. Quote, "I knew something wasn't right, and I heard this pop. It was the loudest noise I've ever heard in my life." Earl suddenly aimed a gun at the back of his head and fired. Ramon miraculously got up and pushed Earl away. Earl fired a few more shots, one of which struck Ramon in the hip. Ramon managed to flee the house, reaching the highway where he flagged down a passerby for help. Ramon later realized that Earl had employed a specific mob method, using a .25 caliber weapon that would lodge a bullet in his skull without it exiting on the other end, preventing any evidence that a gun had been fired from reaching the rest of the garage. He also deliberately aimed for the base of the skull to sever his spinal cord, ensuring an instant fatality. Ramon only survived because the gun was off by an inch, with the bullet instead landing in one of the thickest places in the skull. Earl and his wife, Erlene, Ramon's mother-in-law, had prepared a hole to bury his body in advance, big enough to actually bury his car in it as well.
It's like the stuff you see in Hollywood, but actually happened. They dug a big hole, actually big enough to bury the car. They thought about actually just throwing the whole vehicle in there.
As it turns out, Reger had a criminal history that helped explain how something like this could happen at his hands. He had done the same thing 25 years ago. At the time, Ramon was only aware of the version of the story he had been told, which is that Earl and his previous wife Simone got in a scuffle and she fell and hit her head on the sink, suffering a fatal head injury. Safe to say that wasn't even remotely close to the truth of what happened.
This was not she slipped and hit the sink. This man beat her into hamburgers. There was so much bruising up and down all over her body and so much blood splatter in the house. They went, you know those little UV lights, they go and try to scan the walls? They had a handprint from this woman that went down the front door where she was trying to...
So he beat his wife to death, and he went to prison for it, served time, and wrapped her up, disposed of the body, got out of prison eventually, then shot you in the head, planned on wrapping you in plastic, burying you. Now he's in prison for that.
A news article about the trial further describes the particulars of this incident. Reger pleaded guilty in 1985 to the beating death of his 27-year-old wife, Simone Reger. Her body was found in the Snake River in August 1984. Reger was convicted of first-degree manslaughter in a plea agreement with the district attorney's office. Reger learned from that first incident and had prepared to get away with taking out Fry by covering the garage in plastic to hide evidence such as blood splattering in the shooting. He was caught on the first crime because his wife's body floated up. That's why he didn't use the river. uncover why he prepared the scene. Prior to the trial regarding the attempt on Ramon's life, a dangerous incident took place in the dead of night. An unknown individual unscrewed the gas cap of Ramon's car, stuffed rags inside, and set them ablaze, seemingly with the intention of causing a vehicular explosion. The ensuing fire would have jeopardized not only the car, but also the house where Ramon was residing. Suspicion quickly fell upon someone with clear ties to Ramon's in-laws. During the trial, both Earl and Erlene were found guilty. Earl received a sentence of 130 months, while Erlene was sentenced to a mere 90. Both maintained their innocence during the trial, entering pleas of not guilty. Erlene's defense rested on the argument that the entire scheme had been Earl's idea. Earl, on the other hand, shifted the blame back onto Ramon, claiming that Ramon was the one who had confronted him with a gun, leading to a struggle where he disarmed Ramon and shot back in self-defense. Earl further alleged that he suspected Ramon of mistreating his own grandson, an accusation that was disproven during the trial. Notably, there were two additional individuals involved in this elaborate plan. Todd Mulvaney, acting as co-conspirator, had dug the grave and provided the gun for the crime. It was agreed upon that he would be paid $1,200 for his involvement. Another co-conspirator, John Fritz, testified against the others, providing information that was crucial to the prosecution. Ultimately, the evidence implicated a total of 4 individuals in this sinister plot to end Ramon's life. Ramon described experiencing symptoms of paranoia after all this took place, which is more than understandable all things considered, though it was foreboding of worse things to come.
Since the shooting, I don't want to call it paranoid, but I have experienced certain tics. I really don't like when people stand over me now. If someone stands behind me, I'm always looking over my shoulder. When I'm in a classroom, I always have to sit to the rear. I can't sit up in the front. I can't leave a drink unattended in a room because somebody's gonna poison it when I walk out. And I know it's not real, but it still kind of registers back there in the back of my mind.
The custody battle was still ongoing after the trial, and Ramon's appearance on Dr. Phil and its final outcome remains unknown. However, a subsequent update on the situation emerged after a couple of years. Tragically, he resorted to a disturbing act on his college campus. He doused himself in gasoline and set himself on fire. Against all odds, he managed to yet again survive through this horrific ordeal. The police had received prior information about Ramon's mental health challenges, but they didn't classify the incident as an attempt by Ramon to end his own life. It remained uncertain whether this action was a result of the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder. In a news article published a few weeks after the incident, it was reported that Ramon had made significant progress in his recovery. He was able to be taken off a ventilator, and his burns were gradually healing. Now, take this last bit with a grain of salt, but I was able to find one more link in Ramon's story, fast-forwarding all the way to 2021. There's a YouTube short by someone called Ramon Fry, and it does indeed look like an older version of him. The video is an application for the show Naked and Afraid, and in it, he unfortunately mentions he's been living with paranoid schizophrenia, but also that he's been dealing with it unmedicated. Severe trauma can contribute to the development of schizophrenia in those who are genetically prone, so this would make sense. As for Earl, he got back out of jail in March. This story is sad more than anything, and I hope Ramon can get what he needs, while praying that Earl is too old to cause any more damage to anyone else, though being 62 didn't stop him last time. Identity theft is an everyday occurrence as a result of scammers looking for a way to make a quick buck off an unsuspecting victim. However, what isn't an everyday occurrence is someone seriously stealing another person's identity without any clear financial incentive. Sure, there are a myriad of motives for doing so other than money, but they get progressively weirder. One such unorthodox manifestation of identity theft is digital kidnapping, where an unfamiliar person appropriates a minor's photo from the internet and presents them as their own child. They share these images on their social media accounts, deriving satisfaction from the attention and positive responses they receive for showing off their supposed kids. Sometimes specific hashtags are employed alongside these pictures to indicate to onlookers that the individual posting them is participating in role-playing and constructing a fictional world that is distinct from their real life. But sometimes they leave no indication that what they're doing is fantasy. Take the case of Ashley, who was featured on Dr. Phil in 2016 due to a family that, on the surface, she had seemingly no connection with. However, behind the scenes, her online presence was much more intertwined with theirs. You see, she was stealing pictures of this couple's children from Facebook and passing them off as her own, and she had been doing it for 4 years. April and Nathan had 2 twin daughters, Vivian and Sophie, who were 4 years old. But in Ashley's heads, their names were Adaya and Camberlyn. They were perfectly healthy, but Ashley's Ashley's narrative was that one of them was suffering from epilepsy. Every single picture April posted, Ashley would repost on her own page with her own story.
She basically took my photos offline and made up a complete life of her as their mom and has a story to go along with every single picture with my girls.
When the girls were wearing shirts with their real names on them, she would blur them out. If their real mother April was visible in any reflections, she would blur that out as well. Ashley made a room with cribs which she painted the same color as the couple's own room. She went as far as framing pictures of the girls and scattering them all over her house. April and Nathan called the police on Ashley when they first discovered this, at which point they discovered that she had been previously arrested for burglary, assault, and computer fraud, and had spent time in jail for these offenses. However, the police said they couldn't do anything because, obviously, taking someone else's photos and re-uploading them isn't a crime. They tried asking her to stop before, but she didn't relent.
My husband sent her a message that we know that she has stolen photos of our babies. He's told her that we contacted the police.
We never heard a response. We thought that was the end of it.
Ashley's narrative included the caveat that she lost custody of the children and her mother-in-law had custody of them instead, an excuse she evidently made up so she wouldn't have to produce the children if anyone asked her to, but she made comments indicative that soon that might change, which was worrisome for the couple. When April, Nathan, and Ashley all finally met for the first time on the show, it was nothing short of enthralling. Ashley has started by vehemently denying the claims in the pre-interview, claiming she did indeed have her own daughters, which were the same age, but that she wasn't stealing photos and had never even seen April or Nathan before. Problem was, on the intake forum, she slipped up and claims to have no children of her own. It was astonishing that when she was first brought out by herself and Dr. Phil asked her about her pregnancy and details related to it, she had explanations for everything. She knew exactly how many weeks pregnant she was and even the birth weight of her daughters, but all of it was fabricated. She also inadvertently admitted she knew what she was doing was creepy by answering a hypothetical.
How do you think a mother would feel if somebody was hijacking their children and claiming them as their own and putting their names on them and all that? I mean, how would a mother feel if that was happening?
I think I'd definitely feel possibly scared.
Ashley surprisingly let Dr. Phil peruse her Facebook page live on the show to settle the matter, where he inevitably found hundreds of stolen photos. How she thought she was going to get away with it by just claiming she didn't know how all the pictures got on her page is beyond me.
Tell me who these girls are.
I don't know.
They're on your Facebook page. Tell me who these girls are.
My baby girl. Help me, baby.
Apparently, she tried to clean up the crime scene before coming on, but she didn't have enough time to do it thoroughly.
And you deleted about 100 of them today.
I haven't been on my...
But you came to the stage before you could delete them all.
I haven't been deleting today.
Well, you've been deleting recently, but you didn't get them all deleted before you came to the stage today.
It's hilarious to watch her lie through her teeth, but what's even funnier is watching Dr. Phil furiously yell at her while catching her in 4K.
I have tracked your digital footprint all through the internet. You decided to sell this lamp, and behind that lamp is a picture of their two girls hanging in your house. This is a picture in your house, and this is a picture of you right here.
After the doc did some smooth talking to coax a confession out of her, she cracked.
I apologize for how I made you guys feel. I really do.
She gave the excuse that she was doing this to have the experiences she missed out on by not having custody of her daughters. But she was obviously still lying because she had no children to speak of. The show even checked in with her mother-in-law, and she had never even taken care of any children on Ashley's behalf. Even the police were able to affirm that she wasn't pregnant at the time she claimed to have been. At the end of the day, Ashley agreed to stop stalking the couple and to receive professional help.
And you absolutely will leave these people alone. Take everything down off of the internet and accept the professional help that we're offering.
Yes.
We don't know what happened in her story after this point, but from the outside it was evident she was looking for attention and sympathy by doing all of this. How far she actually took her own fantasies inside her own mind is anyone's guess. Out of all of the frauds in this video, perhaps none spun a more impressive web of lies than Sarah DeLashmit. She would end up on Dr. Phil in 2019 after many, many years of lying to friends and family, defrauding any and every person or organization she could get herself entangled with. When her victims, who would appear on the show to confront her, started investigating her, they traced her fraudulence back to her losing her Oklahoma nursing license in 2014. This came about after she allegedly faked 2 separate pregnancies while working in a neonatal intensive care unit. The second time she claimed claimed to be pregnant with twins, and colleagues said she stuffed pillows under her shirt and showed them ultrasound pictures of the babies. When she inevitably never gave birth, she told them the twin fetuses died. She would end up having nursing licenses suspended in Virginia, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Illinois. From 2015 onward, she started making claims that she'd been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy and spinal muscular atrophy. Her motive behind these false assertions was to be eligible for a charitable camp named Camp Summit in Texas. This camp is specifically tailored for individuals with disabilities. Allegedly, she provided someone else's social security benefit statements as proof of her income when applying to the camp. By deceiving others about her medical condition, she managed to secure financial aid exceeding $2,500 to cover the costs associated with attending the camp. Bethany was the camp counselor who was charged with Sarah's care and considered her a friend. She explained to Dr. Phil she helped Sarah with everything since she was supposedly wheelchair bound, and this went as far as having to change her feminine products. The ruse at the camp failed when Sarah's local pastor showed up to confront her. The pastor, in conjunction with Sarah's family, were well acquainted with her history of fabricating stories. When they saw she was involved with the camp and found out it was as an attendee rather than a staff, he came to confront her. When this happened, she just stood up out of her wheelchair and left. After her lies about having muscular disorders were exposed, Delashmit took to falsely presenting herself as suffering from stage 4 breast cancer between 2017 and 2018. On her Facebook page, she would post about all her fictitious doctor's visits to add credibility to her lies. This is when she befriended another woman named Liz, who also went on Dr. Phil to describe her experience. The problems began when Liz started noticing Sarah was copying her mannerisms, hobbies, and clothes as if she was obsessed with her. On top of this, Sarah would message Liz over 100 times a day, under the pretense that she was suffering incredible amounts of anxiety and pain due to her breast cancer. Liz hoped she could help out what she thought was a poor woman suffering from a horrible disease, so she obliged every whim. Arguably, Sarah's most crucial mistake was when she lied about having a husband named James, whom she even made a fake account for. She used this profile to interact with Liz's husband, Brian. As James, she guilt-tripped Brian by saying he was sad that Sarah was spending more time with the couple than with him. I don't know what she was hoping to get out of this, but this obviously caused him to temporarily pull back and not communicate with her, especially because they were on a vacation at the time. Sarah eventually couldn't handle the lack of interaction and manufactured a story about being stalked by a woman who was jealous of her fake husband, which culminated in this woman supposedly shooting up a store she was at, grazing her with a bullet, and injuring 7 others. She was messaging Liz all the while, texting her that the cops weren't showing up, her phone was almost dead, and that the woman had a gun, all in an effort to make Liz concerned about her. This egregious lie is what brought everything crashing down because there was nothing in the local news about any such shooting. What made it so insidious was that Liz had previously confided in Sarah that she had lost a friend to gun violence, so this lie capitalized on her previous trauma to pull her back in. Truly gruesome stuff. As part of her cancer story, Sarah took part in the Young Survival Coalition National Summit, where she dishonestly obtained significant donations in the form of free biking equipment. To further perpetuate her falsehood, she wore a survivor shirt during the event and positioned herself alongside actual cancer survivors. Delashmit managed to secure a travel grant to attend the summit and was even gifted an expensive road bike and cycling gear as a part of the Tour de Pink Survivor bike program. We'll come back to this later, because once financial fraud is involved, lying goes from a civil wrong to a crime. The full list of her lies to Brian, Liz, and Bethany alone are simply astounding. When Sarah went on Dr. Phil to supposedly come clean about everything, she started by portraying herself as some kind of victim, which is never a good sign.
I have a lying addiction. The last 8 years, I've done all kinds of extreme measures to make my life seem more exciting.
She implied she had done everything for attention rather than any kind of financial incentive, and started by saying her first big lie was faking cancer, when, keep in mind, she had faked pregnancies even before that. She also blamed what she did on an addiction, as if it wasn't her fault or she couldn't control it.
I didn't mean to hurt you guys the way that I did. Just such a compulsion that I couldn't control. Sarah, it's way more than a compulsion. I mean, even just on that video, you're saying it's just an addiction to lying. This is way bigger and much more sick than just an addiction to lying. I don't even believe a word you're saying.
Obviously, things could never be patched up between Sarah and her victims that easily, especially since she wasn't being forthcoming with the truth. She had such a large impact on her friends' lives, as well as stealing time and resources from those around her who were truly disabled. This was not a case of spilled milk.
You ruined our life. You took me away from my life, my family, my other friends, hours every day.
You've infiltrated a sacred circle, and you are worse than cancer. Do you hear me?
Better yet, when asked what wrong she had committed or how exactly she hurt these people she had called her friends, she couldn't muster up even a shred of a satisfactory response, making her come across as a bona fide sociopath.
What have you done to her?
And just lying to her and taking her away from her family and her friends and, you know, the stuff that she, you know, work and the stuff that's important to her life as well.
You see the problem? Here's the problem. It's because she doesn't know how to stand in your shoes because she doesn't have empathy. And that's why she said, well, I wasted her time. I wasted her time. That's why there's no genuine remorse here.
Some speculate she is one, considering how she accidentally smiled while describing her myriad of lies, as if she were taking pleasure in an accomplishment.
It took a lot of mental brain power to have to keep up the charade. If you're, you know, playing, you know, hockey and like you want to like hit the puck, you want to like hold the stick and hit the puck, like you can't do that. And like you have this, like you want to just grab the stick and do it yourself, but you have to like refrain from doing it.
After her appearance on Dr. Phil in 2019, she would be charged with defrauding 2 nonprofit organizations and taking up spaces at the camp and summit that should have rightfully gone to genuinely disabled individuals. In 2020, she would plead guilty to the charges, as well as confessing to obtaining a $5,000 bike for free by buying it, then reporting the charge as fraudulent. In 2021, she was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison, and evidence presented at the hearing demonstrated that she had been conning unsuspecting individuals since 2006. She was released from prison in March 2022. 2022 would see an entire true crime podcast being made to cover her extensive history of lying, attempting to unravel her complicated motives in the process. The investigation covered other people she had lied to, which hadn't been touched on in the Dr. Phil episode, including telling people she was trapped in abusive relationships or that she was a mother who had lost her children. It's clear that she's suffering from a severe personality disorder or sociopathy, and whether she will ever truly get help or change her ways is unknown. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. YouTube is host to many radically different kinds of content, from vlogging to challenges, from video essays to streamers' VODs, and even a few heated gamer moments every once in a while that it prefers to abscond. But despite the multiplicity of content it enables, the one category it seems particularly inept at platforming is healthy, functional relationships. Save a very select few here and there, it's almost inevitable that when two people's relationship moves from their private lives into the scope of their online personas, where it becomes the subject of content creation, it's simply a matter of time before it crashes and burns, usually with a heavily publicized fallout all over social media. With this being such a pattern, we must wonder why. Why is it that YouTubers have such a rotten track record when it comes to dating? Today, we'll be covering the case of Arcade Craniacs, or namely, how the relationship of Edward Centennial and Nicole Land not only ended on an extremely sour note in front of hundreds of thousands of fans, but was also revealed to have been doomed from the very start. The year was 2007, just a couple of years after YouTube had been created. At this point in time, making a career off of AdSense wasn't even a dream in the minds of people who posted their videos on the site, which was little more than a way to share home videos with your friends, only ever accidentally going viral, which was what being a web celebrity was called back then. Just to give you an idea of how prehistoric these times were, the troll face was a whole year away from being conceived. Meanwhile, a 15-year-old named Edward Centennial created a YouTube account called Superhero 15 2007, where he would sporadically upload videos of himself doing tricks while skating, with no pretense of garnering any sort of online following. This went on for a few years, until in 2013, a video would be uploaded called Guy Cries Over Ex-Girlfriend Original, where a now 21-year-old Edward would be spoofing another video, which was uploaded 2 days prior and was very popular at the time, of a guy lamenting his breakup. In the video, Edward appears to have over-the-top mascara tears streaming down his face, acting as a performative, overly dramatic scorned lover, intermittently calling his ex-girlfriend who broke up with him a liar and declaring his love for her, at one point even pretending to have a heart attack.
Babe, look, I can see you from right here, babe. Look, it's you and me together, babe.
Here's something
Pause,
special.
babe.
Well,
Fucking love you.
This is one of the strangest acts of foreshadowing ever published on the internet, and soon you'll come to see why. The years went by as the account drifted into complete inactivity, and it was probably during this period that Edward was working at Burger King as a manager, and was mostly not online whatsoever. That is, until January 1st of 2017, when Edward was walking home at 4 a.m., probably after celebrating New Year's, when a stranger assaulted him with a steel pipe. This assault made Edward unable to work or even eat, as the attack not only severely damaged his upper lip, but also fractured his jaw. His lip ended up needing surgical repair from a plastic surgeon, which his insurance didn't cover. So he opened a GoFundMe to raise financial support for the medical bills, which actually racked up to the tune of $27,000. A relatively big Los Angeles skate park and collective called The Barracks made a Facebook post advertising for Edward's GoFundMe, which then managed to raise just a little over $9,000 from 487 donors. This resulting downtime from the recuperation had Edward trying to look for alternative sources of income. 6 months later, in July 2017, the YouTube account Arcade Craniacs was created, with the express purpose of posting videos related to arcade games, which was already somewhat of a niche content genre on YouTube. For the most part, the person being seen on camera was his girlfriend Nicole, or Nikki, as she was usually referred to. While Edward's voice was often heard from behind the camera, he was seldom visible, most likely due to his then still healing facial scar, which he tried to conceal whenever he was on camera.
So we're at this video of the claw machine full of money. We have 510 comments. That, I don't know, that's a lot, okay? I tell you that much.
Not much time elapsed between their channel's creation and their first successful video, How to Cheat at Carnival Games, which, now, has amassed a little over 700,000 views.
We won a fidget spinner for losing. We just won a fidget spinner for losing. All right, so that's the video, guys.
In that video's description, their Patreon account was being advertised, though it has since been deleted. The channel would continue to hone into content and produce many other wildly successful videos, as well as some occasionally racy thumbnails with scantily clad or otherwise sexually exploitative pictures of Nicole. Because of this, the channel was targeted by the demonetization algorithm a few times, which Edward took to Twitter to complain about. I'll take a very brief break here to address Edward's Twitter account that was created at around the same time that the Arcade Craniacs channel was, and that, for whatever reason, he has a disturbing amount of attention dedicated to his bowel movements. What? What are you talking about? Ha ha ha. This dude tweeted about me. Ha ha ha. Plus, I was taking a poop and still am right now, so I have nothing to do. Don't eat Chipotle. Have you ever pooped a demonic poop before? Well, I have. I don't... I'm unsure why this is, but I'm not here to judge. In any event, while the growth of the channel was already linearly going up over time and their arcade videos were frequently netting over 1 million views, it skyrocketed once 2020 and the lockdowns came around, which caused the arcades that they would routinely visit in order to shoot content to close down. This led them to make a pivot to 3 a.m. content, which is basically a genre of YouTube videos wherein, if you do certain things at 3 a.m., creepypasta characters come to life and try to kill you, or something like that.
I'm hugging him! I'm hugging him! No, he didn't let go of my freaking hand.
In 2020, there were rumors going around that Chuck E. Cheese was going to close down, and they capitalized on its trends quite successfully, much to the joy of Edward, whose lifelong enjoyment of the pizza franchise got his family to nickname him Chucky. At around this time, they started frequently collaborating with Lissy Noel, a fellow arcade channel turned 3 a.m. YouTuber, however unlikely that pipeline may be. Despite the evident try-hardish and view-hungry nature of every facet of this kind of content, Craniacs videos had a twist to them. They had a semblance of self-awareness and a sense of humor. Sure, they were still pandering as hard as possible to the YouTube algorithm that regularly feeds this crap to kids, but there were moments that you could actually call funny.
Oh my god! What the? You guys! He's listening to the baby! You guys! He literally has a fat ass and I want to smack it!
This, plus their other not-so-subtle titling, thumbnail, and hijinks strategies to milk the content for as many views as possible, such as pretending that the channel was going to end, or doing the soy face and having arrows and red circles in every thumbnail, gave them a kind of meme status that launched their channel into orbit. At its absolute peak, the channel was getting millions of views on average, and the hideous, trashy aesthetic and overly obnoxious delivery that the videos had became a source of entertainment, causing some to hate watch the videos in the same way that someone may watch Nikocado Avocado. But this hate base eventually even evolved into a loyal following who genuinely enjoyed their videos for what they were. They had a real fan base who appreciated what they did and supported them as a couple.
2, 1. He's twerking!
At this point, it looks like everything was on the up and up for Edward and Nicole, but as a wise man once said, if you ride like lightning, you'll crash like thunder. Sometimes, the best way to hide things is in plain sight. On the surface, it seemed as if Nikki and Edward were in a great relationship, collaborating towards their shared goal of growing their particular brand of YouTube content, regardless of how taxing or strange it could be, and being remarkably successful at it. However, behind these scenes, things were a lot darker than expected. On October 3rd, 2021, a video was uploaded on the Arcade Craniacs channel that had Nikki on the thumbnail, though she was nowhere to be seen in the video itself, which raised a few eyebrows. But this was nothing out of the ordinary. However, behind these scenes, unbeknownst to any of the viewers, they had broken up and were far from being on good terms. The channel kept uploading as if nothing had happened, and still getting substantial amounts of views. But on October 12th, Nikki posted to her TikTok, Wabi Sabi. In the video, there was a caption which read, "Trying to have an appetite while you're going through a breakup." This puzzled the many fans of Craniacs that followed her on social media. What could this mean? Was she joking? The same day, Nikki would upload a video to the YouTube channel called Me Ranting in New York, where she would document her and her friend Anu, who was herself another successful TikToker, on their trip to New York, which she mentioned she would not have been able to do while in the relationship she was in. After some montage of the traveling, she begins talking about the breakup in a way that heavily suggested that her relationship with Edward was extremely bad for her.
Another thing is that I literally threw up on myself one day ago. Have not thrown up in many years. The last time I threw up on myself was the night that I met my ex-boyfriend Edward. So isn't that weird? Isn't that kind of quirky? It's like, it's pretty quirky. People's online relationships that are couple goals, like people's relationships that are in the social media spotlight, are not always what they seem. So this may seem very abrupt to you guys, but it's not to me. It's not in my life, abrupt. I broke up with Edward several weeks ago for very, 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 very valid reasons.
A couple days later, most likely due to people rapidly commenting on all of his accounts, asking him about it, Edward got on TikTok Live and decided to clear the air. He would go on to cry throughout the entirety of the stream, blaming himself for the breakup, saying how good of a person she was and how he didn't deserve her.
Like, I don't deserve nothing in life. I don't deserve nothing, dude. Nicole's like the most amazing woman in the world, dude. I fucking love her, dude. She's such a fucking genuine soul, such a nice person. She's such a nice person, dude. And I messed everything up in the beginning of a relationship, dude. I'm just a really like a crap human, dude. Don't get me wrong, like me and Nicole, we had a lot of times where we're like, we love each other so much and we've done so many like cool things together, but it's just like in the beginning, dude, I was just so messed up from like things that happened in my life, and like, I trust me guys, Nicole didn't do nothing at all. She's been the most nicest, most caring, fucking loving person ever. It's just all on me. I'm just a crap human, dude. I'm literally just a crap human. I don't deserve nothing in life. I don't deserve anything,
Edward's very public display of regret, as well as his purposeful, though vague, admission of guilt, persuaded many people to flock over to his side. The audience members took notice with a contrast of how poorly he was dealing with it, saying that he was struggling to even record new content for the channel, juxtaposed against how Nicole addressed it in a much more emotionally composed way during a trip to New York, and implying that Edward was at fault. Because of this, despite the details and reasons for the breakup still being completely unknown, the public began resenting Nicole for her role in initiating it, which she took offense response too. Many people commented on any post of hers with another guy saying, "That's not Edward," which led her to post this TikTok about a month after the breakup, complaining about the stragglers left over from the Craniacs fanbase that were still following her just to attack her. The post inflamed the commenters even more, which prompted Nicole to make a series of Instagram stories clarifying that the reason why it was such a sensitive topic and why the comments annoyed her was because she'd allegedly been groomed by Edward since age 17. And due to the abusive nature of the relationship, being reminded of it all the time was very vexing for her. After a long period of awkward silence from both of them, now it seemed that things were coming to a head. Soon following her allegations that Edward was a groomer, Edward took to his stories to counter her claims, and this time, his tune would be nothing like the last time he talked about Nicole. I'll mostly let his demeanor speak for itself.
What the fuck I just read on Nicole's story, making the worst fake fucking accusation about me. Now, I have not even talked about her in fucking months so we could move on with our fucking lives, but she always has to bring my fucking name up so she could be relevant because she's irrelevant now. I legit have proof on the next story to show you that it's all bullshit. You can't believe everything on the fucking internet. And you know what? You know what's the most fucked up thing? Is that a lot of you guys have no idea what happens behind the scenes when we broke up. Has she called me saying that she misses me, how much she loves me, how she did the worst decision in her life in breaking up with me? I legit have proof, okay?
So long to the weepy guy taking on all of the blame. In the video, he uses the fact that she hung out with him after the breakup against her, also showing a comment of hers. It reads as follows: "Y'all, I had a boyfriend before I met Edward. We met when I was 18. I don't appreciate a lot of these comments that are straight up making up things about me." To which Edward himself replied, "SMH dude, this is why social media is so toxic." When this series of stories was posted to YouTube, Nicole's friend Anu commented on it saying, "I was a personal witness to the pain and suffering Nikki had to endure post-Edward, and I will stand by her in support for her standing up for herself. She was 17 when they started dating, and she has refuted Edward's lies in her Instagram story. When you are in an abusive relationship, your abuser can often make you do things / lie to protect their image. I have literally experienced the same thing in past relationships. You all need to start believing victims and look at the cold, hard video evidence in front of you, presented by the person victimized in the situation. Not a shoddy TikTok comment, but he forced her to post." Going over to Nicole's Instagram stories, she not only claimed that she was compelled to write that comment exonerating Edward, but did go on to show that they were already together before she was 18, pointing out that she still had public Instagram posts up from the time when they first met that anyone could go look at. One of these DMs included Edward claiming that he was 16 to her, which was a blatant lie considering he was already 23 years old at the time. But, based on old tweets from Edward, he seemed to think that he looked young for his age, perhaps lending some credibility to the fact that he thought he could get away with a lie. Multiple videos in her Instagram Reels, still up as of writing this video, show Edward as early as April 2016, one even containing an, again, sleeping Nicole. This theme of recording her while she's out without her consent or knowledge just keeps popping up, since in another video, which now seems to have been deleted, a drinking Edward filmed Nicole, who was still a minor at the time, completely knocked out unconscious, presumably from drinking with him, with hickeys on her chest, while he essentially gloated about having taken Polaroid pictures of her. Nicole goes on to expound upon their difference in age. "I was born on November 20th, 1998. His birthday is January 27th, 1992. Many didn't realize our age gap. I posted clues to this so many times and in my videos, and no one noticed. Like, I'm tired. Edward has tried his best to be my friend, just so I wouldn't say shit about this. Also, how am I a gold digger if I was out working with him too? Like, we were there at the same hours I filmed. Haha, the effort y'all will go through to call me a bitch when he was a full-grown man dating a 17-year-old. He attended my graduation ceremony." As for Edward's claims about her still having feelings for him and regretting having broken up with him, and the footage he took while in her new apartment, Nicole had explanations for those as well. "I'm really falling for someone sweet, and I would like if you just didn't talk to me unless it's business / about the money you owe me, because I feel very connected to this person. Although it is so brand new, and I want to date them without you blowing up my phone and stuff. I'm sorry, but like, I told you I'm looking for my soulmate. I'm looking for someone who could never hurt me, and I'm taking steps to do that. You should move on. You should let go. I don't feel any romantic love for you anymore, and I really haven't for a while. I felt disconnected from you even before I tried to break up with you this last time. My ex is reaching so hard. Every time I ignored him, he would blow up my phone. He kept trying to convince me to be his friend, and that's why I even let him into my apartment the first few nights after I moved in. He even took my damn cat. I had to literally run away to New York just to get away from him long enough to rent an apartment. I should have never believed his manipulation tactics. However, I cut him off completely, 100% before the week of Halloween. He also held the money he owed me over my head, so I had to be nice to him or he literally wouldn't give me the money I worked for. It's the principle of it. I am not a gold digger, but I was literally there with him filming every single night. This makes him sharing his recordings of himself in her apartment even more suspect than it already was, because he clearly tried to contextualize them as if they're made up in some capacity, which evidently was not the case. Unfortunately, despite the receipts having been posted, they were only up on ephemeral Instagram stories, so the majority of people were still unaware of the allegations or what was supposedly going on behind the scenes, which meant this whole affair was far from over. As the time passed after their social media drama had reached its peak and it began to die down, Edward and Nicole's respective YouTube channels reflected the fallout. Craniacs, though still retaining a lot of the popularity it had garnered on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, started nosediving in views on its main channel as soon as the allegations were made, though Edward continued to post the same exact type of content as before without missing a beat. Only now, with a noticeably absent Nicole. Meanwhile, Nikki, who used to upload these same genre of videos as Craniacs to her personal channel, stopped doing so completely and took a sharp turn to lifestyle and vlogging with her new boyfriend. But before turning over this new leaf completely, she did one pit stop to put the conflict with Edward behind her once and for all. On November 27th, almost 2 full months after the breakup became public, Nicole posted a video titled, "I Was Groomed, Hidden in Plain Sight," which now has over 1 million views. In it, Nicole gives full disclosure about not just the Craniacs affair, but everything related to it, now in an organized and easily consumable format, with its proceeds being donated to RAIN.org, which is America's largest anti-sexual violence organization. Now, I need to make it clear that everything Nicole says is alleged. I wasn't there, and neither were you, as the only people who truly know what happened are Nicole and Edward. That being said, I will recap the experience that she details in her video. Before even getting to the topic of her abusive relationship with Edward, she mentions that before they even knew each other, she'd already been targeted by other groomers because of her visible vulnerability, being a troubled teenager who attended a continuation school, which, if you don't know, is essentially a school for students who are considered at risk of not graduating. The first grooming incident she experienced was when she was just 13 years old, being targeted by a guy who was at least 21 years of age. Then, when she was 14, a guy who was almost 20 did the same. Nicole explains that, by the time she met Edward when she was 17, she was already depressed and struggled to keep friendships, meaning she was socially vulnerable.
And growing up, I honestly, unfortunately, seem to be the perfect prey for these types of people.
She also reveals that Edward would have her lie and go behind her mother's back to see him, saying instead that she was going over to her friends' houses, when in actuality, she was going over to his, where he made a habit of giving her alcohol. Remember all of those instances of her being filmed while asleep? Often, it was the case that Edward had her purposely drink herself until she was unconscious, giving her hard liquor, which she wasn't used to drinking.
During the course of the next few days, after we started talking in April, I basically started lying to my mom and tell her that I was going to this friend's house or this friend's house for a sleepover every single night. And in reality, I was going out with him and we were drinking together all night. On our first date together, he took me to a park after we went to the liquor store and he bought a bottle of Peach New Amsterdam and Cactus Cooler.
Mind you, this is their first date, and according to her account, he not only got her blackout drunk, but when she woke up, she found she had puked all over herself and that he had taken off her shirt, proceeding to basically gloat about how he could have taken advantage of the situation, but didn't, as if it was some kind of merit and not basic common decency, especially considering he was the one who made her blackout drunk in the first place. I don't mean to satirize this obviously horrible story, but his immediate next move was nothing other than asking Nicole for an IMDb review of Lil Edward.
So was he deterred by me vomiting all over myself and him almost getting in trouble for buying alcohol for a minor? No, of course not. In fact, he began texting me, asking me if I thought that his dick was big or not. Because apparently, before I had completely blacked out, I had been touching his stick.
Yet another highlight of Edward and Nicole's early dating was that, while Nicole was passed out drunk over at his house, he would leave her alone sleeping on his bed while he'd go out and meet up with his other girlfriend, who was an adult and would continue to see him despite having full knowledge that he was seeing a minor on the side. At one point, even trying to fight Nicole for him.
And now he knew that I was 17, he was weirdly jealous of me, and even tried to fight me one time at the Lakewood Mall. This girl had the audacity to message me today and act like she didn't do all that. Like, this was a grown woman that not only knew that her ex was dating a minor, but was also happily willing to have sex with him.
To add to the list of people who were aware of what was happening but allowed it to go on was Edward's family. When she was still a minor and her mom moved to Texas, leaving her behind, she went to live in Edward's house, together with his entire family, who didn't mind that he was seeing a minor per se, but that it might affect them negatively for legal reasons.
You knew I was 17. In fact, she knew I was 17 to the point at which, when I initially moved in, she was pissed. Why would she be pissed? Because she knew I was an underage minor. Not just for moral reasons, but for legal reasons. This was all bad.
It was during this time that Edward would provide for her, as he would call it, which actually meant giving her toothpaste and a steady supply of Taco Bell, perhaps explaining his incessant tweets about his bowel movements, along with a hefty daily intake of alcohol, which effectively made her an alcoholic. For these oh-so-charitable gifts, he would tell her she should be grateful and not complain about his actions towards her. Eventually, she did get a job and moved out of his house and in with her sister. But by the time this happened, it was far too late, as she was already wrapped completely around his finger. She couldn't even go to sleep before he did without being accused of cheating, which was particularly stressful since Edward usually went to sleep at 4 a.m. and Nicole had to wake up early to attend her job. Along with this, she couldn't be anywhere other men might be, which made it extremely difficult to have friends outside of the relationship. It got to the point where, even though she hadn't cheated on him, she began doubting herself, wondering if she actually did during some kind of Walter White fugue state.
It was because of situations like this that I literally started doubting my own reality. I started questioning myself. I was like, did I cheat on him? Even knowing that I had not cheated on him, I questioned myself, did I? Like, what have I done wrong? Like, it seriously felt like reality based on how much anger and force he was putting behind his words.
The red flags were simply piling up on top of each other. What's interesting to remember is that, despite his extreme paranoia about her cheating on him, he would have no problem, during the Craniacs era, plastering the video's thumbnails with sexually exploitative pictures of her. But hey, I guess it's okay if the only people your girlfriend is being sexualized by are strangers on the internet. At age 19, Edward's worst fears came true as Nicole began developing feelings for another guy. And when she told him this, he began doing what psychologists call love bombing, which is when a narcissist overwhelms someone with compliments and displays of affection in order to guilt-trip them and prevents them from doing what the narcissist does not want them to do. If the victim goes on to try and exact some sort of justice from their situation, they're the ones who look cruel or insensitive, and not the narcissist. In any event, I will stave off a number of details here, but they go on to have sex, and Edward does a kind of what is called stealthing, reproductive coercion, or gray rape, meaning he attempted to impregnate her without her consent. This is not only obviously a terrible thing to do to someone, but something that will seemingly become very illegal soon. But according to him, he did this because he loved her.
There was no mistakes being made. He, every single time, pulled out without mistake in order to not get me pregnant, of course. It was just the procedure. There was never any close calls, no mistake whatsoever. This time, he came inside me intentionally. And I think he did this because I was breaking up. And he knew that he needed to do something to get me to stay.
Though it was very clear this had greatly disturbed and upset Nikki, Edward would not let up on the love bombing, taking her on a spontaneous trip to Las Vegas to see what would happen, which, according to Nicole, resulted in a series of very loud and public fights. Technically, this was the first time they'd broken up, but due to Edward's antics, Nicole began blaming herself and ended up not following through. Having lost the will to end the relationship, they'd returned from Las Vegas to continue producing content for the Arcade Craniacs channel, though Edward would continue to ignore any of her video ideas. And even after the channel started making enough money that she no longer had to work, Edward ensured that she'd keep working at Target to help teach her a lesson about real work. Again, this is the guy that runs away from people wearing Among Us costumes.
Kiss this ass, alright? Kiss this booty. Yeah. You like that, huh? That's what happens when KJ and Edward find you. You have to kiss this ass.
Once the switch to 3 a.m. content happened and there was a ramp up in money, the AdSense was directly linked to his bank account. And whenever Nicole would bring up the topic of her receiving a paycheck of some sort, he would become irate, claiming that she was being materialistic, which she later echoed after they broke up for good. Her insistence paid off though, as she did start getting paid eventually. 1 week before their new Chuck E. Cheese content went extremely viral all over social media, but particularly TikTok, Nicole tried once again to break up with him, and again, she failed. This is ironic considering that people who commented on their social media posts all collectively guffawed at how much they were couple goals. In order to promote and maintain this public image of a healthy relationship, Edward had Nicole go through all of her Instagram posts and get rid of anything from before she was 18 that showed them together. That is, with one exception. Intentionally on Nicole's part, much to Edward's chagrin. When someone noticed this proof of her being a minor when Edward began dating her and posted a TikTok about it, he got very angry and had her post that comment disproving it. Regardless of this effort to keep up appearances, the dam was beginning to show cracks. Fortunately for archival purposes, those posts that Edward didn't want people to see had been saved, meaning that Nicole successfully restored them once she chose to speak out on it.
And when he found out about this, he was pissed, and he forced me to leave a comment saying that, no, this isn't true, this is a lie. Which basically is honestly dumb that anybody even uses that comment as proof, because literally the whole TikTok is proof, irrefutably so, that we at the very least knew each other or were flirting or something when I was a minor.
In an unknowingly serendipitous act, Edward introduced Nicole to Anu, the friend she would eventually move out to New York with in order to get away with him. Interestingly enough, he only did this because he didn't want to have to put in the effort of giving her relationship advice and found her annoying. So he referred her to Nicole, who ended up getting relationship advice from her. After making her plans with Anu to go on their trip to New York, Nicole tried quitting the channel, to the mysterious reply from Edward that the channel was unquittable. However, he did allow her to take a break, as long as it was temporary. During this uneasy period, Nicole would go on to try to break up with Edward 4 times, all to no avail, because he would not only beg and plead for her not to do it, but make it as difficult as possible for it to happen by watching her every move. However, reconciliation at this point was completely impossible, since, according to Nicole, a situation of domestic violence had taken place.
I told him, hey, I don't want to be with you because you groomed me, you sexually assaulted me, you took advantage of me, you used me, and also I don't want to be with anybody who tried to choke me out.
As Nicole recounts it, in one of their heated arguments, he would punch her in the arm several times, to the point where it was black and blue, the way it would remain for several weeks, and proceed to choke her against the wall. To add insult to injury, he would get frustrated in the following recording sessions when, during the taking of the thumbnail image, she'd be unable to show her cleavage because, without her sleeved jacket on, the bruises would be visible.
He punched me a bunch of times in the arm, so hard that it literally turned black and blue. Like, for several weeks, my arm was black and blue. And he grabbed me by my throat and shoved my head against the wall of our apartment and threatened to hit me again.
His justification for having hit her was that, during another fight of theirs, when he was speeding and driving under the influence simultaneously, suggesting that he'd drive off a cliff, while intermittently hitting himself in the head and hitting the pizza box she had on her lap while yelling, "Hit me," she hit him in the leg. Obviously, getting physically violent in a relationship is always a bad thing no matter who's doing it. But I have a sneaking suspicion that the fact that he's 30 pounds heavier than her and that he actually tried to choke her makes his aggression at least a little more extreme. But what do I know? Another of Edward's go-to strategies to prevent the oncoming breakup was to threaten to commit suicide, though he would give up pretty easily when called on his bluff.
He also threatened to kill himself multiple times during these times when I was breaking up with him. One time in particular, he threatened to kill himself and walked over to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife and held it to his wrist. And I said, "You're not gonna do that. You're scared of death." And I was right, he didn't do it.
The day before Nicole's trip to New York, she would tell him that she'd already partially signed papers to move into a new apartment, which prompted him to wait for her to sleep and start rapidly going through her phone. He would find Nicole's DM conversations with Anu and proceed to blame her for everything that led to the breakup. That is, while he would be screaming, throwing stuff around, threatening to kill himself, and at one point, even pretending to have a heart attack to try and keep Nicole from leaving him. Remind you of anything?
You know what I mean? I'll get a heart attack. I'll get it. Oh, no. I'm not getting a heart attack, just my hat.
Eventually, when this tactic failed, he would just move on from it and pretend that nothing happened. His Hail Mary attempt was to physically block her exit, holding her by her wrist to stop her from leaving, which, too, failed, as Nicole's sister was waiting outside to drive her to the airport. He would continue to guilt trip her and blow up her phone with private messages, and though she would oblige him until he finally sent her the check for the work on the Craniacs channel, when Nicole started dating her new boyfriend, Matt, communications between them ceased entirely. Though he would try to reach even her friends and family members to try and get her to talk to him, eventually the situation settled. Edward posted to his Instagram saying, "I take these accusations very seriously. I will be contacting the proper channels and will return with a response very soon. I ask that the fans please be patient at this time as I sort this matter legally. Please give me time and I will respond properly and with legal representation. Thank you." A video was posted to the Arcade Craniac second channel called My Response, though it is now private and only visible through people's reposts and reactions to it. In it, he reiterates that he will be pursuing these matters legally, suggesting some kind of defamation lawsuit, while reassuring his viewers that he will continue posting videos regularly.
At the end of the day, this is not a game, okay? We just can't go off of he said, she said type stuff. As of now, I am no longer going to be talking about this on the internet because this is something that needs to be sorted out privately. I do plan to address the allegations against me after speaking to my lawyer.
However, it's extremely unlikely that this will ever make it out of the internet, as even if he were to try and disprove any single one of Nikki's claims, the fact of the matter is he started dating her when she was a minor. So if any of this ever actually went to court, he would be setting himself up to instantly become the defendant. If we are to believe that, at least that video where Edward was crying for her was remotely genuine, then he did get his wish, as the Craniacs channel has seriously dwindled in views, while all of Nikki's videos gained popularity pretty linearly. After her having left the channel, she was replaced with two of Edward's friends, one of which is usually seen wearing a cheap Halloween demon mask. Though still getting good amounts of views on its shorts here and there, and still collaborating with Lissy, the channel screeched to a halt as the main videos are struggling to even get 100,000 views, a mere shadow of the Craniac's past audience reach. The current viewership most likely consisting of kids that were too young to understand what happened between Edward and Nicole. With this in mind, the future of Arcade Craniacs is very uncertain, if it'll have any future at all.
So many freaking memories, man. It was so cool, man. So cool, and just really sad, man, that, you know, Chuck E. Cheese itself, the whole corporation, man.
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Animation has long been a passion of mine. While I stopped actually doing it years ago, to this day I find a lot of enjoyment in watching animated shows and movies, as well as web content. Unfortunately, my interest in the subject also led me to discovering the case I'm going to talk about today. Turn back now if you don't want to hear about some really disturbing stuff. Easily the worst I've ever talked about on my channel. You've been warned. Dolly Flesh. It's a name you've probably maybe heard before. With less than 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, he's hardly popular. Even looking at his other socials, his most popular is Instagram, with just 6,000 followers. But scrolling through his posts will reveal a number of strange pieces of artwork, mostly consisting of sculptures. The man behind the account, Leighton Allen LaBute, depicts various scenes with his clay models. All of these are so bizarre and strange that it's not stuff I actually want to verbally repeat out loud. But in a lot of cases, artists who create visually disturbing disturbing material can be perfectly okay without a history of terrible activity, right? Unfortunately, this is not one of those cases. As we travel further down the rabbit hole, you'll find that Dolly Flesh is probably one of the most disturbing and reprehensible individuals online today. The Dolly Flesh YouTube channel began as simply a place for Layton to share his clay animations with the world. According to the first upload on the account, his love for the medium began in 2013 with this primitive but impressive first attempt at the style. It simply depicts a few small characters interacting, using household objects as weapons on each other. While seemingly innocent enough, the violence depicted here would become a staple of all of his later claymations, with the artist showing a clear fascination in depicting gore and the macabre. These themes took a questionable turn when in 2016, that expression shifted from cartoonish skits to oddly meticulous depictions of homicide and dismemberment. Take, for example, Butcher Terror, a short of a masked man slaying and dissecting victims before slashing their genitals. Considering the effort that animating something like this would take, it's obviously questionable that contextless depictions of gore were the only thing he had any interest in doing. Just a few months later, he published another, titled Deceived, in which two men enthusiastically create a snuff film. Content like this was far more into uncanny territory, though perhaps it could be dismissed as simple edginess. People create gory and disturbing movies every year, many of which end up at the box office for millions to see. Far worse has been depicted before in the horror genre than clay models, so the fascination itself proves nothing. At the time, Layton was operating under the username Misery Magic, which a cursory search of reveals a since deactivated DeviantArt account. Here, he would post pieces such as Emma the homicidal antisocial introvert, who, according to him, has an unhealthy obsession with grape juice and Dinkle Puff cereal. But the other art posted to the account is far more revealing. On August 10th, 2017, Layton photographed a sculpture he made in tribute to Pogo the Clown. For the unaware, Pogo was the children's persona used by the notorious murderer John Wayne Gacy, something Layton himself notes in the description. Idolization of a convicted serial killer is really not a good look when put alongside his blood-laden body horror pieces, but it's especially concerning when taking into account the character he debuted just prior, Itchy the Maniac. Itchy, much like Gacy, was a similarly bloodthirsty clown, though instead of targeting little boys, Layton's character murdered women. He published 2 animations starring Itchy on his channel, both set in a homemade torture chamber and both glorifying excessive amounts of gore. But in case you're not entirely convinced of the connection, Itchy the Clown, Dinner, even begins with a pan shot, in which we can see a mask of Pogo hung upon his wall. The signs that Layton was not mentally well were always there, but as the years went on, they only became more apparent. He was so proud of these animations animations that he began signing them with his real legal name. Following this, it wasn't long before he started to implement himself into these fantasies, depicting himself engaging in acts of cannibalism and murder alongside his creations. In spite of his art only getting more and more obscene, he interestingly began to receive some more acclaim from his peers. In September, one DeviantArt user penned an entire journal entry promoting Misery Magic, writing, "We have something special for you this month, but beware, this is not for the faint of heart. This artist takes sculpture to a completely different turn than you might find anywhere else on DeviantArt. These works are completely and delightfully grotesque. I will pin a few up here, but please go to our feature to see some more hand-picked specimens." The recognition for just how far he was willing to go led him to make a handful of acquaintances online, other artists who admired him due to his unique style of artwork. Indeed, on a technical level, his work was impressive, though those who spoke to him at all were quickly put off by his bleak outlook on life and frequent disturbing comments. One even recalled having a dream in which they woke up to find him arrested for murder. In early 2018, Layton officially changed his alias from Misery Magic to Dolly Flesh. He subsequently became less active on social media. It wouldn't upload for the next 2 years. It's uncertain why exactly he took this break, though given his age, it could have been due to complications with school. Then, in February of 2019, he returned to Twitter after a 4-month hiatus to announce, "I have a new video idea. It's gonna be me dancing with clay boobies on. Also, milk will come out. I just need to find the perfect sexy music for it. Or should it be a talking video?" He also uploaded a YouTube video simply titled, "I am hungry." In the video, he is eating out of a clay sculpture of a baby, dragging spaghetti from its insides and shoveling it into his mouth. It's worth noting that his description of the video calls it a sex doll. While Layton's sick fascinations were always rooted in violence, one noticeable trend that began in early 2018 was his drift towards sexual fantasies as well. The already gruesome dismemberment pieces now had an element of perversion, with body parts being stuck in orifices where they clearly didn't belong. Oftentimes, pieces wouldn't have any horror at all, and were entirely pornographic in nature. He even began to depict himself having intercourse, while asking others to describe what the experience felt like to him. A quick glimpse of his Twitter likes also confirms this, revealing he may also have a scat fetish. Shortly after his return, Layton uploaded another video welcoming viewers to his channel, as well as announcing his future plans. He begins it by discussing how he intends to lose his virginity.
So yeah, pretty much, I've also been looking forward to losing my virginity to like a hot, rapey, freaking slim white chick, because I'm more comfortable with forward slutty girls, because the awkward girls would just make like everything awkward.
In this video, he also promoted his gaming channel. While at first glance, it may appear as an innocent place to upload Let's Plays, delving a little further will reveal that most of the videos are actually just school shooting fantasies. Layton would later go on to clarify that when he stated he'd be losing his virginity to a forward slutty hot girl, he actually meant a forward slutty silicone sex doll. In fact, he later went on to call for others to follow in his footsteps, proclaiming that you only live once, so stop having sex now, and get a silicone sex doll instead. Those of you in the audience who are more optimistic may be under the belief that his description of the I Am Hungry video was an offhand joke, a remark that I'm reading into too much. Unfortunately, that is not the case. For unknown reasons, Layton's mother wouldn't let him purchase a quality sex doll, which seems like a weird thing to ask your mom for. This then forced the punished artist to use his claymation abilities to sculpt one himself. In one tweet, he states, "We'll soon get a more skin color clay, so I can feel more horny looking at my clay girls." In another, he shows himself fisting a homemade fleshlight. But the smoking gun in this trail is from June 14th of 2019, where he plainly states, "I am going to construct a life-size sex doll or save up to buy one." I can't judge too harshly for just wanting to buy a sex doll. If you're in my audience, you've probably been there before. What I'm saying is that my subscribers are weird freaks. But more revealing to his derangement is how he ends that tweet. "The one without arms or legs. There is no running away in my house, fucker." Definitely an odd statement. That same day, he elaborated on the sentiment, writing, "I want to lose my virginity to a sex doll because it is made to replicate a real dead girl by like 99%. We will do a lot of kinky things. I'll take a crap on your chest and roll in it. It's called browning." It's called browning. "And I'll let you puke and pee in my mouth. And I'll also give you a nice warm bath." Maybe it's about time to point out he planned to name it after one of his favorite cam girls. Even down to his masturbation habits, he exhibits a disturbing level of interest in mutilation, something that will become harrowing in light of his later crimes. It became apparent that artistic expression wasn't enough for him as an outlet, and he was now using clay to act them out instead. This is where things take a strange turn. Well, as strange as a turn can be in a story about a guy who has sex with dolls he made from clay and shits on their chests, and idolizes serial killers. Layton's return to YouTube was meant to be his first step in an attempt at establishing a legitimate online career. Rather than remaining underground, he wanted actual mainstream recognition for his work. He promoted it alongside two other channels, Flesh Dolly, the previously mentioned gaming channel, and Mushy Flesh, which apparently was intended for commentary videos. The Mushy Flesh channel will be for talking about bigger YouTubers. I want to release the Losing Virginity sex doll at the same time while talking about the bigger animator. Apparently, he intended to call out a super popular animator he believed to have plagiarized Itchy the Clown. The rest of his announcement video teases other content he planned to produce.
Pretty much, I'm gonna be having a lot of crazy videos coming up. One of them isn't really as crazy, but one of them is pretty much gonna be like, I'm gonna have clay tits and a bra, and it's gonna lactate milk out. I'll probably like dance to some music.
You wish this was a joke, but I assure you, he is a man of his word.
Oh, sweetie, sweetie, yes, darling. I hit my head while driving car. My head hurts, sweetie.
Sorry you had to see that, but in early 2019, all of these projects would come to a halt. If his past actions and words are anything to go by, Layton often uses his art as a medium to express thinly veiled fantasies. In May of 2019, he began creating pieces depicting animal abuse, including an image set of himself dismembering a clay cat. On the 6th of May, he tweeted, "I think I'll purchase some hamsters soon, as a form of company." The next day, he posted 3 hamsters with a smiley face. 1 week later, Layton filmed himself playing with the 3 hamsters on his YouTube channel. Its description reads, "Pin stabbed, drowned, microwaved." The next day, he uploaded an 11-minute video showcasing exactly that, torturing and maiming each of the hamsters, one by one. The video was quickly removed for violating YouTube's terms of service. The audience he'd accumulated attempted to have him investigated by the authorities. Unfortunately, due to his low profile, there wasn't enough backlash to catch the attention of law enforcement, meaning he wouldn't face repercussions for some time. In fact, his social media activity suggests he continued business as usual after realizing there would be no immediate consequence for his actions. In case all of the other red flags weren't enough, he began conceptualizing a first-person massacre animation. He also created a clay mask to use in his future vlog-style videos, though the only video content that saw the light of day was him pretending to molest a children's toy. The inactivity on behalf of Canadian police was not unlike that seen in the Luca Magnotta case, of whom Layton clearly took inspiration from given the video's naming scheme, originally titled 1 Kid, 3 Hamsters. But another similarity is how the two attempted to sensationalize their crimes. Luca created promotional materials prior to the release of his videos, and taunted amateur detectives who wanted to see him arrested for abusing kittens. Layton similarly sought infamy, and was disappointed at the initial response, or rather, lack thereof. Because of this, almost exactly a year after the video was filmed, he decided to distribute it again, this time across Reddit. On May 14th of 2020, Layton began posting 1 Kid, 3 Hamsters across a multitude of subreddits, splitting it into 3 individual parts. These communities ranged from horror literature groups to work-safe pages such as Young People YouTube. He used several different Reddit accounts to use this, all being variations of Dolly Flesh with a number afterwards. If there's one thing to be learned from the internet, it's that cruelty towards animals of any kind will be swiftly punished. His freedom would only last another week, when finally, on May 22nd, the 20-year-old was arrested on 3 counts of animal cruelty. But this isn't the end of his story. If you pay attention to his social media, he continued posting on Instagram well into April. He was able to verbalize his woes of a sex doll.
How often will you find a girlfriend that's custom designed and perfect the way you look, or even one without arms and legs. Maybe you'll get tired of screwing her and her plastic bum and want to move to her ear canals, which are stretchier than real human ear canals.
As well as hit himself in the face with a hammer. It turns out, Layton was given the choice of bail only 3 days after his arrest. This was so outrageous that there was a protest over this decision, with people who wanted him in prison for his crimes standing outside the Kelowna courts. The protest ultimately was unsuccessful, and it's unknown what Layton has been up to since his arrest. He was likely advised to stay off social media by lawyers, though honestly I don't think that was much of a help to him given what he did. Layton's trial was scheduled to take place in August, and would have lasted approximately 3 days. Instead, on June 3rd, 2021, he pled guilty. It's currently not known how he'll be sentenced, though the article that broke the story states he is undergoing additional psychiatric examinations due to his social media presence and the content posted there. With all of that out of the way, it does beg the question of what happens next. The punishment for animal cruelty is at most a few years, so it's honestly worrying what he'll do once the case is concluded. It's unclear if he expresses any remorse for what he's done, but it seems unlikely given his previous activities. After initially posting the video, he only reposted it due to his lack of notoriety at the time. It seems that he got everything he wanted. He is now known by locals and onlookers online as the Kelowna Hamster Killer. It's also unclear if, following the sentence, his behavior will escalate, but there's some speculation that it could already be happening privately, away from our eyes. It's worth pointing out that an entire year passed between when Layton filmed himself with the hamsters and his conviction. Beyond what he's published willingly online, his time in that period is largely unaccounted for. It is extremely possible that he could have escalated. For what it's worth, this is all speculation, but locals in his area have begun questioning if he could have been responsible for a separate series of crimes. In June of 2020, local news reports began to emerge of pet cats being found cut straight in half. While at first dismissed as simply the doing of an animal, the odd circumstances surrounding the cases and frequency of them caused them to suspect that someone may be going around, torturing, mutilating, and killing cats in Kelowna. This was later discussed in the area's subreddit, where a majority of the commenters began pointing to Layton, specifically highlighting the aforementioned image set of him dismembering a cat. Its caption? "I like cats better." Now, it's worth pointing out that this is all speculation, and not even my own. The pet owner from the first incident also pointed out that their cat's autopsy indicated it had been the victim of a coyote attack, not some deranged human. In a thread from the subreddit Morbid Reality, several classmates gathered to discuss their own experiences with him. These two are unverified, and should be taken with a grain of salt, though it's worth mentioning that they seem to corroborate each other's stories. 3 different individuals allege that he was expelled from school, with 2 stating it was because he threatened to put mustard gas in the building's vents. One quoted him as stating that he wanted to kill all the pregnant bitches to multiply the kill count. There are also claims that he produced a claymation animation depicting himself killing his grad class. If true, it's unknown what this is in reference to, be it a previously mentioned short or the first-person massacre he had in production.
Sent so very many to this place.
Although he is facing some legal consequences for his actions, ultimately, Layton got what he wanted out of the situation. Where social pressures, morality, and shame elude him, his desire to be known and hated for his actions are ultimately all that matters. While his future is uncertain, the sad truth is that if allowed to continue his activities unhindered, it's likely he will return to his ways, until he does something more serious and is incarcerated for longer. Definitely one of the most disturbing individuals I've had to research online. The few funny moments along the way will never make up for the abject cruelty that he displayed in the end. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Seemed reason enough. Though fear not, I've no plans to reapply for a position there.
Minecraft. It's one of the most popular video games of all time, enjoyed by players of all ages. The simple nature of the game and the endless possibilities make it appealing to an endless number of secondary works, namely the creation of video content.
Alright, what's going on, guys? I'm here playing Minecraft, which is a pretty awesome game. I was turned on to it by Adam CNanners and...
Hello. Beginning in 2012, the first generation of Minecraft Let's Players grew their own fame parallel to the game's explosion in popularity, connecting with millions of viewers around the world. With that explosion also came the creation of one of the formative YouTube groups, titled Team Crafted. Names like ASF Jerome, Deadlocks, The Bayesian Canadian, Husky Mudkips, Minecraft Universe, Sunday, and Sky Does Minecraft would become the team's most recognizable members, collaborating on hundreds of videos and building a brand around the culture of the game. With the group generating millions in revenue and being at the top of the YouTube ladder, it's likely they all knew that someday it would come to an end. With their stardom fading, as viewers lost interest in their personalities and turned their gaze to newer fads. But it would be impossible to predict just how bad things would get. The story of the rise and fall of YouTube groups is one we hear over and over again in retellings on the platform. And at first, I expected the story of Team Crafted to merely be another average arc. That is what most people will tell you, after all. Instead, what I found is one of the most tragic stories in internet history, filled with eccentric characters, corrupted villains, and bizarre twists, leading to the ultimate downfall of one of the 2010's biggest gaming channels. After unraveling the web, I think it's time to finally, properly, tell the sad story of Sky Does Minecraft and Team Crafted.
Hey guys, Sky here, and I wanted to thank you all for 5 million subscribers. When I first started YouTube, I never thought I would ever get this far.
And I am Will with Sky Does Minecraft.
I never fucking once said I was the victim the second time!
Pedophiles. This guy is a pedophile.
They were complete dicks to us. And of course you know what group I'm talking about.
You don't fucking tattoo integrity, strength, knowledge on your fucking body while sitting here and being like, yeah, I'm the fucking shit. I know everything. You don't know everything. No one knows everything.
That's not legal. I'm a bad father that I'm not seeing my son enough. I agree, 100%. I wish I could see him more.
What's new, Skelly? Look at this guy over here. Let's test the bond between us. Barafa, I see you through the eyes of the Crimson Phoenix.
On January 17th, 1993, the man we know as Sky Does Minecraft and a net nobody was born to the name Adam Dahlberg. According to him, around 2008, he was extremely depressed, being relatively overweight at 320 pounds, and working a job he was sure was a relative dead end at his local Subway. But that didn't mean that there weren't greater aspirations in the back of his mind that he was trying to exercise. The Jin the Demon channel is truly a relic of a forgotten time. Centered around the game RuneScape, Adam would make Let's Plays and voice-acted skits within the game.
Once upon a time, there lived 3 ordinary people. Gizzy, Sacrarune, and Chuck. One day, Gizzy, Sacrarune, and Chuck bumped into an Easter bunny.
I'm granting you one wish each,
Said the bunny, and with a quick twirl emote, they all have one wish each. The bunny disappeared.
Much of this is very much a product of its time, with the Bandicam watermark present in many amateur gaming YouTubers' vids, visible on all of his uploads. His online friends, namely Antvenom and Seto Sorcerer, made content in the same sphere, although each had a unique personality and brand of video. That being said, for all of his wishes to be a popular YouTube gamer, the conditions just weren't right. While RuneScape has a dedicated player base, it was released all the way back in 2001, and its chances of becoming the wave to carry him to success were extremely slim. Adam has also stated that at the time, for the most part, all he really had was RuneScape. It was what he spent the majority of his days doing. At one point, he joked that as the agility of his in-game character increased, it decreased for him in the real world. What I'm saying here is that at the time, he was very fat. Coupled with his depression, he was having a hard time. So he decided to largely take a break from the internet to focus on his own well-being. After pushing himself to lose some weight, he managed to improve his mood overall and manage his mental mental health issues in a much better way, making a return to the internet in 2011 to find that it was a much different landscape than when he had left. While a lot of things can change online in a year, the biggest difference he noted was that all of his friends he had met playing RuneScape had since moved on to a different game.
I'm like, where are all my friends? What the heck happened?
What happened was that they had discovered a new game, Minecraft. Ant Venom began making Minecraft videos with his series Hunt for the Golden Apple, in which he would attempt to find the shiny fruit inside of a dungeon.
Some of you might be wondering, you've probably heard of a golden apple, but you haven't really seen one been found, or you don't know what it is. What a golden apple is, it's an apple that can restore all 10 of your hearts. And how you get a golden apple is, it is the rarest treasure you can get from a dungeon.
His ability to talk at length while playing the game and extensive knowledge of its mechanics made his uploads very appealing to viewers, drawing nearly 8,000 subscribers as of March 2011. Much like Adam, Taylor was a young guy who wanted to achieve success on the landscape, being a lifelong gamer himself. Seeing that his friend was having some fun, Adam created a new channel with a new brand dedicated to the game. Jin the Demon became Sky Does Minecraft, and with the help of Ant as his mentor, he started to post consistent content centered around the game.
Hey guys, welcome to the first episode of Sky Does Minecraft. So, wow, fucking crappy ass. Fuck this shit, what the fuck? Okay, so I get the worst fucking world possible.
Things were looking up for Adam. After personal self-improvement from weight loss, he was feeling better mentally, and he moved out of his dysfunctional childhood home and into an apartment with his at-the-time girlfriend, Dawn. With a new channel and a community of online friends, he felt like he belonged again. It could only be up from here.
Speak not to me of failure.
Minecraft was quickly picking up momentum as Sky and his pals were growing their own small audiences, and the bubble was just beginning to form, with a pantheon of new faces trying to join the race to success. In more game-related terms, Minecraft was the mob spawner. If you made videos on the game, you'd probably get views. But at the time, much of this was very unfocused. Most people saw the game as just another sandbox with a new geometric aesthetic. People would build different objects and recreate their favorite retro game sprites next to their little houses. The full potential of the game hadn't quite been reached yet. That's where Sky and his pals would come in. What if instead of simply playing the game unedited, they tried to plan a story out between the different channels?
No! Please don't!
Don't do it, man.
You have so much to live for! No! Are those diamonds? Get them! I'm going to jump.
Yeah!
Different Let's Players could become characters and personalities, building a plot for viewers to follow from episode to episode.
We could create these full-on sets in the game, and we could record them and make little skits. It would go from us playing the game and acting like the characters, which is called roleplay, and then moving into these little skits where if something was happening in the game that couldn't actually happen, we would edit it in.
Similar to what Red vs. Blue did with the Halo games a few years earlier, Sky and his pals' virtual cinematography got a decent following over the next year or so. Sky managed to grow his sub count considerably by the middle of 2012, and by the time August rolled around, he had more than 100,000 subscribers. This is where things really began to snowball. Not only was he at the forefront of a new genre, but he was also extremely consistent. Daily uploads combined with more and more people playing the game contributed to a perfect storm of success. In February of the next year, Sky reached 1 million subscribers. His rise was meteoric, passing the, at the time, #1 Minecraft content creator, and raking in more than $15,000 per month off his videos alone.
I talked to my dad, and he was looking at these numbers and thinking it was some kind of Nigerian scam. You're making how much off the internet? I was freaking out, my family was freaking out. The best thing we could think of was to get a lawyer and incorporate so I don't get slammed on taxes.
Sky was heading one of the most popular YouTube channels in the world. Just a few years prior, he was working for minimum wage and trying to satiate his depressive mood by eating fast food. Now, at just 20 years old, he was making more money than everyone he went to high school with. And all while enjoying a hobby he would have been doing regardless. Needless to say, things were going pretty well for him. Of course, while he was the biggest, he was not the only one. The original Deadlock's channel was created on February 21st, 2012, and it wasn't long before the man behind it, Tyler Ellis, found success in the Minecraft genre. Just 6 months later, he had more than 500 subscribers, more than most new channels managed to get in a year. By November, he was approaching 50,000. A few short months later, he was past triple that. A similar story is told told in Minecraft Universe, or Jason. All of these people would frequently collaborate on videos, and watching uploads from around this time, it's easy to see the appeal. Just watching a few average and pretty relatable guys hanging out feels very personal.
My god, what is...
When I was 2, I pooped in the pool.
Oh no. No.
I don't remember when I was 2. I think I was on the jungle gym at one point. Anyway, so...
Read the rules.
Okay, fine. Put the headset down.
They all feel like kids you could have met in high school or college and played games with. And for younger demographics, they represented their future selves becoming entertainers through a very average and typical activity. Looking at these channels' raw analytics and archived screenshots shows just how quickly all of them blew up. It must have been extremely overwhelming to go from teenagers and young adults playing games with their friends over Skype to being bona fide role models for millions of kids over the course of one calendar year. Eventually, the Minecraft map Cops and Robbers was released, being a remake of a Halo 3 minigame, in which prisoners had to escape from their policeman captor. The game allowed for a lot of entertaining banter, and really brought out the personalities of whoever was playing it, not unlike how Among Us and Fall Guys have as of recent. While the games are extremely simple in concept and are merely contemporary takes on pre-existing formulas, watching some friends play them together and fuck around makes it particularly interesting to audiences. The first episode of Minecraft Cops and Robbers was posted to the Sky Does Minecraft channel on April 10th of 2013. Today, this video has almost 20 million views, and subsequent episodes would accumulate similar success.
I will hit you again. I will kill you.
Sorry.
I'm here with Agent Canadian, who's by himself as well.
Yeah.
Let me appease. Oh, thank you. He's so kind.
I know I'm good from the rags to riches. If you would only say you care. And
By this point, Adam, Ty, and Jason had built quite a devoted audience together, largely glued together by Adam. Wikitubia is notorious for its inaccuracies, often being laden with false or irrelevant information. Dream's page once read that I accused him of saying the N-word, when in reality, I simply wanted him to say it. Regardless, all of these people's pages have Sky listed as one of their most important assets. His channel was easily the most popular of the three, and as a result, his popularity not only benefited himself, but also his friends, who he intended to bring to the top with him. Fans fell in love with their dynamic, and would subscribe to all of the players, making it beneficial for all involved. These collaborations soon became staples of the channels, as they quickly realized how profitable they could really be. The numbers just speak for themselves here.
Hey, stars and recruits, this is Jason from Minecraft Universe, and...
Sky Does Minecraft! Woo! Oh, we're back. We're back.
Naturally, the friends eventually created a Skype chat to make it easier to record these videos, and having to think of a name for it, randomly chose Team Crafted. It was during one of these calls that Deadlocks pitched the idea of formally creating a team of Minecraft content creators. While initially skeptical, Adam reluctantly agreed, and so the trio began to search for new members to join. The first to join the group would be Seto Sorcerer, one of Sky's old online friends from the RuneScape days. But they knew if they truly wanted to grow, they would need the help of more personalities. Awesome Sauce Films was a Let's Play channel created by a group of childhood friends. Though they managed to garner minor success working under Machinima, they began to drift apart in 2011 as each focused on their own endeavors. Two of its members, however, remained very close, namely Mitch and Jerome, the former of which rebranded to the Beijing Canadian. The duo, who had begun playing Minecraft together, started an ongoing Let's Play. Initially just playing survival, their content eventually evolved to showcase various maps and minigames. Their most successful outing, however, would be the Hunger Games series, whose first episode was uploaded in April of 2012.
So keep those nipples on ice, please. Keep them nice and chilled.
Around the time the video was posted, Mitch announced that he'd reached 50,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, that number had doubled. Mitch and Jerome finally made a name for themselves in the wider community, though received backlash from former fans who felt they'd sold out. Regardless, this new success caught the attention of Sky, and quickly, their paths began to converge. That year, Adam decided to attend PAX East with Jason and Caveman Films. It's here that they would first meet the duo. With the prospect of a content team on their mind, he asked if the two would be interested, and they were. So, throughout early 2013, the creators extensively collaborated with each other. Soon, others joined in, with names like Sunday and Husky Mudkips beginning to appear. It's not exactly clear how they all met, but what is known is that discussion occurred pretty casually amongst the friend group, because that's all it was at the time, a friend group.
It was one of those things where Jason, Ty, and Adam were all talking about it at making team at the same time. They made their own little thing. They invited me to a call. They're like, hey man, this to be a part of our thing. And I was like, hell yeah, bro.
Reinforcing just how loose it was, Adam recruited 2 people from his real life to play with them. His former roommate, Dakota, and fiance, Dawn. He encouraged the two to have a social media presence, with Dakota opting to use the name Kermit Plays Minecraft. They also hired a team of artists to enhance their branding, who provided them all with matching painted avatars as well as animated shorts. Videos began being uploaded daily, to which they quickly accumulated millions of views each. Those first months of that year were spent solidifying their shared audience, as one by one, each of them continued to surpass milestones. In June, Husky Mudkips reached 1 million subscribers. 1 month later, so did Sunday. Eventually, all but one of the full-time creators would reach 1 million, with the only odd one out being Seto Sorcerer. Of course, none of their growth spurts could compare with Adam's, who at the time was now surpassing the 5 million mark.
It's crazy. It's a mind-boggling number because behind every single one of those numbers is a subscriber and it's a person, and it's just so breathtaking that you guys would take the time out of your day to come and check out my channel and watch my videos. It's just, I don't know what to say other than thank you so much.
It's really hard to overstate his influence. Him randomly calling gold butter in the game was so influential that I remember most kids I played with at the time referring to gold as butter, even though most of them had never even seen Sky's videos. His stardom went so far that he even managed to appear in a Lady Gaga music video. For many of these guys, in just a few years, or even months, they'd gone from living paycheck to paycheck to signing mouse pads for giveaways. Sky's channel alone was generating 100 million views every month. The ad revenue was astronomical. It's perhaps no surprise that their interests eventually became more financial, but predictability does little to prevent consequence. That summer saw great growth for the business, but it was also at that period of time that many personal relationships began to fall apart. On June 14th of 2013, Adam announced on Twitter that he and Dawn had broken up. This came off as very abrupt, as the couple had gotten engaged less than 4 months prior. Asking viewers to respect their privacy at the time, for years the truth remained undisclosed. However, it would later be revealed that the relationship had fallen apart for quite some time. The two often got into intense shouting matches, and simply had incompatible goals for the future. In fact, Adam would later admit that the two only stayed together in those final months because he paid her to. He paid her $25,000 to continue dating him, and even purchased Dawn a car to bargain back her love. While this seemed to work for some time, something must have pushed her over the edge, and no bribery could salvage that. She subsequently deleted her online presence at his request, and attempted to quickly disappear from the public eye. Meanwhile, Adam had very little time to reminisce, as he and his associates continued operating the content machine. There was a noticeable lack of reflection on his behalf. The sudden wealth had warped his mind, as he was more concerned about it stopping than his questionable behavior. Sure, he was able to bury what had happened with Dawn successfully, as she seemed more than willing to exit his life, but the same cannot be said for one of his older friends, and it would be his treatment of him that led to a controversy which, to this day, overshadows much of the team's legacy.
So the last day in Vegas. You looking good, Adam?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm ready for this.
He's ready. His body is ready. This entire hotel room was completely destroyed over the course of one night, so that's always a plus.
That fall, Team Crafted began pushing itself as a group. They launched their own website and dedicated group channel, where they revealed they'd all moved into a new house together. Their plans detailed vlogs, skits, and more active series due to the ease of recording. However, fans took notice that one of the earliest members of the group was absent. In fact, he'd been seemingly exiled, no longer appearing on any of their featured channels. This would turn out to be the aforementioned smallest creator, Seto Sorcerer, who it appeared had been completely inactive online. Seto wasn't like everyone else in the team. He preferred to create more informational videos. His humor didn't quite match up, but he enjoyed their company nonetheless. The most important distinction, however, is that he wasn't in it for the money.
The squid's the cop?
Oh, I'm right here.
It's not, but that guy.
I mentioned pretty briefly that Seto was one of Adam's old RuneScape friends, having known each other for over 4 years. Despite this, he refused to show Adam his face, or even tell him his first name. Seto wasn't just not extroverted, he was extremely introverted, and he later admitted that Team Crafted was the first real group of friends he'd ever had. You can only imagine then how distraught he became after they deliberated about how unmarketable his association was. That August, the group made plans to meet up in Las Vegas to take their first steps toward live-action content. Just days before flying out, on August 13th, Mitch initiated a group call to discuss whether or not Seto should be kicked from the group. Their justification was that because he wouldn't forfeit his name or face, his presence prevented them from exploring skits and blogging. He also wasn't funny or popular enough to overlook those things. It's said that the only person who didn't vote him off was not Adam, but Ty, who was also the only one to remain in touch. With no forewarning whatsoever, Seto was now out of the clique. Seto fell into several depressive episodes and had trouble sleeping as he lost the only friends he had. But the one that hurt the most was Adam. He recalled that some words said in that August call cut deeper than any blade, and that he didn't even recognize Adam anymore. After all, the two had known each other for years prior to online fame. Meanwhile, the group seemed to move on without him just fine, as they spent the rest of that week hanging out together at PAX. As fans continued to clamor for an explanation, Seto finally broke his silence that December. He uploaded a now lost video explaining his side of the story and how he'd been removed from the group since August. He then stated that he was done with his channel and wanted to move on with his life. The video was only made public for 30 minutes, though it was made available afterwards by a fan. The comment section of Team Crafted was subsequently filled with the hashtag SaveSeto, as prepubescent children made horribly cringy tribute videos in hopes of cheering him up. Now, it is worth stating that Team Crafted disputed his recount of events. Mitch, who received the largest influx of hate comments, wrote a formal response to his video later that day. He claimed that they thought Seto had left on good terms, viewing him as being honorably discharged. He then argued that if he wanted to just be friends, there was no point in him officially being a part of Team Crafted. Given they were all going to live together, that doesn't make much sense. Of course, not being included meant he'd spend far less time with them. Additionally, multiple artists were in the group as well, who didn't fulfill those expectations. But really, all of that is besides the point. Some members of the group would eventually extend apologies to Seto, which he accepted. Despite the drama being officially over, however, their justification and handling of the situation left a permanent stain on their brand, as the fans became aware of their more cynical, business-minded nature. It was now December of 2013, and to Team Crafted, it seemed like the sky was the limit. And for good reason. Adam had become the 12th most subscribed to YouTuber on the entire platform, and they were all now living together. Despite viewing it as an opportunity to produce new forms of content, in reality, very little actually came from their shared household. There was a Nerf gun vlog.
Plays Minecraft. How for now? You're right.
Oh yeah, let's go bother Adam.
I'm gonna take the big gun for this one. You cock that thing. I'm trying. Oh, you get it.
You're getting a huge gun.
Wait, this is Scott. This is okay. Yeah. This
Oh god! Oh my god! Run away!
Which was very underwhelming. They released a series of Team Crafted shorts, which would presumably be their skits. And not only did these underperform, but they're also
Eggs. What is that? My fingernails. Maybe it's chocolate. I like chocolate Hershey's. That's good stuff. That's not chocolate!
Wait, is that Post Malone? But their motivation to explore new avenues seemed to dry up as things began falling apart. Perhaps Seto's response was a sobering moment. Or maybe Adam was too busy being in a Lady Gaga music video. Regardless, he would leave the group in March of 2014, and Ty followed soon after. Adam would later go on record to state that it wasn't personal, just business.
Team Crafted just disbanded because some of us just didn't see eye to eye. It's not that we disliked each other, it's not that we hated each other, it's not that we dislike any of the members. It's literally as simple as, yeah, I like purple, you like blue. Like that's That's literally it.
This, of course, would prove fatal for the project, as many of their careers relied entirely on that shared viewership.
I got to where I am by myself, and people rode on my back to get where they were. Sunday included. And I rode on Gizzy Gaza's back and stole his content to get where I was. I don't give a shit what anyone says. The dude came to me when his channel was completely dead, and he was coming back to YouTube, and basically Team Crafted helped lift him back up to where he was before.
With the departure of the group's primary life force, one by one, each of the members paid their dues, ending almost as quickly as the idea was conceived. It's hard to pinpoint exactly why it all died so quickly. You could blame Mitch for facilitating its commercialization. You could even blame Adam for leaving it all. But perhaps these issues can be attributed to their dynamic becoming a business necessity. And when you don't see eye to eye on these decisions, any sentimental attachment you had to those people is pretty much thrown away. For a while, the channel remained defunct after the group disbanded. However, on June 1st, 2014, Ty uploaded a video elaborating on his thoughts of the fallout, admitting he disliked what it became. Because the account was now inactive, he proposed turning it into a community channel for smaller creators, where friends could meet together and commentate.
But I came to conclusion that no one's touching this channel, and the group isn't really a group anymore. So I thought, why waste this? Why waste this amazing opportunity that me and Sky Does Minecraft we both made together?
This video was privated an hour after it was uploaded, indicating that behind the scenes, members rejected his philanthropy. Adam continued to grow substantially throughout early 2014, uploading 2 videos per day. He also found new creators to collaborate with, such as Basherverse and XRPMX13. Fans noticed that Dakota, Adam's old roommate, became less active online. It turns out that he was starting a family and celebrated the birth of his son later that year. He had little free time in general, nonetheless to do YouTube, so he was out of the picture. Adam still wanted real-life company, however, so he attempted to rekindle other past connections. One of these new old friendships was with a childhood pal named Starlet Zhao, of whom he was peers with all the way back in the 3rd grade. Through a mutual friend, the two reconnected, and before long, he too would become a content creator, under the alias Jinbob.
Hey, what's poppin'? My name is Jinbob. Welcome to the channel. To get things started, I have for you today a Let's Play. More specifically, a Let's Play of Minecraft. I know. Original, right? Shocking.
But more importantly than that, he contacted an old high school crush named Elisa. Reconnecting through Facebook, she began venting about her recent falling out with an ex, and all of the typical drama that surrounded it. Adam offered to fly her out to Los Angeles for the weekend, an offer which she graciously accepted. Upon her arrival, Elisa attended a party that night at the former Team Crafted house. But as the guests began to leave, the two began speaking more intimately with each other, sharing their personal turmoils and life experiences. That short visit soon turned to a month due to complications with the airport, and by June, the two were publicly dating.
We're actually going to have Elisa over here do my makeup.
Reaching 10 million subscribers by the end of the year, this was when Adam's channel growth would begin to peak, marking the beginning of the end for Minecraft's first golden age on YouTube. Fans would notice the gradual loss of passion over the next 2 years. Adam kind of became a caricature of himself. It seemed like he was very fatigued with the game itself, and sought to diversify his content. That summer, he began a vlog channel titled Sky Does Things, where he would upload vlogs, challenges, and a variety of other content with Elisa. "2015 was the year that Adam planned to make several big changes in both his personal and business life. In February, he announced that the couple would be getting married, and they'd conceived a child as well. His son, Mason, would be born in September of that year, as he proclaimed that he would no longer swear on his main channel in order to become a better influence to kids. He also began more seriously pursuing business endeavors, conceptualizing what would become Sky Media. Relocating to offices in Bellevue, Washington, he began employing his friends to form a new content creation team. This took a far more professional approach than Team Crafted had, with Adam wanting to make sure his employees were taken care of, with health benefits and a 401k. The mainstay lineup for Sky Media consisted of an entirely new roster, with Jinbob, Your Pal Ross, That Guy Barney, as well as 2 of their editors. Many of the creators Adam had begun associating with were considered as well, including the aforementioned Basherverse.
I hate you so much.
That's why I was
These signs did it for me. I'm like, you can do it. I was like, okay, these signs are telling me I can.
Well, plus you go on the server, like, you can tell them a lot.
Having a massive channel of his own and beloved by his audience, Brandon seemed like the perfect fit for the office.
Probably one of the best games that I've played in a long time. It's just so simple and beautiful and just fun and epic and wonderful in every single way.
As is typical of regular jobs, a background check was performed on him, only to uncover that he had a criminal record. He had been charged for having an unlawful transaction with a minor. Because of this revelation, Adam distanced himself from the up-and-comer. Shortly after, the information was anonymously leaked to Drama Alert. These events would be the first dominoes, eventually leading to his very public downward spiral. I never said I was the fucking victim.
I'm sick and tired of being called a fucking rapist! I'm tired of it all! I'm tired! I just wanted to leave! I just wanted to leave my fucking room! And I was in for years! And I finally did! And you fucking won't leave me alone!
Unfortunately, though Sky Media lasted longer than Team Crafted, it didn't survive much more than a year. Rather than be allowed to operate their own accounts, Adam purchased each of their channels from them. At least, this is what Ross alleged, who at the time used the name House_Owner. Instead, he was given the job of managing it, which upset him as he'd created the account as a kid. He was told that if he wanted it back, he'd have to purchase it. So instead, he created the Your Pal Ross persona. His childhood relic was then transformed into Couch Potatoes, a sister channel for the organization. Sky Media didn't just achieve Team Crafted stream of live-action content, however, it also managed to become more corporate. It's around this time that the Tube Heroes toys began being released, licensed action figures based on their in-game skins. These could be found in big-name stores across the country. It's perhaps fitting, then, that Adam subsequently attempted to reboot the friend group, this time under the name Vision Squad. This iteration was even more short-lived than the original. During one of those sessions, an argument broke out that would permanently fracture the business. Ross was roommates with both of the business editors, Tim and Max. One of them had made a fake tweet criticizing PewDiePie's content, which Adam assumed was about himself. He brought it up during recording, leading Adam to accuse Ross of being manipulated by them. This upset them so much that all three of them moved out, leaving on such bad terms that he claimed Adam threatened to bleed them dry in court if they ever spoke out. In late 2015, Jinbop also left the offices, citing creative differences. It's unknown if the drama had any impact on his decision, with Adam simply stating that Jin wanted to focus on his personal channel instead. Adam quickly fell out of touch with his former friend, unaware of his long-term plans. Then, all of a sudden, Jinbop became silent in August of that year, offering his fans no further explanation. As it turns out, almost immediately after leaving, Jin had begun speaking inappropriately with an underage fan. After receiving art from a 14-year-old, he befriended her before asking her to strip and wear lingerie. Her parents began to notice, catching the child wearing a locket with his face in it. They then called law enforcement, who began monitoring his activity. That summer, he traveled to Detroit in an attempt to meet her, only to be arrested and found guilty of enticing a minor for sex. News of this would first break that September, to which the only response Adam could muster at the time was, "Wow."
Me and Jin stopped talking ages ago, like about a year and 2-3 months ago. It's always like I get called and told like some crazy shit is going on with someone that I know.
Sky Media was just too ambitious of an idea, and for it to have longevity required more forethought, and probably more reliable people. Team Crafted should have been a wake-up call to learn from his mistakes, but instead, Adam only flew closer to the sun. Consequently, the business venture succumbed to the consequences of very hastily made relationships. This brings us to 2016, a very tumultuous time for the Sky Does Minecraft channel. By this point, Adam had devoted it to variety gaming, but the pivot hadn't gotten back much of his audience. He had dropped the family-friendly mantra he adopted when his kid was born, saying he wanted to try to go back to making uncensored content, unlike his peers. Despite this more seemingly honest approach and dropping of any corporate pandering, he didn't salvage much. The channel was on the decline, and it wasn't much better for his personal life. In a deleted tweet, Sky vented to his audience about how Elisa had cheated on him with another guy, which likely would have become a much bigger story initially if Keemstar hadn't been willing to forfeit his presence in a Drama Alert news video thanks to a request from Sky himself. On September 30th, 2016, Sky posted a video to his channel informing his audience that he had spent a week in a mental hospital. Around this time, he also broke up with Elisa officially, and the two began frequently fighting on Twitter. It's one thing to have your girlfriend quietly exit the public eye. It's another to, embarrassingly, have arguments with her over your seemingly business-related Twitter account. In January of 2017, Sky said that he would be taking a 6-week hiatus from the channel to try and repair his own state of mind. Similar to what had happened when he left RuneScape more than half a decade prior, he wanted to rebuild. It seemed that, at least temporarily, things were starting to look up. In March of 2017, him and Elisa announced that they were back together, even posting videos again. On top of that, Sky reportedly received an 8-figure deal from some anonymous person or company at this time to keep making Minecraft content on his channel. This, however, wouldn't last, as he and Elisa split again, and the two began to lash out publicly at each other. Sky tweeted out,
"I wish I never met you,"
along with a barrage of other inflammatory tweets. Within these, he revealed a discovery he had made, being that she had cheated on him for a second time. It seemed like he was finally through with her.
That's the thing that kind of pissed me off, I'll be honest. Like, the thing that made me angry was the fact that a person could be putting on this mask for so long and basically be mooching off of subscribers from another person and followers from another person, and then be treating them like complete shit behind the scenes.
Adam had also grown distasteful of the Minecraft community at this point, saying that he hated people's masks, a very frequent theme after the Alessa breakup. He said it all felt too commercial and uncreative, with the genre being populated entirely by people making videos to make a buck, rather than to have a genuine connection with an audience. The Sky channel was largely dead at this point, and in July of 2017, Adam released a video signing off his Minecraft career.
Basically, I've been in this block world for so long that I feel like it's time to go explore the real world.
The Sky channel was now completely inactive, with Adam saying that he gave away all of his equipment and side accounts to some of his former employees from the business. Today, the Team Crafted channel appears to be run by some girl who merely acquired it and had nothing to do with the inception of the group. Similarly, Ross's channel was given to some young women who make vlogs or something. At this point, we also learned of a much sadder fact, being that Adam was not allowed to see his son because of his adverse relationship with the mother. I'd imagine Sky's feelings on the subject were only made worse when Alessa decided to involve herself in a petty personal drama he had with KSI, appearing in his Diss Tracks music video. Adam's struggle to gain custody of the child was very public at this point, and audiences began to sway to his side thanks to an emotional interview he did with Keemstar, where he begged to see his son.
I'm not upset at you, I'm upset at her for continuing to ruin my life when I haven't done anything to her! I haven't done shit to you! You would talk to other people, you would speak to other people. You can't disprove anything I'm fucking saying, so fucking try to do it! I have nothing to lose, because the only thing that I want is my son. I gave up my channel, I gave up everything. I gave up my income, I don't care about it anymore. I just want my son! I just want my son! I want to see my son, he didn't recognize me! He didn't fucking recognize me when I visited him!
Thankfully, he did manage to eventually gain partial custody, although it has been stated that upon one of his first visits with his son, his kid didn't even recognize him. His business, however, had been largely up in the air, with him frequently going back and forth between wanting to create content and leaving entirely. He stated that he hated his past Sky-related projects, changing his channel name to Sky Does Everything and uploading consistently again. However, he eventually stopped posting yet again as of his video's creation. No new videos have been posted to his channels for 5 months. Sky had lost so much, but above all, he had finally become what he wanted. A net nobody. So, where are Team Crafted and all of Sky's former friends now? Deadlocks currently operates a new channel titled Locks, where he posts videos about Fortnite daily and has been doing so for more than a year. His original Minecraft channel appears to have been sold to Plot Twist, which posts content about pop culture and celebrities. Minecraft Universe was inactive for a year until about a month ago, when he posted a video promoting his digital and 3D art career. It appears to be a promotion for an NFT he is releasing. Husky Mudkips has posted more frequently, although is relatively inactive. His Twitter and YouTube are evidence that most of the people who once cared for his content are now gone. Bayesian Canadian, one of the largest members of the team, received some success after the team broke up. But as time dragged on, he began losing relevance approaching the end of 2020. After multiple attempts to revive his channel, he eventually gave up in early 2021 and let his fans know that he was working on a new project. Meanwhile, Jerome ASF actually posts Minecraft content to this day and has a smaller but loyal audience. Sunday is doing extremely well, having passed all of them in popularity, due to evolving his content through different waves of game popularity. Most recently, his Among Us videos have achieved mass appeal. In 2017, Pseudo Sorcerer posted an hour-long video explaining what happened with Team Crafted and giving us reasons for leaving the online world. Today, his subscriber count is hidden, and while he does post videos from time to time, their success would seem to be reflective of a channel with a few thousand subscribers, rather than someone who was at the front lines of gaming content just a few years ago. In contrast to Sky, his old friend Ant Venom managed to successfully adapt his channel and is still heavily involved in the Minecraft community. Around 2014, he stopped growing despite him constantly uploading, freezing at 2 million subscribers. After some major struggles with YouTube, he declared a break from the internet. He made the move to focus his content less on playing games and more on their mechanics, exploring the absolute limits of Minecraft and breaking it multiple times. Since then, he's achieved critical success, reaching 3 million and managing to be a major player in the gaming space. Jinbob is currently serving time following his grooming of an underage fan. It is set to be released in 2023. In 2020, Sky started a new series titled Nostalgia Craft to reunite with some of his pals like Bayesian Canadian, Jerome, and Ant Venom. Your pal Ross also posts today to a very small audience in comparison to what it once was, similar to Mudkits. Sky has evolved a lot over the years, and today he seems to be in a much better state than when he was at the peak of all of his drama. According to a community tab post, he has a new girlfriend and apparently a new daughter, which has become his focus in the last half a year since he stopped uploading to his channels. Whether or not he will return to YouTube anytime soon and attempt to revive his channel, I can't say. Team Crafted is the tale of what it's like to be at the top. It's every creator's dream to be the most popular YouTuber, to be a part of a group who makes videos together and lives together. Growing an online brand built on camaraderie and connecting with a shared audience. Unfortunately, once given the opportunity, many people are unsure of how to handle it. Sky's rise to fame led to, ultimately, greed. He threw money at his problems to fix the holes in his ship. Once that didn't work, he attempted to plug them himself. As his friends moved on to other projects, he attempted to adapt several times. At first, this made him disinterested in his fame. Eventually, he grew to hate it. Everything he built almost a decade ago now only exists in the memories of the kids who watched him. A time capsule of a bygone YouTube empire, which crumbled to the ground years ago. Well, okay, you know, that sucks, but at least we can take solace in the fact that a new wave of Minecraft channels has recently blown up, and all of them are handling their fame really well, right? Right? I genuinely love and care about all of you guys, and that's the best way I can describe it. You are like a whole bunch of kittens, and I love you. Not every creator will feel the same as me, but that's fine. I'm being genuine every time I say it. I love you. Your kittens? Yeah, you care about your kitten's dream? Yeah, buddy? Oh, yeah? This is the part of the video where I say, never mind. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. In October 2022, the infamous YouTuber Sneako was banned from the platform. According to news outlets, this was due to him repeatedly breaking community guidelines, though the specific meaning of this is unclear. In the 6 months before his ban, he went from a moderately popular content creator to one of the biggest streamers on the site, regularly going live to more than 20,000 of his extremely loyal, rabid fan base. Some call him a savant social commentator, while others relegate his entire online presence to the promotion of hate, ignorance, and misogyny. One side celebrates him being cast into the Shadow Realm, considering it a win for a more tolerant environment. However, this is far from the consensus. A whole host of people, not necessarily fans of his, by the way, see his banning as a depressing sign of the times, that the climate no longer allows for old-school, politically incorrect YouTube, and Sneako is one of its most prominent scapegoats. But who is Sneako, and what does he stand for, if anything?
People keep saying they want the old Sneako back, and I want to address this. You don't have to be a fan to understand this video. Look at my comments, you'll see half the people watching want to fight. It's unsettling to see someone you relate to become unrelatable.
Sneako, real name Nico, was born on September 8th, 1998, just in time to grow up alongside the internet. Like the rest of Generation Z, he got to watch as it slowly but surely eroded the space once monopolized by traditional legacy media. When you see a teeming cultural shift like that happening, it's only natural to try and join it and ride the wave. He created his YouTube channel on April 9th, 2013, naming it Sneako, a clear portmanteau of his first name. At the time, Nico's uploads to the channel consisted of the tried and true Call of Duty commentary routine. While mostly adhering to the commentary formula, he would attempt to put his spin on the concept, which often meant delving into political discussion over his gameplay.
Alright, so the main issue we're going to talk about today, like we said, is separation of church and state. The question at hand is, should the U.S. intervene in Syria?
Imagine you're in a BO2 lobby, and you just hit this little motherfucker. Should the U.S. intervene in Syria? It's like, nigga, plant the bomb at B. Shut the fuck.
Sneako always made a point of being as transparent as possible in his beliefs, harboring an open discussion on various topics, from wacky internet shenanigans to gun control to critiques of feminism. Looking at it from a neutral perspective, he was actually a good deal ahead of the curve when it came to controversy maxing, which later became the MO of seemingly every commentary YouTuber.
Because now that a lot of people are finding this, they're saying, why are you just copying tape? I've been saying the same since 2015. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I've been on the same since 2000. I started my channel in 2013. If you don't believe me, if you think that I'm just riding a wave right now, get off my...
During this period, he enjoyed a moderate amount of success, cultivating a loyal fan base intrigued by what he had to say. Eventually, this led him to drop out of college to pursue a career as a full-time content creator. At the time, it seemed risky, especially considering that having YouTube as a job was an even less believable prospect than it is now for the average person. Nonetheless, it paid off. His content would evolve, keeping the edge that intrigued so many during his Call of Duty commentary days, but now with a more philosophical bend to it, if you could call it that. He started recording and editing video essays and think pieces on ego, catcalling, obesity, and his position as a content creator, and what would eventually be termed a social media influencer. This desire to seek what he saw as truth through funny would lead Sneako down the path of notoriety.
Right now, with the amount of eyes I have on me, I could fart out 7 videos a week, make them all 10 minutes long so YouTube would let me spam the mid-roll ads for mobile games. But what's the fun in that? I would hate my own videos. People would know that I'm only in it for the money.
Sneako would always have the propensity to collaborate with other creators to boost the growth of his online presence. When Drama Alert, which back then was at the peak of its game, was looking for a guest star to read a series of statements by a notorious YouTube prankster, FouseyTube, Nico would jump at the opportunity. Neither Sneako nor Keemstar could have seen the absolute diarrhea hurricane about to ensue. Keemstar would give the job to Sneako, despite Nico's age and the personal animosity between the two. The voiceover that Sneako returned to Keemstar was,
"The reading that you did was sh**, and then when I told you it wasn't good privately told you it wasn't good, privately told you I'm not going to use it, you had a hissy fit like a little boy and tried to get back at Keemstar because you had an opportunity to be in front of 400,000 people and you blew it, but you couldn't accept the fact that you did a bad job. Instead, you tried to pass the buck on me.
Sneeko wasn't about to take this hit to his pride sitting down. After losing the opportunity to reach such a large audience, he would resort to another way of making it big, stirring the pot. For once, Sneeko actually pioneered a new genre of YouTube videos instead of just contributing to an already existing one. This innovative category was nothing other than Keemstar Exposed videos, which up until that point were scant since the majority of YouTubers either ignored him or wanted to be on his good side. Like many pioneers of experimental new art pieces, Sneeko's video would go entirely unappreciated. Once again, he failed to enter the limelight, and Nico deleted the expose soon after its publication. The notorious Gnome and Sneeko would convene on episode 11 of the #Triggered podcast. While Keemstar confronted Sneeko for leaking private discussions and breaking his trust, Sneeko attempted to prove the opportunity was a setup, and Keemstar wanted him to fail all along.
My point is how non-important Sneeko is. But in Sneeko's mind, the world revolves around him, right? We're talking about all these people that offered to do this job, right? And I picked Sneeko. How am I holding a grudge against him? I'm not fucking giving him the opportunity just so he can fucking fail.
That's not what
I'm
you told me.
giving him the opportunity to see if he fails or not.
You went and started messaging me at 3 a.m. and you said, I picked you out of hundreds that asked me to do the reading. Part of me knew you were going to fail, going in, to be honest. I just wanted a reason to call you a loser, and now I have it.
Another thing that everyone must know about Sneeko is that he does not follow the golden rules of YouTube. All right? Any YouTuber knows, you do not disclose any private conversations with
That's
other
coming from
YouTubers.
Drama Alert right here. You're telling me that I can't be trusted. That's
I know you can't be trusted. Don't cry, dude. If you seriously cry, they will
How is
never
he
stop.
crying?
Your channel got shut down, didn't it? Me and my team sat there and worked for fucking weeks to try to get your channel back. How come you hate me though? You hate me. I'm a bad guy.
The bridge that Sneeko would burn so early in his career as a YouTuber would never again be repaired. The two would simply go their separate ways and only speak to one another again after the better part of a decade.
Yo, what up, Keem? Remember me?
Yeah, I was telling the story how I hired you to read something and you did it horribly and you tried to expose me.
Yeah, I was 16, bro. I mean, I learned from that. That was a long time ago. But ultimately, what I learned from that is I wanted to be independent and I didn't want to work for anybody. But I didn't know how to phrase it properly back then, and I'm glad that I decided to work for myself and not work for you.
However, this wouldn't be the only opportunity that Sneeko let slip through his fingers due to his unbridled desire for clout.
I've known him for years now. He used to be a fan of my channel, like a big fan.
At number 2, I have Sneeko, and if you've ever seen Sneeko's videos, you realize that they're kind of addicting. Once you start watching them, it's kind of hard to stop. He's so straightforward with things, and he's not biased on anything. He'll let you know anything that's on his mind.
Mr. Beast was once a relatively small YouTuber, if you can believe that, and his content came from the same strain as Sneeko's: commentary over epic Call of Duty gameplay. During this time, the two would often talk with one another in comment sections, hyping up each other's videos and being generally supportive. Their similar ages and desire to be the best on the platform would spark a kinship between the two burgeoning creators.
I was in his videos and stuff, like making jokes, like helping edit, like helping set up the stuff.
How'd you meet him?
From YouTube, because I was doing Call of Duty videos for years beforehand. So we had known each other from comment sections when I was 14, 15.
With Mr. Beast, it was crazy because I knew him for years. He was always commenting, encouraging me, saying positive things. He would pass me, I would pass him. And then out of nowhere, he blew up. It really just tested my ego.
Fundamentally, Sneeko wanted to work for himself, ideally by himself, building his own following, wealth, and content with little concern for anything else. His failed run-ins with various creators most likely led to this outlook. He wanted success, he wanted money, and the supposed freedom it would give him. But he wouldn't bend to an algorithm to attain it. As a matter of fact, he would actively strive against it whenever given the opportunity. If he was going to be the best on the platform, he would do it on his own terms.
When I started working for Mr. Beast, I was blown away at how he was making videos. I was used to people just around filming in public. He was operating his crew like a business.
Mr. Beast, on the other hand, sought to study and dissect the algorithm itself. researching the most minute details of a video and how it reflected on his performance.
For example, when we were making this Lego car video, he was absolutely sure it was gonna go viral before we even started filming. It took 3 days to assemble these cars. We had to strip down the golf cart, strip down the go-kart, take these drills and attach the Legos one by one. It was a lot of work, but the whole time he had this image in mind of those Lego cars going down the street in the thumbnail with the Photoshop cop car in the back. The title is I Built a Working Car Using Only Legos. You don't need to watch that video to know that it's viral.
Sneako saw this fabricated, exaggerated persona that Mr. Beast put on and found it repulsive. In his mind, Mr. Beast was bending the knee to the algorithm, which he thought was unacceptable. However, he never actually got around to quitting, since that choice would be taken for him when a representative of Mr. Beast informed Nico that he didn't need to return to production that summer. Just like that, Mr. Beast had quietly dropped Sneako.
I started working for Mr. Beast 2 years ago. It didn't last long because I got caught up with my ego. I was working for a guy that used to be my fan, but I saw him change his YouTube channel to match the algorithm. He fit everything he did so that it would go viral. Sellout or not, that's a fucking smart move. I remember telling him about how my ADHD stops me from editing. I overthink my videos. Sometimes I get too lazy. And he just looks at me and goes, oh, just don't do that. Just pay someone to edit. Just don't be lazy.
Nico would interpret this as an attack on his pride, and he would not take it lying down. Sneako would post a video attempting to expose his former associate, cementing this pattern of attacking people he formerly worked with as a habit of his. If he was going down, he was bringing Jimmy right with him.
So what happened? Context. Mr. Beast fired me, and I made an exposed video, and I said that he's not real in his videos, and that he doesn't swear and he doesn't curse and he peels. I made like an exposed video of Mr. Beast trying to talk about the fraud that goes on behind the scenes. I deleted it right away. Almost nobody saw it, but he saw it, and we were like in a situation where we could have been friends, and that completely ruined it.
Sensing that he had overstepped the line by a wide margin, Nico would regretfully pull the video just a few hours after its publication. Nonetheless, the damage was done, and it was seemingly irreversible. Sneako, once again, turned against the people who gave him a shot at working from a larger platform, and the two have yet to mend their broken ties.
Right after I got fired, I was tight. I didn't have any subs at the time. I had like 27K, but I made like a Mr. Beast exposed video trying to like get some redemption from it. And it only got 30 views. I took it down in 10 minutes. Mr. Beast is one of the 30 views, and so like bro, we don't really talk anymore. We went from like being possible friends and stuff like that to like me doing that fucked up the relationship forever.
Nico burnt the bridge, and the two's relationship possibly for life, though it seems that his tone has become much more amicable recently. In a recent appearance on the Boys Cast podcast, he would even show some degree of gratitude for Mr. Beast's mentoring on the inner workings of running a successful YouTube channel.
It's great to see him get on podcasts now because he gave me all that info when I was working with him.
As his YouTube account lulled on its way to success, Sneako took up odd jobs for a while, using his experiences to tell stories to his online fanbase. One of these jobs happened to be modeling, something that would haunt him later in his career. The specter of wearing female sweatpants never entirely left his consciousness.
I didn't know I was gonna look this stupid. It's so weird seeing you on the screen. I gotta tell you, like, this is the first time I got paid doing modeling, ever. Might be the last.
Sneako would seek to diversify his content to use the YouTube platform he had built for years as a foundation to finally achieve his dream job, being a comedian.
I'm so afraid to lose another 2 years that now I specifically go out of my comfort zone. I started doing stand-up comedy, and I've bombed so hard I've wanted to jump on the train tracks too. I started modeling and even got signed to an agency, which has been humbling for my ego. I get called the fuckboy a lot, if you can't tell. It's young crowds, you know what fuckboy means. Yeah. Right. You're wearing knockoff Supreme. Knockoff Supreme? You think I'm broke? I said I dropped out to do YouTube. It's real Supreme. Give me the mic to do it. I came all the way to do my set. What are you gonna say?
As Sneako went his own way, he began moving away from the reflective style of videos that made him famous. Instead, he began covering the views of other people. This evolution in his content took the form of a new, recurring man-on-the-street type series, a lot like Steven Crowder's Change My Mind segment. Sneako dubbed it the 1 Minute Podcast.
Are you a good person?
Yes, I would say so.
Who are you better than?
You?
I actually worked in a court for 4 years, and I really enjoyed my work because I got to do a lot of my own fulfilling things.
You worked in the court?
Yeah, I worked in a court. I was a bailiff for a family court, so I would prepare Yes, I would prepare kids for like court and like their family cases and stuff like that.
Most fucked up kid you saw?
I'm not supposed to tell you, but like my NDA.
It used to be that people called me an asshole, but now it's all ego this, ego that. Everyone's a psychologist. And before, I never thought of myself as that kind of person, but one day it switched and you just become addicted. And that's what made me a dick for a while. I walked around looking good, feeling good, and people react to that. When internally you start thinking that you're better than everyone else without actually doing anything, people will notice. And I'm scared that if I keep inflating my own ego and burying all my crippling insecurities, my shit's gonna pop.
However, despite the success of this series, along with his more artistic vlogs having cleared a final way out of the insular and toxic commentary sphere, Sneako would never let go of his provocateur tendencies. The closer we come to his current ethics, the clearer it becomes that the shenanigans were present long before any of the nuance or insights that attracted people to his content. He embraced his taste for controversy regardless of consequences, completely independent of if it was even consistent with what he previously stood for.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you got clickbaited. This is one of the movies that's gonna age well.
If you're afraid of watching it and feeling like a pedophile, then maybe you like kids too much, dog. Like, that was never a problem. When I watched it, it was like, I know I don't like kids, so I'm just gonna watch the movie. And the same thing with this guy, Peg10. He was like, it's just so bad. It's just so bad. Low-key, a lot of these like people who like just sit alone and like go on their computer all day, they're afraid of thinking that they're pedophiles.
The response from his community was pretty predictable, even on re-uploads of the video. This is when I unsubbed, lol. Then when he came back up in the mainstream and I saw how this dude really acts, Lamau, a surprise for sure. Okay, you didn't need to re-upload this one, but I still appreciate you for re-uploading his videos. I literally f***ing love you. Nowadays, it's relatively easy to find whole channels dedicated exclusively to uploading Sneako's breadth of content, with seemingly every comment section rife with lamentations over his fall from grace, and how much better he seemed before his enjoyment of getting embroiled in controversy got the best of him.
I'm surprised you haven't asked us to leave.
Until you do a crime or do something, then I ain't gonna mess with you.
Then why are you taking pictures of us?
Right now, your behavior is to where that you might escalate to do something.
Oh, so it's just precaution. We're not actually breaking anything.
We do that too.
Yeah, that's why we took a picture of you.
Yeah.
Just in case you might, your behavior seems like you might.
Like, he's half black, so he's gotta walk on certain lines.
Like Sneako himself said, music hits differently when the artist is dead.
They even call me materialistic now as if it's this dirty word. Listen, you can't just drop acid and talk about life under the stars forever. And you gotta get your money up at some point. And don't take this as a rich guy talking down to you. I literally lost half my life savings in a GameStop meme. I'm just like you. Anything that makes you feel good is making somebody rich. Motivational speakers get rich telling you how to get rich. The truth is, all the questions you want answered are within you. Nothing is that complicated, and life is simple once you learn how to ignore the distractions. I was carrying a lot of anger and resentment. I felt like there was something bigger in life that I wasn't able to see. Walking around bitter with my headphones, not listening to anything, just avoiding eye contact and secretly thinking I was better and smarter and nobody understood me.
You see, ultimately, Sneako's desire was simple.
More, and f***ing more. More followers, more money, more houses, more ass, more lips, more plastic.
However, when the lockdown came in early 2020, he was forced to change tactics since the interviews he conducted in the 1 Minute podcast were no longer feasible. Continuing his more artistic and thoughtful vlogs on his main channel, Sneako would upload a video that would change the perception many had of him.
The first one is from Jimmy, who said, "Why'd y'all break up? Why'd you dump me?"
He would cheat on his long-distance girlfriend. Breaking apart would appear to be a relatively stable relationship.
There's some things that happen. Ooh, kind of kill my vibe.
Yeah. But overall, it's because we can't travel to see each other.
Yeah. Plus that little thing.
What little thing?
That thing that you did.
Tyra said, what did she want from the relationship that you couldn't give her? I guess complete loyalty. If you're gone for like more than 3 weeks, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's time to, I want to...
3 weeks though. Come on, man.
3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time to not see anybody. Like, that's a long time.
Bruh, Come on, man. You can't wait 2 weeks. I mean, you cannot wait 3 weeks, 1 month.
I did wait 3 weeks. That's what I said. Like after 3 weeks, it's like it's time.
You
like,
waited only 3 weeks?
After 3 weeks, I'm like, I gotta get. Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah. See that? I haven't done anything until you came to London. And even after that, I was waiting until you f***ed me over again.
A considerable portion of his fan base expected him to be wiser or more ethical than to cheat on his partner due to his inability to control his sexual urges for 3 weeks. Consequently, the video was very demoralizing to his audience, though it may be the case that Sneako wanted to be admonished by his fans for his mistakes. He certainly succeeded if that was his intention, as seemingly everyone was disappointed in him. Another big YouTuber, D'Angelo Wallace, would chime in with a simple comment in response to the revelations. He's for the streets. Sneako's response was uncharacteristic for him, considering his renowned outburst that escalated whatever controversy he was in.
Thought his videos were okay until he decided out of nowhere. I don't know why. Like I'm not even one starting this beef. He commented on my last video and got top comment saying he belongs to the streets. I only saw like 10 minutes. I was skipping around and I was getting mad. Not only at his braces and the fact that he looks like TikTok Lil Tecca. Not even just the fact that he dresses like Ellen. Just his voice, his face. And he didn't wear a mask. And he showed up late. And he didn't even tell people to wear a mask. And they said no. In a way, I think it's harder to gain 1 million child followers than it is to gain 2 million policemen like D'Angelo Wallace. I think you need to be more inspiring. I think you need to follow trends more. To get like 1 million kids to look up to you is more admirable than like all the mad, fat, gay nerds watching your videos.
Again, the reaction to this move from Sneako split in two. Some people found it pathetic that he made a 30-minute long video response to a 4-word comment from D'Angelo. Others found it not only humorous, but very effective at ridiculing its target. The lack of response from Wallace after Sneako's video only cemented in the public view that whatever negative reaction Sneako might have had from reading his comments, D'Angelo's reaction to the response was probably worse. Seeking to breathe a new life into his career, as growth slumped and times got rough during lockdowns, Sneako would use his second channel, Sneako, for live streams and highlights.
What country is the Queen of England from? Originally.
I definitely don't know.
No, give me your best guess. I guess a country.
Texas.
While the channel always saw some level of traction, it wouldn't be until the rise of a particular Tate Shinkai master, Camgirl Pimp, and warrior for Allah that Sneako would find mainstream notoriety. Andrew Tate needs no introduction, and I already did a video on him, so watch that to catch up on your Turkey Tom extended universe lore. But to summarize for those who don't know, while regular YouTube remained steady in its turn towards less offensive content, YouTube Shorts did the opposite, becoming rife with clips from podcasts Andrew Tate had been on. In these clips, he said all kinds of politically incorrect things, which would prove quite successful on a platform. As his popularity grew exponentially, Sneako would take notice, often reacting to his streams, and becoming increasingly enamored with the worldview Tate espoused everywhere he went.
The Tates, their information on their podcasts have motivated me more than anything else I've ever heard on the internet. I turned my life around since I started listening to them. I've only been streaming for 3 months, and I was maybe 2 or 3 weeks into streaming. You could see it the first time I even reacted to them. I was like, what are these guys doing wearing these shirts and talking so loud? And I peeped the confidence, I peeped the entertainment value they were adding, and I started listening. Because like I said, you have 2 options, get triggered or listen up.
Since Sneako's beliefs already leaned in a similar direction, it wasn't so difficult for him to see which way the wind was blowing and hop on the hype train. Just like a rising tide raises all ships, the unprecedented popularity of masculinity-oriented content ballooned Sneako's content along with Tate's. He would very enthusiastically take Tate's teachings to heart, which earned him a lot of clout with Andrew's audience. However, what Sneako wasn't ready for was the scrutiny that was to follow. It turns out that people in the red pill space are much more rigorous than they come off as. With nearly a decade's worth of chicanery to comb through, it was more likely that the skeletons in his closet would contradict the persona he had come to adopt.
Have you ever worn or fantasized about wearing clothes of another sex? I mean, I've wore high heels before. Chat, bro, come on, bro. Does that make me gay if I put on some high heels? Have you ever looked at a person of the same sex and felt attracted in a sexual way?
What else?
I'm gonna say, chat, we're being honest. We're being honest. It's happened. Your friends decided to go party at a gay bar. I've been to gay bars, chat. To be honest, no, fake flirting doesn't count. Fake flirting doesn't count. I'd feel awkward about it. If there were no people left in the world except for someone of the same sex, you would fall into despair after you would never have a sexual partner again. Bro, chat, let's be honest though.
So after doing some digging, I very unfortunately found photos of Sneako stroking his penis in front of what I can only assume is a male photographer. Now to me these look like professional photos, there's obviously lighting involved, and it's very apparent his penis is in his hand. I can't show it on YouTube, but I'll post it on my Twitter. Given the context of Sneako saying that gay men run the modeling industry, you can only assume that a gay man is taking the photo. We don't know that for a fact. So Sneako, please prove me wrong. Prove this isn't a man's ass, and prove these photos were not taken by a gay man.
Ironically, the ultimate result of Sneako's attempts to be his own man, at the behest of everything else and to never submit to someone else's way of doing things, led him to be in the shadow of Andrew Tate.
Gentlemen, we've had success with phase 1.
That's crazy. Is this disrespectful? Would you tolerate this?
1. Expensive cars, money, classic Tate W, and most importantly, women. We do be getting them bitches though. Classic Tate W, man.
I've never said classic Tate W.
When he noticed this was happening, Sneako would attempt to set himself apart from Tate. How did he do this? Well, instead of pimping random women online for money, Sneako let another guy bang his girlfriend for free.
Listen. The arrangements of our open relationships, like, I can go and, like, once in a while use a condom and, like, you know, one night stands, whatever.
You said something to the nature of whatever happens, happens?
What? Yeah, so we go in there with the mentality that whatever happens inside that party just stays at the party. Like,
yeah.
And so I saw her, I've seen her f other men, and it's just like that was.
You've seen it?
Yeah, I saw like literally right.
I can't be an open.
Okay, it's like she's moaning pretty loud. Like I don't know like how much you. I didn't expect you to
take that. Moaning loud. This nigga let his girl to get fucked. So what's this? And he's watching.
Let me. If I'm able to go and have one night stands and have an open relationship, and she can only go on dates, this is the place where she can exercise the open relationship. Like it should be fair that she can take other dick if I'm fucking other pussy. Like,
Equality.
That's balance. And I'm getting like anxious. Like I don't want to do this. And so we go alone in the bathroom, and she's like helping me out, like calming me down. And then we start doing our thing in the bathroom. The door's open. People come and start watching. This other couple comes in. Hold on. And so while I'm like hitting it from the back, he lays down on the floor and starts licking her. But think about like the logistics of that.
Is that close?
Think about the logistics. Like his head is like under, is like 6 inches. Like his eyebrows are like tickling the bottom, and I have to like move, like go like that so I don't make contact because his eyebrows are like between both legs. Yeah.
Eat your girl out?
Well, yeah, we're standing up. I'm hitting from the back, and then he goes underneath. So then we go into the room, like her and the couple. Like we're like, all right, let's switch. So I got this girl on top of me, and she's, I don't know, yo, I'm just not. And my girl's right here, and she's like, and I'm like, oh, yo, I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do, just to test.
No! Anybody at these parties?
No.
Tweets from 2021 that resurfaced during this time also don't help Sneako's position. What does it mean when your girlfriend tells another man in front of you, I'm single, and then had sex with him? One may expect that this kind of story breaking about one of the most popular people in the Red Pill space will be a bombshell. But, believe it or not, people kind of didn't care. His fans seemingly found some way to justify what happened, rather than criticize Sneako for constantly making fun of promiscuous women while engaging in genuine hypergamy. Later on, when Sneako would involve himself in yet another internet beef with fellow YouTuber and ex-collaborator Brandon Buckingham, it would be brought up.
I used to be a fan of Sneako, way back before he cosplayed as an alpha male. He used to make philosophical videos about life, people, society, and I really enjoyed them. I thought they were well put together, well edited, and I respected him. However, somewhere along the line, things went south for our little alpha male. Clouded by the pursuit of fame, money, and women, he turned into his shadow self, or perhaps who he's been this entire time. Fast forward to April of 2021, I meet Sneako for the first time in Las Vegas at Steezy Kane's birthday party. and my initial reaction was shock. I felt he was an egomaniac that viewed himself as better than everyone. You could tell he thought he was the coolest guy around, and I remember our first interaction vividly. He treated me like some fanboy piece of shit because I was giving him props about his videos.
Like Nico's previous conflicts, this one would also be born from a previously friendly relationship. Despite their collaborations being too few and far between to consider them friends, Brandon certainly had good feelings about Sneako.
He's hopping into frame, talking into my mic, and being a lot cooler than when we first met. I'm like, shit, maybe this guy's alright. We spent a few hours hanging out, and it made me think maybe I had the wrong idea. I imagine him like admiring his shit in the toilet, but, you know, that's all speculation.
Could use the rod of fishing.
I really think that. I think he does that. And when I was out at dinner with Sneako and his girlfriend in New York, she was flirting with everyone very hard, making it entirely apparent she was fair game and was seemingly down to hook up, but none of us reciprocated this behavior. We didn't flirt back, we didn't give her any vibes.
After 9 months, in June 2022, Buckingham would sign with Happy Punch, a YouTube boxing event headed by none other than Keemstar. Seeking to find competitors for the event, Brandon would ask Sneako whether or not he'd be up to box.
So Keemstar doesn't want to sign Sneako to box, and mind you, I had told Sneako that I could try to get him signed to fight me or to fight another opponent. I was going to try to help him get signed regardless of my benefit. Sneako ends up messaging me saying something like, actually, he doesn't really want to box. So I reply, and I quote, "I got you. I hope it didn't rub you the wrong way or anything. I just thought you'd be a legitimate good opponent that I'd respect. Much love, Sneako." He responded to me saying that by saying, "Why you on my dick?"
However, Brandon did not take the slight against him well.
I reached out to clarify I didn't disrespect him by challenging him to a fight, and he called me a dick rider in response. And then I sat back, thought about it for a second. I was thinking, what a pompous little fucker. Here I am trying to help him, and he spits in my face and treats me like a fanboy just because I was showing him respect and clarifying our relationship.
Up until this point, the people who Sneako clashed with were either as petty as he was, didn't care, or didn't know how to react when attacked. This time it was different. The fight hadn't happened, but the victory of this exchange was obviously Brandon's. It could be said that this was the first time Sneako took a massive public L, as the kids would say. However, Nico didn't know when to stop. A twist that is becoming increasingly unsurprising in this story.
See, if he would have stopped at this point, he had me beat. I was that asshole at this point. He could have ran with the fact that it was just a joke that I misinterpreted. He was winning at this point. So I wake up from a little power nap to a FaceTime, and as I answer, I'm caught off guard because I see Sneako is pointing a camera at me and I'm on stream.
Yo, what up, Brandon? Yo, so, I was talking to my chat about what happened. There's no beef, bro. I don't care. Good luck in the fight and everything, dude. What do you want to say?
I was hella tight. I thought, like, we had some weird animosity. I guess I just misread what you said.
You're a comedian, bro. How the f did you not think that I was telling a joke?
Well, because first of all, I haven't seen you or I haven't talked to you in like 10 months, right? Like, we don't really keep up with each other like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like that same energy of like supporting you and with you just flipped to the other side.
Yeah, just like, don't do that again. Don't do that again. You know what I'm saying? He's saying oh, I love your stream, love your video. Hey, why you want my shit off my dick? Because it makes me feel uncomfortable when people give me too many compliments.
Clarifying someone isn't upset that you challenge them to a boxing match is completely reasonable, but he has to make up this whole story about him trying not to big bro me after I fanboyed out so he can come out as this humble, logical good guy, when that is a blatant lie. And if he's watching this, then unblock me, screenshot the fucking DMs, and show him yourself. You lied.
The stream, dubbed Making an Example Out of YouTubers, is pretty much exactly what the title suggests. Humiliating those he thinks have wronged him in front of his entire audience. Instead of taking the Brandon Buckingham situation as an opportunity to learn that reckless hostility isn't the appropriate way to act when you think someone might have slighted you, he decided to double down and go kamikaze.
The other YouTuber I want to make an example out of is Brandon Buckingham. He's an up-and-coming YouTuber. He was a fan, he got tight at a gay joke, and then said exactly the same shit that Lamza said. He kept asking me to get into a fight, and I'm like, man, I don't really feel like it. And I said, like, bro, I don't feel like doing it. And then he says something like, yo, I've been watching the streams, keep it up, keep doing what you're doing. I love your videos and everything. And I'm like, hey, why you on my...
Considering the drama about to explode between Buckingham and Sneako, this description of Buckingham seems relatively light. However, we're still in the calm before the storm.
I'm not gonna lie, I used to watch Sneako too. I was really into like his whole like philosophical, super edited type of videos, but the more I watch Sneako, the more I realize like something's off about him.
Dude, you know you can't post this, right? I know.
Nico's live stream channel, Sneako, would quickly grow to become the lifeblood of his online popularity. At his peak, he managed to gain over 117,000 subscribers in one single week. This marked a definitive move away from the cool, calm, and collected, even if opinionated Sneako from what now seems to be a distant past, into a Sneako that was extremely online and extremely offensive.
Do we want to look back at ancient Greece? You know, small penises used to be a symbol of masculinity back then.
Yeah, they were also having gay blood snakes in Greece.
That's irrelevant to what I just said.
With this newfound patent for pushing the buttons of internet outrage culture, it seemed Sneako was rudder.
They were also having gay blood snakes in Greece. Yeah, they were also having gay blood snakes in Greece.
That's irrelevant to what I just said.
With this newfound patent for pushing the buttons of internet outrage culture, it seemed Sneako was rudderless, not at all open to reconsider any of the actions he was becoming widely disliked for. For a man seeking to position himself as being based in reality, he managed to undo that image in a single stream.
You want to talk a little bit about the drama that's going on with you and Sneako?
Yeah, Sneako made up the fake R-word accusations. He said word for word that I said, I'm going to R-word my girlfriend.
And this isn't up for debate because Brandon did not say that. This is already been debunked.
Fact, I didn't say that.
Yo, you know who's like out, man? Brandon Buckingham.
Oh, yeah.
That guy sucks, bro. Bro, literally said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Literally said that. This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend. Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend.
As far as insulting people or saying mean things about them online, I'm personally game for most of it, honestly. However, it's a very different story when you are accusing someone of It should be universally recognized that false accusations of that nature are forbidden, even in environments that people call toxic.
She doesn't respect them. They would look at my girlfriend and fold. Real talk. Like, if I'm being real...
Hey bro, I was looking at your girl, and she was looking at me, and I did think about folding her over something, consensually of course, but I didn't. You know who did though? A bunch of weird dudes right in front of you.
But it was far too late for settling any of these disputes peacefully, as Sneako had opened Pandora's box, sullying his own image, live, in an attempt to smear fellow creators who otherwise would have felt no animosity against him. Honestly, most of these situations speak for themselves. It's not necessarily that Sneako was just wrong in every instance, but the attitude with which he approached seemingly every problem with someone else was extremely counterproductive and petty.
So what exactly happened here? What made you make up the replies? Is that sticking to funny in your eyes? Is that sticking to truth? This fucking guy's always talking about truth. I mean, it's so weird to make up a rape accusation on another man. If he had his way and people believed what he said, think about it. If those accusations were taken as fact, people would say, oh, don't hang out with Brandon Buckingham. He threatened to rape a woman.
It also proved very hard for Sneako, who, at this point, was a fledgling in the pro-masculinity online community, to reconcile his more eccentric proclivities with what was held as common sense by everyone else. Quickly, his position as the carrier of Andrew Tate's legacy was severely undermined.
But I'm telling you, Chad, the reason I'm talking about this is because internet has diluted a lot of the basic respect that we need to have as people. A lot of people need to step outside and realize what they're saying. And because of YouTube, because of this, it's all content.
After the termination of Andrew Tate and his brother from seemingly every social media platform in 2022, the community that had developed around their cult of personality was extremely taken aback as they looked for someone else to continue promoting their ideas.
Sneako, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this.
Sneako saw this as an opportunity, not just to profit off of their loyalty to the Tate brothers, but to inherit a cult of personality of his own. which would overlook any and all of his glaring character flaws. Of course, Sneako's old audience would be very distraught by how quickly he jumped on this particular bandwagon. Literally became what he despised. Nobody said Sneako was the smartest or most morally correct guy, but the first thing he said here is true. At least he spoke the truth once, instead of always lying. Lol. Dude, it's Sneako. No matter what, we need to keep riding him. Real homie shit. Sneako may have formally passed the torch, but it was evidence that giving such responsibility to the young creator was basically feeding an already raging fire. Over the years, it was always hinted that Nico had a tendency towards egomania, and now he had the mother of all followings at his fingertips. It seemed pretty clear to all of those around that Sneako was beginning to step over boundaries that figures like Tate would never have even contemplated. The increasing amount of spats that Sneako would find himself involved in would reach some of the biggest creators on the platform, notably KSI.
This is the thing, it's a personal message to you, KSI. I had no problem with you. I don't fucking know you. I don't watch your YouTube channel. But when I get banned, you want to go from a fan to just instantly cowering out to the Matrix. That makes you a hypocrite. There's nothing more disgusting in the world than a male hypocrite. Ethan's a hypocrite and disgusting, as are you. You don't even stick by your guns. You don't even, no, he doesn't even stick by his fucking guns. He doesn't even say, you know what, Andrew was alright, he said some funny things you shouldn't have banned. At least Jake Paul was man enough to say, stand up and speak. If you ever fought Jake, he would smash your fucking face with fucking smoke. If you want to get smoked twice, I'll smoke to myself. You are full of shit. You're a fucking hypocrite. The shit you've said is worse than anything I've ever fucking said, and you know it. You want to talk about having a boxing match? You're fucking 3 rounds boxing against some nobody. I will take you 12 rounds and I will break every bone in your fucking face. And you know it. Either before or after Jake's done with you. You're a fucking hypocrite as well. Fucking dork. KSI.
KSI would respond with the following. Crying from outside of the club. Jake Paul and you can get it soon. I want all the smoke.
Sneako, bro. Literally, he is the son of Andrew Tate. Cried when Andrew Tate was upset. He's like, Daddy,
are you upset? Oh my God, did KSI upset you? Oh, Daddy Tate.
Sneako would quickly jump to Tate's defense, deriding KSI for celebrating Tate's ban. I would join your stream, but Andrew Tate owns you. Sorry, W Tate. W Convo. Get your clout up and one day I'll join. You're lucky that I ain't got time for this. No principles or character, everything is about clout to these people. If you're such a top G, if you're such an alpha like your daddy Tate, why not test that alpha? Let us have a little spar and see how manly you really are in person. You can talk that talk behind a screen, but in the real world, you'll act different, I'm sure. Keep feeding bull to your audience. Remember, I've been doing this way longer than you have. But, as I can see, you're truly just a man with zero values. Anyone over to be the main guy at the top of the ladder. Demeaning to women, demeaning to Islam, demeaning to people and their weight for your bubble. Your truth is a lie. You're a trend that's dying. Enjoy it for now.
And now you sold out. Now you got a drink that's like poisonous. Prime is just Gatorade garbage. You promote OnlyFans to your 12-year-old audience.
Daddy Tate.
You can't even debunk what I'm saying. I'm calling you out for being a fucking hypocrite. For saying, thank God Andrew Tate got banned, when you almost got banned for making jokes that went too far according to the woke mob. So I'm pointing out the fact that you're a simp for the woke mob now. You don't want to get canceled again. And instead of addressing that fact, you gotta go, Andrew Tate, right up.
He is the son of Andrew Tate. Cried with Andrew Tate.
See, this is what they all say. This is what every single hater says. They say, I'm a Andrew Tate fighter. They talk about the swinger party from a year ago. They talk about the fact that I used to have an open relationship. They say that I'm an alpha male. They say I'm a fake alpha male. They say I'm a fake red pill. They say I'm a liar grifter. And yeah, bro, you can beat me in a fight. You box long, you can beat me in a fight. So I can't properly call you like I want to because you've sold out and because you're afraid of getting canceled. But you're afraid of a debate. You're afraid of a conversation. You would get exposed.
Increasingly, Sneako was finding himself under heavy scrutiny for his increasingly radical comments. Some would say he was simply speaking the truth in an off the cuff or blunt manner, as perhaps was his intention. But other people, typically those with more pull in mainstream YouTube than Sneako supporters, believed he was using his platform to spread dangerous ideas, whatever they consider them to be.
I know you want me to call you a toxic, problematic incel, but I'm not going to call you any of those things. I'm going to call you stupid. You are stupid, and you are promoting dangerous, dumb ideas that aren't based in reality that make life worse for everyone.
And in an apocalyptic world where there's only one woman left, guess what he would do to her?
But if they were the last two, bro, you are getting fucked. There's no option about it. Whether you want to or not, you're getting fucked. If there's two people, there's no consent, there's no police. Are you kidding me? It's happening.
Bro, that sounded so evil, bro.
So I've been making content about you. It's like reviewing your content.
It's not goofy. It's not funny. Like, at least it should be funny. Like, you're really boring to listen to. Like, everybody in here is laughing at you. Like, your voice is annoying. Like, at bottom line, like, that's
screaming.
Wait, do you really think my voice is
people listen
annoying?
up then.
Content you made. You have made jokes about eyelashes like 500 times.
And you keep watching it. And you keep watching it, and I've never seen your videos. And I've never seen your videos, and I never will. But you know my jokes. That's how much you watch my bro. That's embarrassing.
We're used to taking the blue pill. We're not used to taking the red pill. And when you get when you swallow one pill, it feels good.
It's the blue pill.
It feels good.
Apologizing is the blue pill. But then why did you apologize? Because you felt bad?
Yeah, I left, bro. How many times I said I genuinely felt bad. You say you're not listening, Sneako.
I'm listening,
No,
but
you're not listening. Sneako, you already have what you want to say in your mind, and you literally said this in your video. I literally heard you say this clip. You say you don't listen to what people say. You go on and assume what they're gonna say. Bro, you know how many clips on TikTok I've seen where you assume what the girl was gonna say, but then she says something different? You're like, oh shit, I was not expecting that.
All of these issues were compounded by Sneako's association with far-right political commentator Nick Fuentes.
There is something baked into the cake in Judaism which affects how they're brokering these kinds of contracts with entertainers like Ye.
The people who were already worried that Sneako's social media machine might become a dangerous trash fire were now seeing that things might have been worse than they expected. The overall careless attitude he had about what kinds of things he exposed his fan base to alerted those who already thought he didn't deserve a platform with such a young and impressionable audience. As a consequence, people began wondering how they could get him kicked out by any means necessary.
What's up, Cozy? 07's in the chat. Shout out to all the Goipers, man. I stayed up. Nick!
There we are. Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Nick, you're getting on my ass right now. Just, I appreciate the free speech and everything, but you can't drop the N-word. You can't do that anymore on the stream.
I just said it one time.
You really sad about the queen dying? 100%, bro. You don't think the kids and like fucking each other's cousins?
Oh
you don't
my
think,
God, bro.
You don't think the queen was an OG?
no, Sneako's going off way more like on the conspiracy side, I think, than like where Tate is. Andrew Tate might be marketing red pill stuff that I think is kind of okay, but people like Sneako are the result of reading it the wrong way.
The heat would get so intense that clips from live streams featuring Sneako, Fuentes, and Destiny would be played in front of the United States Senate during a hearing on social media's effects on national security.
I want to show you something. They played my stream in the Senate. They played my stream in the Senate. They're watching this stream right now. There's government officials watching it. Let me show you. I'm not crazy. They played it in the Senate.
Spread of hateful, base, and extremist content that is motivated.
He said hateful, dangerous, and extremist content that is motivated real world violence. He said something about the Jewish religion. So I said something about Judaism, and I went, joking.
However, things soon came to a head when Sneako got in a bit of a disagreement with YouTuber Chad, known for her TikTok commentary series, A Twinge of Cringe.
This feminist garbage hides the fact that she's attracted to that guy making the videos. It is what it is. Girls, you could vouch for it. You know it's true. She would. She would. You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, chat, is some yeah, shut up. Shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go, that's what you need. You need some sense back into you.
If there's one thing that's more powerful and petty than the US government, it's the audience of TikTok girls. The outcry that would follow this outburst would only further reduce the amount of time Sneako had left on mainstream platforms before he, too, was inevitably ejected. Just like Tate before him, he was aware that he was posting on borrowed time, so he decided to up the ante and engage in even more self-destructive antics. YouTubers like Nick Green would go as far as to break YouTube's terms of service to advocate for the mass flagging of Sneako's accounts to get him deplatformed.
Sneako is harassing a female content creator, telling her that the reason why she's so upset is because she hasn't had sex in a while, and then he proceeds to aggressively simulate a sexual assault on Chad in his live stream in front of thousands of people. If you watch this video and you also believe that Sneako should be banned from YouTube, you can go to his channel pages, click about, and then click the flag icon on the right side of the page and report the user.
The aforementioned Brandon Buckingham would even get involved, tweeting, "The fact that Sneako, after knowingly falsely accusing me of making threats, is about to get banned from YouTube for making threats is one of the most ironic turn of events I've ever had the pleasure of being involved in. Truly divine. Nick Green's content is unwatchable and his personality is unbearable. I also do not support the cancel culture, deplatforming bullshit, but after getting falsely accused of rape by the guy, it's hard not to sit back and laugh at all of this.
In your crusade to become a free thinker who only speaks the truth, you've become an absolute f***ing idiot. I don't care if you're toxic and problematic. I care about people's safety, and the ideas that you are spreading on your channel directly lead to people being less safe."
Sneako's termination was really a long time coming. Did he deserve it? I would say no, but was it inevitable? Yes. YouTube would terminate Sneako's second channel, Sneako, where most of the abrasive content was hosted. However, they didn't stop at that, and moved on to deleting his entire channel as well. It didn't matter that he had run that channel for over a decade, as seniority is meaningless to YouTube, and down the drain went an entire decade's worth of dedication, and arguably even talent, just like that. I would go on about how the precedent that this kind of crackdown sets should be a warning to all of us, but these days, most people don't care about free speech anyway, so you know what, I won't waste my breath. Whether you agree or disagree with him, Sneako's young
have to ask you for a favor, Meg.
A proposition, Zacharias. Let's hear it.
It's about Sisyphus. If I can get my father to alleviate his sentence, would you just...
I don't know what you see in him, I swear. But you don't need to ask such things of me. If you can overturn his sentence with Lord Hades, I'd like nothing better than to never...
It's a deal. It's a deal. Extra keys. Fair trade. Here are the gems. I'll take that deal. Here are your keys.
At last.
Nix, if hypothetically I felt that some injustice had been dealt to someone who deserved a better lot, say that they were subjected to too harsh a punishment for all eternity, don't I have some of my father's authority to do something about it?
Now that you have regained your access privileges to the administrative chamber...
But how can I possibly find anything in there? The place is...
You can be made aware, though use discretion.
Yes, we are. Never thought I'd come back here again. Tracking my every move.
The administrative chambers ever were.
Everybody hang in there. I'm good on numbers for now.
The cool, purified waters of the Styx.
The job's number one perk. No thanks.
Hold, lad. You've regained access.
Oh, believe me, I don't.
Suppose I can see that.
Appreciated, sir.
I must confess, I do enjoy having a good bottle of nectar every now and then. And you appear to have a careful eye for such bottles, from what I can tell.
My careful eye has got to be the green one, hasn't it? To having a discerning eye, Mother.
You're late with your report, Hypnos. Again. Again. The dead, of course, can wait, but I'm less patient. Now explain.
Oh, well, let's see. I woke up.
Get to the blasted point already. I don't have all day or night. Your report, where is it?
Sure, I was just getting to it, Master. My list.
Enough. Blood and darkness, that's enough from you. Just see to it the ledger of the dead is accurate, and get back to your post. Would that you could be more like your brother.
You've done it now, Hypnos. feel different.
Fan base, along with Tate's before him, are simply migrating to alternate websites or private chat groups, where they will continue to be as raucous and offensive as you can imagine. I have no idea what will happen when this cultural pressure cooker blows up, but I'm certain it means bad news for the people who banned them in the first place.
After nearly a decade of dedicating my life's work to YouTube.com, they terminated all of my channels. Not only that, but I'm gonna pursue legal action against Google for freezing 120,000 of my dollars because they terminated my account when they felt like it. So I posted a YouTube short on my main channel saying, hey guys, I can't stream for 2 weeks, I'll see you soon. And YouTube hit me with the circumvention strike, and that's how they were able to delete everything off the platform. A lot of these booster shot, indoctrinated, brainwashed YouTubers are trying to take credit for the fact that I'm banned, when in reality it's bigger than you. The government is watching me. The senator of Michigan played my clip of a stream. The committee, the chair of Homeland Security, said that I'm a domestic threat and that I'm encouraging violence. What really happened is Susan got a phone call from somebody on Epstein Island saying, you need to get rid of this guy. He's growing too fast and he's exposing the truth. You need to get rid of him before he keeps waking people up. I am exactly who I say I am, and people don't believe the lies like they have with all these other martyrs of free speech. I posted a list of names on my Instagram. Andrew Tate, Kanye West, Donald Trump, Alex Jones, Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, all these people who have tried to save freedom of speech, and Instagram took it down for violence. Time will tell, and eventually people will understand where I'm coming from.
The response from fellow content creators was, to say the least, largely indifferent.
Well, I mean, I tried to warn him. I tried to warn him. And yeah, YouTube, I mean, look, it's YouTube's website. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If he broke TOS, then that's an L for him. But I warned him. I told him, like, he was moving mad. He was moving mad.
Shout out Sneeko. We talked about Sneeko, didn't we? Basically just a manosphere, red pill, woman-hating loser.
Wannabe Tate.
Yeah, just another one, you know, another off-brand, insecure man. So anyway, he got banned, so we'd love to see it.
See y'all, partners.
See ya, partner.
You can argue that it's YouTube's right to simply wipe the existence of naughty people off of these sites, but don't be so surprised when it happens to you. We can celebrate or deride Sneeko's ban all we like. It doesn't change the fact, as of the time of writing, we are ultimately at the whim of an unfeeling algorithm that picks sides, changes rules, and punishes anyone and everyone when it suits its need.
It took me a month to make. There's cinematics in it, it's like a short film, there's scripting, it's artistic, there's a really funny street interview at the end. I was basically playing the character of an incel to try to view women accurately in 2022. And this idiot watched this video, was like, oh, guys literally do like an incel dude. He didn't even understand it because of his low IQ bot brain, and he probably made more money in 10 minutes reacting to my video that I spent a month making, pouring my heart and soul into, one of the best videos I ever made. And so I'm like, why am I spending all this time investing into trying to change people's mind, trying to make difference on the internet where people are so easily brainwashed and influenced, when I could just react to when I could just yell, because this guy's not funny, this guy's not entertaining, he's low energy, he's stupid and predictable. I can be better than this. And in 3 months, I almost got 1 million subscribers from nothing on my second channel, so fast that they had to ban me. So I wanted to prove the point that it can be better than these bots, and I did.
You're better than them, but you became them.
How did I become them?
Do you think that a spiritual void exists today in the Western world?
Yeah, I believe in God.
When you're talking to people on your platform, I hear you guys talk about what it means to be successful, what it means to achieve, what it means to accomplish things. And all I ever hear you guys talk about are cars, mansions, 30 hoes. Why?
That's dope.
When you talk about those things, those are the exact types of journeys that lead you to the spiritual void.
Just like Tate, Sneeko is vaporized from the platform. Perhaps it's a testament to what Nico used to create, that there are entire channels created in the express name of preserving his back catalog of content. More so, it could be an indictment of where Sneeko ultimately ended up, that his old content is what many of his fans look back on fondly. His subreddit, filled with these former fans reminiscing about the good old days, is especially telling of this. Sneeko always wanted to step out from the crowd, to make his own way, something that is clearly reflected in his philosophical and political views. However, the end result of this fixation was that the fate of his online presence and content was decided not by himself or his fans, but by a blanket ban that cut him off from them permanently. For a man who wanted to make something new, something different, something uniquely him, who can look at what has happened and confidently say that this is not what he always wanted?
I need people to admire me. It's fucking corny.
I desired fame for so long. That was, I thought my life would be set if I'm famous. Fame brings a lot, but it turns you into kind of an egomaniac.
I will say that Nico seems like a man who has lost his way, so desperately in need of a mentor, someone to look up to and guide him, that he'll settle for Andrew Tate of all people. He's a series of conflicting ideas. A man who preaches traditional values, yet has an open relationship, went to orgies, and enjoyed countless threesomes. A man who presents himself as humble and forgiving, yet acknowledges the egomania he has obtained from being a content creator for a living. Someone who claims that he wants to wake his audience up from the mainstream narrative, while feeding that same audience his own narrative on how the world works, from an extremely limited set of experiences. Maybe the most honest thing Sneako has ever said is that your views are always inside you. You don't need some random guy on the internet to tell you what they are. Sneako, however, at the time of writing this, is 24 years old and is still
I'm trying to mature, man. I'm trying to mature. But I still do dumb, like, I'm aware of a lot of the mistakes I make, but I don't stop doing them. I just feel guilty about it afterward. You know what I mean?
But that doesn't excuse the serious, real-life ramifications of its actions. And the question remains, is someone who cannot control their own ego and is still maturing in their own right deserving of such a large platform that so many trust? Should anyone even look up to him?
I think you can cry in a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break because I was on Twitter too much. And they do that because liberals will all go in the comments and be like, oh my God, feel better. Oh, I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this. And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more. It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine that other people are like validating your mental health problems. But reality is your life hard. You're a successful YouTuber. You stream all day. Your life is easy. You have the easiest job ever. You have the best job ever. And Twitter made you sad. Get over it.
Today, it seems that many are simply looking for someone to trust, someone to believe in, someone to look up to. Simply put, there are no more heroes, and now we instinctively turn to others, whether rock stars, athletes, or in this case, internet father figures like Tate, to guide us. In a time when a lot of people are becoming increasingly discontent with the world in which we live, it's kind of understandable why people would turn to someone like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, Sam Hyde, or Sneako as someone to offer them something new. What may be important to keep in mind is that ultimately, these people are no different from us. Captivating and entertaining as they may be, they are often inconsistent, ego-filled hypocrites grasping for some sense of meaning in a world ripe with questions and sparse in answers. For now, on Rumble, Sneako will continue looking.
Chat, Nick just texted me right now, and I can't. Oh my God, that's gonna come on stream soon. Can I get some W's? I can't tell you. But Nick just texted me the dumbest shit of all time. I can't tell you yet, but let's go. Give me some. Just trust me.
I'm never gonna fail. I did it.
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
For almost a decade now, I've said multiple times how the worst content on YouTube comes from.
In October 2022, not many multiplayer games are still active 15 years after their initial release, let alone have an online community that still fervently talks about them. That's what makes Team Fortress 2 a special title in video game history, and the vast majority of players are perfectly fine people with normal lives who don't harm anyone. That being said, in any community, you have a few bad apples. This wouldn't be a Degenerates video without them. So today, we'll be covering two of the most infamous cases of perversion in the TF2 community. I know we usually cover at least a handful of people in the Degenerates videos, but with how expansive, intricate, and quite frankly horrific these cases are, I simply won't have time to get to anyone else. These are the TF2 Degenerates. Trading in-game items has been a central part of TF2 for over a decade at this point, so much so that, like other Valve games such as CSGO, an entire economy has developed around buying, selling, and trading them. From outfits to weapons, hats, the rarest of the rare items, usually only obtainable through insane luck with loot boxes, can go for 5 figures. TF2 was actually the first online multiplayer game to ever implement microtransactions for in-game cosmetics, to not only rake in profits for themselves, but to create a second-hand economic ecosystem around their game, with players bargaining against one another to get the most digital swag bang for their buck. But for trading to take place efficiently, there need to be platforms to enable it, which is where item trading websites come in. Their bots can conduct trades automatically, as well as mitigate the risk of being scammed, because the website handles the transaction. One such website, which has been around since 2012, is Scrap.tf, created by Jesse Cardone and Joshua Coffey, also known as Geel. These two also own Marketplace.tf, which was founded in 2013, which, as the name suggests, is a marketplace for buying and selling TF2 items. In 2017, they would further expand their holdings by acquiring Backpack.tf, a site for, among other things, checking the market value of various items, as it can be otherwise convoluted to keep up to date with what they're worth so you can make sensible trades and transactions. Suffice to say, Jesse and Geel have just shy of a monopoly on the TF2 trading economy. Sure, there are other trading sites out there that you can use, but those three are the biggest by a long shot. It's safe to assume this dominant position in the market is making them heaps of cash, and if I were Jesse or Geel, I'd be very paranoid about protecting that position. But back to Scrap.tf. Although the main functionality of the website are its trading bots for whatever trading related tasks users want to facilitate, it isn't limited to that. It has forum and chat functionality, making it a place for people to just hang out, which resulted in a small community forming around the site. As it turns out, the site devs and mods weren't contributing to a beneficial and safe culture in said community. The first red flag was that NSFW content was allowed in chats with no age barrier or age verification mechanism. In 2020, allegations would be made with depraved implications far further than reckless moderation. Members of the Scrap.tf staff, men in their early 20s mind you, had allegedly been grooming teenage boys. However, this all started long before 2020. Let's rewind to 2015. The first controversy involving Scrap.tf was what has been termed the footrest incident. Back in 2015, someone leaked a lewd image of Jesse's boyfriend at the time, who went by Luna, mostly naked, with the phrase, "Jesse's footrest" written on his chest. The issue at hand was whether Luna was a minor at the time the photo was taken, with the implication being that Jesse had pressured him into it, considering what was written on his chest. But according to Jesse, they started dating when he was 19 and Luna was 17, and the photo was supposedly taken only once he was of age. Others believe Jesse could have been slightly older and Luna slightly younger, but without an exact date, it's hard to tell. And at the same time, a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old dating is hardly something to throw a fit about, right? Nonetheless, this image brought plenty of ridicule upon Jesse because, well, his strange proclivities were on full display for the entire world to see. Jesse evidently did not like this one bit, as anyone who mentioned the footrest incident was banned on site, and that's the policy on Scrap.tf to this day. Problem was, a lot of the Jesse hate wasn't happening on Scrap.tf, but elsewhere, such as on 4chan and the Team Fortress 2 general thread. If only there was a way to identify all of these people and ban them so they'd never come over to Scrap.tf to cause trouble. Well, there was a way, and it was coincidentally exactly what Geel, the co-founder of the site, ended up doing. Geel set up a raffle with valuable items and invited people from TF2 General to join it. The catch was that it was a honeypot. Everyone who enrolled in the raffle would end up getting banned for either no reason given, or the reason being you fell victim to a trap. Many people who weren't even aware of the footrest incident and had no beef with Scrap.tf were also banned in the process, which was viewed as unfair moderation and drew more attention upon the drama in the process. Since the age of the person in the photo was up for debate, this instance mostly shed light on Jesse's questionable, though potentially harmless tastes, and was mostly just an embarrassment for Jesse and the site. Some found it strange and wanted to make fun of him for it, but ultimately no harm, no foul. That being said, it also showed the lengths they were willing to go to protect their image, since, even though Jesse claimed to have done nothing wrong nor illegal, he was adamant about erasing any trace of the footrest incident. It wasn't until late May of 2020 that much more alarming claims came to light. A person going by @LemonSavior on Twitter posted a thread detailing shocking allegations about Scrap.tf staff. He went by Kurz Pert on Discord, so we'll refer to him as Kurz. Kurz claimed that Jesse and multiple other adults on staff had been grooming minors that were moderators for the site, and this behavior presented itself in many forms. For example, the site's forum, like many forums, has badges and roles that can be assigned to users by staff, one being the Pony Plus badge. I forgot to mention, Jesse is into My Little Pony, as are many other staff members. In fact, there's a cross-section of MLP fans and TF2 fans that are active to this day. Anyways, the way one would acquire the Pony Plus badge was unorthodox to say the least, according to Kurz. His tweet read, "On May 6th, I was alerted by a member of the Scrap TF community that Jesse Cardone solicited him for pictures of his act when he was a minor in exchange for badges on the website." In the Discord screenshots attached to this image, the anonymous person elaborated, "Anon, to get the Pony Plus badge, you need to send Jesse a butt pic." Kurz, I always wondered how you got those. That's like the tramp stamp of Scrap TF. Anon, the thing is, I think it was illegal. Like, no offense, but there are minors on Scrap TF who have said role. I got mine 5 years ago. Or was it 4? Guess what? I'm 19 at the moment. Do the math and you'll figure out when I got it. According to this person, they were 14 or 15 when they were given a pony badge on the site for sending an explicit image of themselves. If true, Jesse, since he was born in 1996, would have been 19 or 20 at the time, making this clearly illegal and predatory. That being said, this is just one person's account. How do we know this is true at all? I mean, they could be making it up, right? Well, Kurz would actually confront a staff member named Lukey about this allegation, and Lukey's only response seemed to be to confirm these rumors. Kurz, I was told something that's pretty unbelievable, and I wanted to ask you for some closure. I was told by an old community member in Scrap TF that, in order to get the Pony Plus badge, you need to send Jesse a butt pic. Lukey, lol, no, that's not the only way. Smiley face. Kurz, that's pretty f***ed up because multiple people have told me they were minors when they did that. Lukey, I just got it by being active in site chat and helping out, but knowing Jesse, it's probably true to some extent. Kurz, so he solicited minors for pictures of their Upon that last message, Lukey would delete all the messages he sent to Kurz, which made the whole situation look even more suspect. This was already extremely concerning, but of course, the story didn't end there, and going into June 2020, more incriminating information would be released. According to multiple accounts, over the years, older staff had regularly made advances towards underage mods and solicited images from them. One such underage mod was Sandwhip, who would talk to other mods and staff over Telegram. He was 14 when he first applied to become a moderator, but to their knowledge, he was 15 because he lied about his age in his application. However, that age is still very much illegal. He would end up giving his side of the story, most of which took place during 2016 and 2017, when Jesse would have been 19 to 21 years old. Hey, so I was told that at the age of 16, you sent nude pictures of yourself to the staff team from Scrap TF. Specifically Jesse. Is this true? Yeah, though it wasn't specifically Jesse. But was Jesse one of the people who received the photos? Yes. And from what I understand, you were a moderator / admin at the time? Yeah, though it was also happening before that, though to a lesser extent. Did you gain your rank because of the photo? I doubt it. I was 14 to 15 at the time. 14 to 15 when you sent the picture? Yeah, but at that point I was sending them not because people asked me to, but because it seemed like the norm to do so. Were you ever asked to send one? If so, by who? Main people asking for them were 3XL Neat and Ben. 3XL Neat and Ben were other staff members at the time who were also in contact with Sandwhip over Telegram, which is where the pictures were exchanged. 3XL Neat, also known as Mark, would have been 18 in 2016, with these offenses stretching into his early 20s. Ben was also presumably an adult at the time. So Jesse gladly accepted them? Did he not reject them or be disgusted by them? Yeah, he took them gladly. Did he know you were 16 or did he bother to ask? Yeah, he knew my age. All the staff did. Did you ever feel like you were pressured in any way, shape, or form into sending them? Yeah, but very rarely. Do you believe Jesse or any other Scrap TF staff did the same to others? Oh, definitely. I don't know who though, but it definitely happened. There was also this Telegram group where most of the worst stuff happened. I'm no longer in it, so I don't have any logs, so you'll just have to trust me on this. Sandwhip linked a screenshot of a Telegram called Gay Club, where apparently a lot of these sexual exchanges took place. We will revisit this later, as it's relevant to a vital piece of evidence. Sandwhip continued. Also, in Jesse's recent post on the site, they said they removed all NSFW rooms in chat. Not true. I was 16 in 2017, it probably started when I was 15. The full list of people who got nudes while knowing my age are Jesse, 3XL Neats, Tyler, Ben, Catman Axel, Spike, and Twinkle Spark. They're who I've got on Telegram, Tyler and 3XL Neat being the main offenders. Sandwhip mentions a handful of other people here, so let's cover them as well. Tyler, a moderator, also went by Allure or Totally Batty, and we can see from his account on Scrap TF that he was born in 1999, making him 18 in 2017. He's only a year and a half older than Sandwhip, but because of how the law works, he's technically requesting nudes from a minor, even when he's 16 or 17 years old, so it would be illegal. That being said, as before with Jesse, many would likely not think much of a 1 or 2 year age gap. It's still well within the realm of a normal relationship where no power imbalance exists. Then there's Twinkle Spark, another moderator on the site who was born in 1997, making them 19 in 2016, and again, making it illegal if pictures were solicited. Spike, from what I can tell, is Spike the Baby Dragon on the ScrapTF forums, and there's no account going by Catman Axel on ScrapTF, but there is a small TF2 YouTube channel under that name. Those last two connections are just my speculation, so take them with a grain of salt. And of course, their respective ages are unclear. There were plenty of screenshots Sandwhip shared as proof. However, most of the potential evidence was lost due to him deleting his accounts a few times over the years. Of the evidence that remained, it implicated Jesse, Ben, Tyler, and Mark. But before we get into the screenshots, we have to establish that the accounts in question really belong to these people. We can see that Jesse had the username @JesseCar, and we know that he goes by JesseCar96 on a lot of platforms. Plus, his profile picture is Twilight Sparkle. Funnily enough, he would later change his profile picture, perhaps to obscure his identity by removing a key identifier. Ben's account would end up being deleted, though it still popped up when searched for. Proving Tyler's ownership of the account is pretty straightforward, since his username is @TotallyBatty, his profile picture is his skunk persona, and, well, he literally has his account linked on his ScrapTF page. Lastly, there's Mark, whose username was @M3XLNeat, and his profile picture was the same character as the one on his ScrapTF accounts. We also have proof of Sandwhip stating his age in the Gay Club group chat I mentioned before, which means everyone should have known his age, whether or not they had seen his moderator application, and whether or not they had personally asked or he had told them. With that out of the way, let's get to the evidence. We'll first cover the two main offenders according to Sandwhip, Tyler and Mark. Tyler, other than asking for nudes and trying to send Sandwhip furry porn, also admitted to possessing a video of him in the shower. I randomly found a video of you in the shower in my download. Didn't you send it to me? Probably. You don't send pics that often anymore, do you? As for Mark, he pressured Sandwhip for nudes and made specific requests, reprimanding him if he didn't comply, while sending pony pictures for some reason. Then there's Ben, whose exchanges with Sandwhip practically speak for themselves. Send me a video of you showering. Or Ben should have asked 12 hours ago. Why? Because I was having a shower 12 hours ago. Is that the last shower you'll ever have? Nah, then there shouldn't be a problem. How old are you? 17. Oh, so you're illegal. 18 soon. That makes it hotter, to be honest. Okay, that's just creepy. It's kinda hot that you're illegal. In a way, makes it more thrilling. Since a lot of the evidence was lost, evidence which would supposedly incriminate the others in the long list of people Sandwhip mentioned, that leaves us with these screenshots regarding Jesse himself. We see from these that Jesse explicitly requested pictures and videos from Sandwhip relating to his fetish, so it doesn't get much more concrete than that. The other main witness and victim of wrongdoing that came forward besides Sandwhip was Jamie, who similarly relayed his story over Discord. Jamie, basically I got groomed at 16. Scrap is weird, everyone takes nudes at young ages, it's the reason I wanted to get demoted. I'm glad Ben listened. I couldn't be a part of that community after what I saw. I've heard stuff about staff asking newer staff for nudes. Jamie, Pinky and Sandwhip took them at 16 and that's confirmed. Pinky got mod from it because she was gonna snitch. Anon, Jesse was up your ass when you became mod? Yeah, gave up after like 2 weeks and didn't DM me once after that. Anon, like the stuff you see in movies? Hey pretty boy or some shit like that? Jamie, usually teasing and asking if I wanted to join the NSFW channel, which I didn't want to. Jesse was allegedly trying to get sexual with Jamie, who he must have known the age of considering it would have been included on his mod application, but gave up when Jamie wasn't reciprocating. Jamie also mentioned someone named Pinky who supposedly got moderator status from sending nudes to staff, but there isn't any other info on this person, so that part remains unconfirmed. Although everything else so far is a lot as is. The other part of the allegations pertain to the site Fiend.us, a private invite-only file-sharing website for Jesse and his friends. Among other things, it apparently hosted pornography. The main claim was that a staff member named Lilith had put NSFW art on there of a character of a minor who went by Funny. Even though the art wasn't of Funny and was of their character instead, it still implied she was sexualizing a minor, which many took issue with. The last thing was that Jesse was so adamant about silencing any discussion relating to the footrest incident that he had supposedly sent a mod of his to infiltrate Discord servers connected to the ScrapTF community, to look out for anyone who might be bad-mouthing him. The mod, who went by Pilsman Fox, had this to say. January of last year, Jesse had asked me to spy on a few scrap-related Discords. Through me, he received images of people talking bad about him regarding things completely unrelated to scrap, and this allowed him to ban a good amount of famous rafflers. Initially, there was Kurz' Twitter thread, but other people from the community came together on other platforms to investigate, compile, and spread all this info as well. One person being a TF2 YouTuber named Killjester, who made a video about the allegations, trying to spread awareness to hold ScrapTF accountable. All this gave a lot for Jesse to respond to, although he would do less responding and more retaliating. The thread by Kurz, or @LemonSavior, as well as his account, was allegedly mass reported by Jesse and his cohorts, seeing as he would end up being banned from Twitter. But according to Kurz, they took their efforts efforts to screw him over one step further. I got mass reported on Twitter for exposing him. I was suspended 3 times in a row in only 2 days. Also, I'm not a racist. I did not sexually assault or harass anyone, and I'm not transphobic. I exposed someone for pedophilia, and in return he sent his friends and hound dogs to tell all my friends that I'm a racist, transphobic rapist. Most of my friends didn't care, but some of them actually took time to remove, block, and report me. As for Kill Jester, he privated his video after ScrapTF banned him and seemed to have a change of heart on the matter, though it's unclear why. In any case, Jesse would issue his first response to the situation on May 30th, although he didn't tackle the claims about him whatsoever. He posted a raffle with the following text. You may have heard some allegations against me, and I want to clear some things up about it. I'm not going to link it here and don't post it in the comments, but this is for people that want a response. These accusations are being brought up by someone who is a part of our community, but has been banned many times for spamming, being immature, and never following the rules. They hold grudges against us, are anti-LGBT, and might be a part of a bigger hate group that's been after me for over a year now. Thank you to anyone that's actually looked at it and realized the evidence is just baseless conversations with no evidence. Others that know me know that there isn't any truth to this mess. Why didn't I see it before? The Kevin Spacey defense. The only reason people are antagonizing you is because you're gay, and they're in a bigoted conspiracy against you. Never mind the claims that you solicited CP. That's so unimportant to the fact that you don't even have to mention it in your response. You just have to desperately ask your community not to go look at what the allegations actually consist of. Jesse chalked up the allegations to Kurz holding a grudge against him, but whether or not he followed the site's rules or had been banned in the past was irrelevant, because he wouldn't be the only one making accusations about ScrapTF staff by far, as we went over. He didn't even acknowledge that any of these conversations were real or anything took place. Instead, he just deflected to claiming their intentions were misguided. Going from May to June, as more information came out and victims came forward, this pushed Jesse to make a slightly more comprehensive, though still utterly insufficient response. He would post the following to the site's forums on June 7th. Our main point of community on ScrapTF is our chat system. It contains both public and private rooms, similar to what you find on Discord. Some lewd rooms have existed in the chat over the years, and they were used for sharing NSFW artwork, discussion of it, and some roleplay of that nature. In hindsight, the rules regarding lewd content in our chat were insufficient. In the past, we regretfully did not put much effort into validating that users entering those rooms were over the age of 18. Since most staff members are already close friends, some relationships and lewd activities have occurred between them, including myself. One of my best friends who I've known for a long time is Luna. Back in 2015, a mutual friend of ours got a hold of some of his photos because Luna liked to share them between friends. This friend proceeded to post one of these photos on 4chan's BG board for malicious reasons. I will obviously not show the photo, but it contains the words Jesse's footrest written on his chest, which is where the footrest incident stems from. At the time, Luna and I were in a relationship, and we are 2 years apart in age. After this leak, the photo was posted multiple times on ScrapTF by malicious people. About 30 users were initially banned from ScrapTF for posting this content and harassing us about the footrest photo. At one point, Gil created a raffle in order to identify some of the anonymous users posting this photo in order to preemptively ban them from our site so they couldn't spread it on ScrapTF. At least he was honest about the honeypot raffle and their moderation decisions. However, he only focused on Luna, when the real issue at hand were all of the other minors that Jesse and his friends allegedly interacted with. But Jesse didn't touch on any of that, at least in this response. One aspect of the story he did try to clarify was Lukey's response to Kurz. He tried to recontextualize their conversation to claim that what Lukey had said didn't confirm the idea that the Pony Plus badge was obtained in exchange for nudes, sometimes from minors. Lewd jokes were commonplace among friends in our chat, so that's what he thought of it as. His second reply to Kurz's question about minors was an honest mistake, and not reading what Kurz wrote, and is just not true. Whether or not he read what Kurz wrote, he said what he said. Knowing Jesse, it's probably true to some extent. What else could that possibly refer to, other than the original claim that Jesse solicits pictures in exchange for badges? And given the following response, if he really thought that minors were not involved, wouldn't he at least have deflected these claims instead of just deleting everything? I mean, the best case scenario interpretation of these messages is that Lukey affirmed the fact that nudes were a way to get the Pony Plus badge, but not that the nudes were coming from minors. In any case, this response doesn't address the minors that Kurz talked to, who testified to sending Jesse pictures when they were underage. Jesse could have fired back and said that Kurz was lying, or that those minors were lying, but he didn't even address that part of the allegations, which is worrisome. 3 others implicated in the allegations hopped on Jesse's thread to back him up. Tyler, Spike, and Twinkle Spark. While none of these screenshots we went over included Spike and Twinkle Spark, if you remember correctly, Sandwhip alleged that they too had received his nudes while knowing his age. The funniest part about their replies to the thread is that they act like uninvolved third parties simply litigating the situation, when in reality, they're on the list of supposed perpetrators. Twinkle opened up with, "I would like to expand upon what kind of people we are dealing with here." Rather than debunk any of the evidence at hand, Twinkle just goes on to make ad hominem statements about how Kurz is doing this because he's angry or something, and finished off by saying, "I hope the situation clears up soon for Jesse and everyone involved." Everyone involved includes you, according to my calculations. Twinkle also made the following comments. They're the ones accusing without real proof, though. All the things I've seen were conversations with possible implied meanings, but that might as well be taken out of context or baseless in the first place. Conversations with possible implied meanings? That's a funny way of referring to when Tyler said, "I love those balls," or when Ben made the request, "Send me a video of you showering," or Jesse's statements, "I want to watch you." Tyler dropped a couple of replies on the thread as well. Again, not really saying anything of substance. Spike rolled up to boldly make veiled lawsuit threats towards the people on the thread, trying to hold Jesse accountable. Unless you've got absolute proof of this, you might want to scale this back. This kind of thing can be illegal and can be investigated IRL. When you make this serious an accusation, you'd better have absolute proof, or you can get in trouble for this. The thread was closed on June 8th, and on June 9th, Mark deleted his Telegram history, and Ben was silently banned from the site. Jesse would never condemn the actions of these now ex-staff members. He could have at least publicly acknowledged that wrongdoing had taken place, and just claimed it was on the part of other people, rather than him. But then again, if he did that, people would start asking how he, a supposedly innocent man, could have such a sketchy friend group. There's also no indication that Jesse ever investigated if there were any more victims that hadn't come forward yet, which was telling that he only cared about the site's image rather than damage done to the minors involved. Of course, not anymore telling them the fact that he supposedly engaged in these same behaviors himself. Other people would get a hold of Jesse and Mark over Discord later on in June to press them on the issue of all their lewd Telegram chats with Sandwhip. One such person was a TF2 YouTuber named Whammo, who, like Killjester, had also made a video exposing Scrap TF at the time. In his interactions with Jesse, Jesse feigned ignorance of Sandwhip's age. Whammo: "So you're trying to say you didn't know Sandwhip was underage when you pressured him for photos?" Jesse: "I did not pressure him for photos. He took them on his own and asked if I wanted them. Either way, I was not aware of his age." Whammo then responded with the proof from before that Jesse explicitly requested photos and a video of Sandwhip ejaculating, and Jesse's response was, "I assumed he was 18 because others would do stuff with him too. He posted his application long before we did any of that stuff. It was my fault to not check for it, and I'm sorry for not doing that." The pattern of Jesse ignoring or denying claims until the proof is right before his eyes is once again repeated. Here, we finally have an admission from Jesse that the conversations staff were having were real and were sexually charged. He had abandoned the narrative while his cohorts had been peddling up until that point, that the evidence was nothing more than out-of-context conversations that were being misconstrued. He came out and said he was sexual towards Sandwhip because, quotes, "others would do stuff with him too." Jesse also ignored that he had just been caught in a lie by Whammo, his lie being that he never propositioned Sandwhip, and instead just reiterated the claim that he didn't know Sandwhip's age because the application that had mentioned it was submitted so long before their sexual interactions that he didn't remember or didn't mentally connect the two. However, according to Sandwhip, this was a lie. That's just a flat lie. It was happening prior to that. Pair this with the fact that Sandwhip mentioned how old he was in the Telegram group chat, it seems very unlikely that Jesse didn't know his age. And if he genuinely didn't, then frankly he had no excuse not to. Mark would also respond, but he would admit to his wrongdoing, although he tried to use his age to basically excuse it. "I was 17 when I started in 2015 and was in my early 20s at latest. I grew up in an environment which was mostly lewd. So that's why you asked for CP? I deeply apologize for what I did, there's no excuse." Mark would also post a longer response that reiterated the same basic points. As for what role Gil, the co-owner of the site, had in all of this, he wasn't implicated in any of the allegations aside from running the Honeypot raffle back in 2015, and just generally making disagreeable moderation decisions. However, some people criticize his response for being lackluster, which he would address. What I'm trying to do is navigate how to handle my partner, and someone I consider a friend, being accused of genuinely awful things. I've been trying to figure out how to reconcile my responsibility to a friend to grant them a modicum of trust, versus my responsibility to address this as genuinely and honestly as I can. And I probably haven't been handling it well, given there are days where I've just laid in bed or on the couch catatonically, simultaneously filled with anxiety and yet an inability to act on that anxiety. Scrap TF hasn't had serious developer work put into it on my part for years, and the way it determines prices of items is fucking stupid, especially in 2020. Marketplace is a fucking joke. Put on the sites all you want, visiting them makes me feel ill and anxious. I'd probably agree with many criticisms you have of them. A lot of this post was just him elaborating on his rattled mental state from living an unhealthy lifestyle, rather than getting into the nitty-gritty details of what was going on with Jesse, so it didn't help the investigation. That being said, he seemed to take it pretty hard that his friend and business partner in his greatest venture had been accused of being such a disgusting person. After all of this, people will talk about the drama and document it in videos from time to time, but it mostly fizzled out. Scrap TF is still up to this day, and Jesse Cardone and his friends and ex-staff never faced any real consequences for their actions. Well, with one exception. Because Whammo had forwarded the evidence to the police, he claimed this launched an investigation of sorts, and the public records showed that they had actually obtained a search warrant against Jesse Cardone. Whether this was indeed the case, though, and whether anything came of it, I don't know, because Jesse and Gil's Enterprises have just kept chugging along. There wasn't much that could be done to take down Jesse except to encourage people to use other sites and report him to the authorities, because Jesse wasn't a user or staff member on the site, he was its co-owner, and his alleged accomplices were other mods and staff. They're not going to do an investigation on themselves, find themselves guilty, and then fire themselves. The crimes of the others, like Ben, Mark, and Tyler, are undeniable, but even if you think Jesse is completely innocent through some Sisyphean effort of ignorance of the eyes of his moderators, and the suspicious conduct of those around him, he's at the very least shown himself to be completely incapable of creating a safe environment for the minors that will inevitably be using his sites, and that fact alone is enough to warrant action. Usually what prevents the resolution of situations like these is a lack of information, but in this case there's no shortage of awareness in the TF2 community about what really went on. Jesse's objectionable behavior has been at the very least a topic of discussion for 7 years, and has been extremely well known for the past 2. It sucks. I think that's probably all you can really say. It fucking sucks. TF2, more so than other games, lends itself to the emergence of content creators in its community. This is because of the custom items we went over before. You change your appearance not by generic skins, but down to individual pieces of clothing. The game's capacity for customization means you can create your own totally unique character, and as such, easily recognizable figures start to crop up, such as popular influencers. But while some may have a positive connotation, other people are recognized for their notoriety. Back in 2018 and 2019, Mecha was an active YouTuber in the community. He peaked at around 14k subscribers, which may not sound like a lot, but in a game with a relatively small scope, it's kind of a big deal to have a subscriber count in the tens of thousands. While that number may seem measly in comparison to the following of someone like Mr. Beast, in the TF2 world, it's enough to make people treat you differently than the common folk. They'll be excited to play with you or against you in games, they'll try to get close to you in your server, and if they see anything out of the ordinary, maybe they're inclined to overlook it, either because they gave you the benefit of the doubt, or they're scared of what would happen if your fan base turned against them. Mecha made his videos, was an active player and competitive, collaborated with other TF2 YouTubers, and that was about it. The only bit of foreshadowing that something could be wrong to those on the outside looking in was a tweet he made on April 27th, 2019 about his Discord server. Funny how history repeats itself, huh? Well, once again, the Mecha Cave of Gold, or COG, has now been shut down again after a massive downward spiral, and many users and even staff. Normally I would reopen it, but I'm gonna be like Valve and not do this a third time. Thanks. So, objectionable things were taking place on his Discord server, and he had to shut it down. And apparently, this was the second time this had happened. It's open to interpretation what he meant by downward spiral, so naturally, most people who saw this tweet probably thought it was something innocuous, like server members being chaotic or toxic. However, Mecha would end up deleting this tweet, an omen of what was to come. Darty, another smaller TF2 YouTuber, released a video on May 14th, 2019 titled The Dark Side of Mecha Mecha was someone Darty had previously collaborated with on videos, dating all the way back to 2017. If he was all of a sudden going up against his very own friend, it had to be for a good reason, right? As it turns out, it most certainly was, because Mecha who claimed to be 19 at the time, was using his Discord to prey on minors in the community. He presumably used his server to find these underage boys and girls and establish contact with them. However, he ended up meeting his victims. He would always start by building a base level of friendship with them, and escalated his disgusting behavior from there. Of the known victims, the first was a 12-year-old boy named Suip J. According to Suip, he and Mecha played TF2 together on a regular basis, and he considered him a friend. However, things started going south when Suip J, being so young, thought it would be funny to moan in voice chats on the server. This led to Mecha direct messaging him, and starting what would be an exceedingly odd conversation about the incident, to say the least. Suip, how even old are you? Like, what are you? I'm a prepubescent lolly boy who moans in ABC. Suip J had told Mecha he was 12, and Mecha went on to say that the moaning made him, quote-unquote, contemplate something real bad. In other words, that it aroused him. But obviously, he doesn't want to blatantly say that, lest he expose his true intentions right out of the gates. Oof, well congrats, Suip. You made a man contemplate something real bad tonight. I will need many drinks after this. F for your mental health. Boy, you're the one moaning like an anime girl expecting to get a reaction. Would it not be alien for me to get a little aroused or something like that, regardless of who it's from? You can see him already trying to justify his behavior by implying his attraction is not towards the victim, but towards the victim's behavior, which would supposedly be arousing coming from anyone. If I had to guess, he does this because he thinks it softens the blow, rather than come out and tell your victim that you're sexually attracted to them, which very obviously makes you a pedophile. Say that their behavior is involuntarily making your body respond in a way that you totally don't want it to. Mecharek proceeds to act as if Suip is the one with power, while he himself is weak and is somehow at the mercy of a child. Because the child can subject him to desires he definitely doesn't want whatsoever. It's immediately obvious how ridiculous of a claim that is once you say it out loud, but that's the unspoken implication he's trying to make here. You moan one more time, I will send you to the Shadow Realm. That sounds fun. Suip, do not toy with me. I am a weak man. I am a very interesting person away from the screens and whatnot. The last thing I need to set my dark side off is by someone on Discord moaning like an anime girl over and over. Talking about your dark side is quite the larpy way to say that you are a pedophile, but I digress. He continues. In brief, I'm extremely lustful. That is mainly what my dark side is. No bad intentions, no destructive behavior, just me being a naughty bastard. That's right, he has no bad intentions, just devious thoughts. Again, Mecharek says this to downplay the predatory nature of his actions, because he means no harm, he's just a naughty boy. It's also to de-emphasize the role of his free will and what he does. Nonetheless, he continued to expound upon the intricacies of his sexual desires to a prepubescent child. I mean, it wouldn't be inherently wrong if it wasn't the child doing it. It was for shock value and the reaction. Drug. I can handle it, it's just that regardless of reaction, the wonder down under lurks. Great, using innuendos to talk about your penis to a 12-year-old kid. If it wasn't bad enough, Mecharek started talking about how he mapped his face too much, using innuendos again, presumably because he wants to come off as funny to the minor he's speaking to, instead of weird and disgusting, which is what this is. Mecha, well, I do handle the joystick too much. How much is way too much? 20 times an hour? Well, it's not that much. Try 4 times a day. How does he get anything done? You know what? Never mind. I don't really want to think about it. To close off the conversation, Mecharek just came out and said he thought about secretly masturbating on the call and asking Suip J to moan for him, still framing it as if he simply couldn't restrain himself from doing so. Absolutely horrific stuff. Mecha, it's fine, I'm a man of honesty, but it's these things that I kinda need to keep secret from the populace. He didn't really break me, but more contemplated ripping something out in secrecy. Hell. Cheers, but please do not get me in this mood, because it's either my attention is brought to something else, or I ask you to moan for me. It goes one way or the other. Well, until then, I have to mainly find ways to deal with the dispensers until I can find out a good therapist. If you're wondering what he means by dispensers, he's using TF2 lingo to refer to his erections in a more PG way. I honestly can't tell if I should chalk this up to him being a man-child or a child predator. Maybe it's a bit of both. As for how this all affected Suip J, he testified that it was only later on that the gravity of the situation sank in for him.
Like, I was nonchalant about it, and like I didn't really care, and then looking back I'm like, that's fucked up.
Unfortunately, Suip was just the beginning. With Mecha's next victim, he would take things even further. This time his advances were towards a 15-year-old boy, another friend of Mecha's in the server who he played games with. This kid was an artist and drew commissions for people. Ahegao commissions. Why on earth is a 15-year-old making art of a pornographic nature for adults, you may ask? I would answer that, but by now you should know better than to question the Lovecraftian horrors of our society as if they had some kind of rhyme or reason behind them. But yes, the real answer is that Discord servers and their consequences have been a disaster for the human race. This kid was about to make a Ahegao art of Mecharek as a joke, when people in the server said he should do a lolly version of Mecha instead. What did I just say about Discord servers? In any case, Mecha instantly latched onto this idea. He liked it so much, in fact, that he offered to give the kid an item from his inventory if he went through with making the art. Out of any age group of consumer, in-game items are most alluring to minors, but they're also the demographic that typically doesn't have the money to buy them. As simple as it seems, this proposition will be enough to get a lot of kids on board with a lot of strange requests, and it makes the situation all the more insidious. When the kid sent him the lolly drawing, Mecharek escalated the conversation by saying it had made him happy. Mecha, Mimi Rex like dispenser machine from Squad Citadel II. Anon, I didn't know you were into lollies. Mecharek, used to, but nonetheless, Mimi Hardboy now. Mimi wrecked? Mimi Hardboy? I'd be laughing right now if this wasn't so revolting. Nonetheless, he continued with a spiel similar to what he told Suip J. To put it in the lightest terms possible, I got a dark side that shows when stuff like this is around. Regardless, I'm now in that mood and I can't escape. Anon, take it out on Starry. Mecha, no, why not you? Anon, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Mecha, I guess that's more the interactive factor to it, you know? I'd ask for help, but I don't know. Trust me, I'm the last person you would want to ask. Nah, I could see worse. It's up to you. And how may I help then? Go wank it off, fam. I will, but got nothing to help it with. It doesn't work because it's fake as shit. Hentai is meh. It just really falls on the assistance of others to help me through this shit. It's really the only good way. Again, it's up to you. I got a few more days that work, but some being more demanding than others. Go for it. Pics of what, lol?
That's better.
You. What? Yeah. This time he went as far as trying to solicit pictures from a minor, insisting that he desperately needed to help speed along the process of his sexual gratification, and that there was absolutely nothing else he could do to satisfy him. The last thing this victim wanted to do would be material for a file to jerk off to, so we declined to send pictures, though we still maintained a polite tone in doing so due to all the pressure Mekarek had put on him. I'm sorry, but I don't feel very comfortable. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. It's not uncommon I get that response. I am but a depraved person looking to relieve myself of an addiction. This person ended up blocking Mekarek and disappearing for a while, which prompted Soup J, who had found out about the aforementioned interaction, to confront Mekarek with screenshots of the messages asking if he was serious. His response? I wasn't actually serious. If I was serious, I would have been way more direct. I don't know, it sounded pretty direct to me, considering you were trying to have a change my mind style debate with this guy on why he should send you nudes. Regardless of it being a joke or not, the conversation continued. Redacted is a good guy. I don't want him leaving all these friendships behind because I was dumb with my wording. Make a few dumb decisions with your wording and everything goes to hell. Ah yes, the wording, so important. This all could have been avoided if you had used Grammarly. Who the f says I'm a depraved man with a crippling addiction and means it? Well, you, apparently. Hell, I even use the bold fonts. I don't use fonts when conveying a real topic, but what I do have is the world's worst sentence follow-ups. Never have been good with it. I would have expected Redacted to simply just report with some statement after I said my final message to him, like literally any person I've talked to, but he just runs away and doesn't actually hear me out. Was it my fault to believe everyone is the same in that regard? Yes. Was it my fault that I worded everything in there horribly? Yes. Was I serious about asking a male for nudes when I'm clearly straight? No. Clearly straight. If I were to be genuinely asking for his help on that, I would have been much worse. Where to even begin? The series of messages in question he sent were so clearly desperate how he kept pestering and pressuring the victim, talking about his supposed problem that could only be solved with this particular child, because I guess the onus falls on others to charitably assist him when he's in need, and you telling that whole elaborate spiel about how you're a pedophile is all for a joke? Where's the punchline? Not only that, but when Mecha does this to other people as just a prank, they always immediately recognize it as a mere gag. Someone mistakenly thinking it was serious, on the other hand, was an unprecedented turn of events, considering how obviously comedic Mecha's tone was. Oh, and of course, as he says, if he was really trying to pressure nudes out of someone, he would have been much more relentless. What a testament to his good character. In any event, Mecha wrapped up the conversation by saying he hoped the 15-year-old would forgive and forget. That's right, kids. If a pedophile ever tries to victimize you, why cry over spilled milk when you can act like nothing ever happened? Surely, if you catch him in the act once, he'll be too ashamed to ever try again, right? We'll get to that later. Actually, we'll get to it right now. The third victim was a 16-year-old, and the interaction went much the same way as the other two. I mean, there is one thing I gotta do. What's that? Handle a joystick. Ah, I see. Not many know it, but every second of each day, I am happier than a brass band. I can tell. Oh, but yeah, me got problemerinos. You done erecting your dispenser? Nope, still going. Takes me way too long. Sucks. This shit can go on for hours. Tis a weird world. The spacing between these messages shows he kept sending a new message after an interval of time had passed, with no response from the victim, indicating how desperate he was to get something out of them. The 16-year-old would finally respond. Erectile dysfunction? More like malfunction for me. It's only been 3 hours. Only? Yeah, sometimes it goes up to 7 hours if I can finish it all. I ain't a busy guy, so I just let it happen. I just try and mask it because of the long times. There are very few things that'll make it quicker by a metric ton, but I digress. I'm still going. 7 hours? That's an entire work day. What the hell is wrong with this guy? If I could be honest with you for a second, you kind of make me feel this way sometimes, as insane as it sounds. Well, at least I'm helping in some way, lol. Yeah, even though I got a GF, I can't gloss over people or the things that get me like this. It just ain't possible or mentally healthy to do so. He's preying on underage boys while having a girlfriend, all while claiming it's not mentally healthy to ignore other people he's interested in for the sake of being faithful to his relationship. Well, since he cares about mental health so much, what about the mental health of his girlfriend, or of those literal children who he's trying to solicit from? Nonetheless, he kept pushing. Regardless, truth's out. You turn me on. Well, that's a boost to the old self-esteem, and a boost to my third leg. Now, I would go and ask you for something relating to this, but I can tell what'll happen. What do you mean? I mean, I kind of need help with this. If I've lasted this long, it means nothing have worked so far. Where are you going with this? I mean, you're one of my best friends in my opinion. The last thing I want is my dumb driving you away. Well, it's not like you asked me for pics of my asshole or something, Lamal. I mean, I didn't say I didn't want that either. Yo, I'm done. It's over. It's over. I'm done. It's over. For the past 4 hours, I've been doing the same thing. Something from a friend that really turns me on wouldn't be impossible. Just bizarre at first glance. I just want to end this. Nothing right now is working. Would you not be somewhat upset from doing the same thing for 4 hours just to get a few seconds of pleasure? I mean, a little bit, but I'd probably just keep it to myself. There is one thing that works. Doesn't require anything at all. Just a sound. A sound? Yeah, my absolute biggest weakness is the simple sound of moaning. Just help a friend out. I know, but I also don't feel comfortable doing it. It's nothing personal. I know a guy has his needs, but I just can't. Well, how do you think you were going to go about it if it did happen? Were you going to go into Discord VC or record yourself? I guess record? Then would it not be a problem to record something like that? It would be a problem for me mentally. Oh, well then I will just leave all this in the no-no drawer.
I felt like he had ulterior motives, like when we first met. Like, after he basically was like trying to use me to bust a fat nut. I was thinking one of two things. I was thinking that one, he was either trying to get stuff to blackmail me with, or two, he only wanted to be friends with me because he wanted that shit out of me.
The story of the fourth victim is basically the same shtick, so I'll spare you all the chat logs. This guy was in a relationship, which Mecha was aware of, but still tried to hit him up when he was in one of his moods. When he first did this, the guy thought he was joking. Mecha approached him a second time just 5 hours later, and when this guy realized he was being serious, he told Mecha not to come to him with that kind of stuff. So he did it again later that same day. Upon getting a resounding no as an answer to his approaches, he told the victim not to tell anyone about it. The fifth victim was another person that Mecha asked to moan for him, and after unfortunately complying with his request, he immediately left the voice chat in shame, and became extremely worried about what he had done. He was worried that Mecha had recorded it, that it could be used against him, and embarrassed that such a file even existed on someone's hard drive.
So, I went into panic mode, I went running to a friend, started DMing them about, like, the whole thing, telling them what just happened and all that, and how scared and scarred pretty much I was, and how dumb I was for actually doing it.
I know that's a lot to go over, but Mecharek was quite the serial offender. That's not even the worst part of it though, believe it or not. You may have noticed that I omitted details about the date which each of these incidents took place. You're probably thinking it took him at least a few months to do all of this. Nope, 4 weeks. This is how much damage he did from September 14th, 2018 to October 15th, 2018. 4 weeks. And that's only when Darty and others caught on and started documenting his offenses. Had he already been doing this prior to September, racking up more victims in the process? Well, when Soup J confronted Mecha later on in April 2019, before the expose went live, he admitted to doing the same thing in August, so we have that at least. Taking other factors into consideration, there's also a good possibility he had indeed been at this for a while. The way Mecha talked to his targets, saying it usually fell on other people to help him with this problem, implied that this was a norm for him. He showed a good bit of familiarity with his dark side, as though he had already thoroughly explored what he was capable of. Not to mention the fact that he was confident in breaking out these same lines over and over again, slowly prodding the victim, trying to get them inch closer and closer to doing what he wanted. There's one more person Mecharek preyed on, the only girl of those documented, who confirmed these suspicions that his predatory behavior went back much further than he wanted people to think. She made a thread on Twitter to describe Mecharek's disgusting behavior towards her. With the recent allegations that have come against Mecharek, I do want to put my own story to this. To make a long story short, Mecharek would constantly pressure me to moan for him. He would constantly be pressuring me into uncomfortable scenarios, such as ERP. To start off, I will disclose I was not of age when most of this happened. Mecha was. This first started happening with Mecharek flirting with me around May of 2017. I paid no mind to this as I thought it was all simple jokes. This all continued until he finally confessed to me that whenever I talk to him, he gets turned on and then begins to touch himself. During calls, this would frequently happen, where he'd begin to masturbate audibly in one of the calls. I would constantly ask him to stop, and simply a week later, he'd forget to do it again. It came to a close for a short time when I had threatened to go public with what he had said. He pleaded and begged me not to, and I gave in. I'd forgiven him, and things went back to what seemed like a normal time for us. This continued until around November, when Mecha slowly started alluding to the fact that he would be masturbating again. This reached a peak point when he would ask if I could moan for him. I quietly gave in, and we performed the session. This ended quickly as he had been building it up for a while. We both agreed to never speak of this again, as it would get him in trouble, and it would embarrass me. He thanks me multiple times for helping him out, and acts like a saint to me for a couple of months, until around March 2018. He again asked me to moan for him, and during this time, another victim, who was also being asked to do the same thing, who shall remain nameless. The nail in the coffin in the nigh inconceivable scenario that all of the aforementioned screenshots and testimonies were fabricated was a recorded admission of guilt by Mecharek to one of his innumerable crimes, included in Darty's collection of evidence.
You remember when we were talking about Wizard NG?
Yes.
Did you do anything with him that is like over the line?
In the name of Hades.
Like define over the line.
Like video chat, like anything like that. Did you do that?
Yes.
Like specifically what?
Well, him and I masturbated together.
How old was he?
How old was Wizard?
He was 16.
My God.
Oh my, Mac, no.
You'd think all of this would be enough to constitute a closed case right off the bat, but a lot of Mecharek's friends in the TF2 community didn't take kindly to Darty's video. They either attacked him or took to defending Mecha's character. They didn't flatly deny the allegations because they couldn't at this point. They just downplayed their severity by saying that Mecha was really sorry. Mecha really is trying his best to, well, get over all of that. I've been there for him longer than anyone else. I've known him for 4 years. His birthday is in 13 days. The last thing I want for him is to be completely misunderstood. He knows what he did is wrong and is admitting to it, which I think is a huge step for him. To my knowledge, this was an attack on Mecha to put him at his worst. Guys, come on, listen, I know he's a pedophile, but his birthday, it's in 2 weeks, so these kids should be expected to wait to expose him. Meanwhile, he can't be expected to wait until these kids' birthday before he starts lusting after them. The logic is truly impeccable. Impeccably stupid. Doomsday.exe, one of the TF2 YouTubers on Darty's side, would also end up making a video on the controversy and got a response from Mecha himself along similar lines. Doomsday, I know you're probably sick of me and what I did, but I want to let you know a few things if you wish to hear me out. I made an updated apology, actually telling the people involved that I'm apologetic and not wanting to be some kind of monster, but I know that isn't enough. Words don't speak louder than actions, but I just want everyone that isn't on a hate bandwagon against me to realize that I'm trying to find some way to fix this. Trying to find some way